Скажите, пожалуйста, мы можем начинать?
Can we start? Thank you for being back on day 2, and you were not so tired on day 1, so that you would not want to come back on day 2. Or even Viktor is here from Primorsky Krai, though he traveled long and he's tired. I don't really know how you can do it after you have traveled from Vladivostok, which is 9 hours by plane. It's something, look, this is something, passion of intellect. This is what it motivates you to do. Where is Boris Grazovsky? Here he is. We all know Boris. So what I want to say, just one thing. We, all of us, people in this school, and we're always happy to see and hear new people who come to this school, as well as certainly to welcome the new expert, any new expert on the recommendation of people whom we trust. And Inna will now say a word of introduction. I recommend you for the future to keep an eye on all stories when Lena recounts your story, how experts came to the school. We will make a book of it, of these stories. This time, several days before the seminar, Boris Grazovsky, whom you will hear his presentation right now, comes to the school, looks at the agenda, says, what an excellent agenda. What an excellent agenda, but how can you hold a seminar without Oleg Kharkhordin? And you say, indeed, how can we do it? Can we have a seminar without him? And this is just how impromptu, in 5 minutes, Oleg says, yes, I can make it, and he travels to the seminar. I suppose he knows very little about us yet. We know more about him because we listen to his presentations on the Echo of Moscow and we read his publications. And this will be our first introduction. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. Indeed, it seemed that Moscow School of Political Studies, with its new school, Civic Studies, it was known either in Moscow or traveled around Moscow, and I knew that you often come here. It's a pleasure to come to Zelenogorsk, not to own retreat, but really I'm amazed. We also hold our university sessions, but when we discuss our strategy, but usually it's fewer people, it's less informal. So I thought I'm traveling to Zelenogorsk, and I realized that I made a mistake because I should have worn a tie and I should bring my cards with me, but I didn't. Oh, so you don't insist on a tie, that's nice. Well, indeed, I must tell you, just in brief, what it is the Republican tradition and how can it apply to a life. The thing is that in itself, this notion came first, I suppose, after the revolution of 1989, when the theoretical box, that is what political science and social science dealt in the 20th century, but no longer became relevant when the main actors who, like liberalism and Marxism, one of them was knocked down and was just thrown away from the boxing ring. Certainly we see the revival of Marxism, and it's good that some 20 years they were preparing this revival and rebirth, but in the years 1990 to 2000, it seemed like it's an endless domination of liberalism. In Francis Fukuyama, who came up with the point that this is the end of history because liberalism has come to a head. But first, this self-confident assertion was opposed by a small group of people with whom now are quite a powerful trend in political thought. And what I will tell you is just invitation to give a thought to republicanism, or as we translate it into Russian, it's classical republican tradition. This is 2,000 years of deliberations about freedom and history before liberal doctrine came to be. And this deliberation about freedom, in no less extent than classical liberalism, underlines that it seeks to protect human rights and dignity, but it's a different reflection. It's a very different, rather than economic or political liberalism. And may I share with you its 5 main elements to tell you what is the difference from liberalism. To begin with, there are usually books that are taught to students, I suppose, at introductory classes on liberalism. Kinner in Cambridge, who taught royal history, he even for a year was vice-chancellor, it means what we call rector. Philip Petty, which now teaches in Princeton, who wrote Republicans' material as theory and government. And a lady I like most, in terms of how she can wrap up its all, Isolde Honahan. She teaches in Ireland. Her book is the simplest. She made the best generalization. In 20 years, regrettably, it has become a fashion and not an attempt to give an alternative to liberalism. So if you open various sociological and economic journals, you would see it most frequently. Another point I wish to make is that it's not necessarily and doesn't have to be linked to Republican Party, to the Republican Party of the United States of America. The Republican Party may prefer certain Republican principles, but republicanism per se, it's not a doctrine put forward by that party by default. Its name has to do with historic links to republicanism, but modern republicanism is here, and modern republicanism is a way to think how people can live together. How can they do it? Based upon the concept of self-governing communities, not necessarily linked by the market to economic freedoms. I will just comment on 5 main features of the classic Republican tradition, and at the end I'll try to give you certain examples of from Russian and European experience. The first thing I need to point out, when usually we speak about liberal concept of freedom in classes of political philosophy, they read an essay by Isaiah Berlin, Two Understandings of freedom. If I negative and positive concept, if I spoke about liberal freedom, I will tell you what Isaiah Berlin said about it. In brief, we can say that mostly liberalism boils down to negative freedom. As Hobbes put it, when there are no obstacles or limitations on my movements or wishes, it means I'm free. Republicans feel this understanding, this contemplation is not typical of a vast number of self-governing communities that have existed in human history and existed in human history, and they have another, which is no better, but another understanding of what freedom means. It's not that I have no limitations or barriers to my wishes and then I'm free. No, it's that I'm not a slave. If I'm not a slave, this opposition between a free man and a slave, this is essential, which is pretty primitive, and it's known to most societies in human history. In Russian, you can put it this way: not to be in the will of another, even if they do not make you do things. Even if your boss today woke up in a good mood and didn't tell you something, even if you, like Gilles Blas, you just may be even dictating your will to your owner, if even in Aesop's fables, it is the slaves who dictate their will to their owners. It doesn't mean that on one day the owner may not remember his status and return things to status quo. The slave, yes, may manipulate his owner, but he still officially and legally has to follow the will of his master. So this is something that Republicans underline. If we look at Russian chronicles, we would find it very obvious that something you cannot revive, a Novgorod tradition destroyed by Moscow in the late 15th century, and you shouldn't revive it. But if you look at the first chronicle or fourth chronicle of Novgorod, you would see many examples how people who spoke ancient Russian have good ideas about this life. First of all, it is not not to be at will of other, and to adopt laws. But when they enslave Pskov, the younger brother, but it's clear that you, Pskoichivi, cannot have your own will. You will do what we say. So it means, in this regard, Novgorods are not very consistent. They want to be independent and have their own will, but do not deny this right to somebody else. And in this sense, it's slightly archaic concept of freedom. And when we speak about modern variant of Republican understanding of freedom, we underline that freedom, it's just not domination. It is made up of two elements: not to be obedient to the will of somebody else, but not to enslave either; not to behave to somebody else as if you were his potential owner; not to be in a position if you can. Again, anybody who gets a normal job in normal corporation or a normal federal government knows how he can be maltreated by his boss. So this thinking is slightly idealistic, but let's see how it may be implemented in practice. Another element of the Republic tradition, another question that, okay, you have come up with this lovely self-governing community, but where will you find those people who would be keen to live there, or who will live there? If we remember Russian plot, when everybody behaved what communist morality requires it, then we sort of made up a communist paradise in this 1/6 of the land. But the problem would be somebody would still sometimes not be keen to follow this model, and the result, the system collapses. What qualities are needed to make the republican system work? Republican system of government. It's civil virtue. In Russian, it sounds somewhat clumsy because there's no tradition of deliberation. But in Russia, in French, in English, it sounds very, very, very virtue. Virtue in French, or virtue. This is something that the qualities of a civic man, viril, again, virtue, virility, something that helps us live together, beginning with Cicero to Tocqueville, and again Tocqueville and Rousseau. The main problem of republicanism that we see of that the morality that helps people bring together seems to be going. Somebody is not keen, somebody wants to get all the privileges, and this is the end of republican freedom. This is what we see in classical treatises in the last 2,000 years. The way it's modern is analyzed by modern theoreticians. It's Mangro Wolfson, one of the key economists of the late 20th century. His well-known book, Problem of Collective Action, asks the question, why should people go to attend a trade union picket, although as a member of trade union he will achieve his goals by staying at home while others will do it. If you're rational, why should you get up and be upset and be abused by police? Other guys will go and you will get a good collective bargaining contract. So in terms of normal and egoistical behavior, because of liberal behavior, it seems like it doesn't make any sense. But certainly it does make sense, because people begin to do it, then collective protest would never take place. And what do you do about it? Problem, as Watson suggested, should be redressed. It's well known to those who went into trade union struggle in the United States, those who mobilized people to protest in Europe. And it is a problem, and methods of mobilization may differ depending whether you have a small group or a big group. If it's a small, you begin to weigh with this. You say, Petrovich, you will miss today. Okay, you know what will happen to your kids at school. Or in a big group like Hofer in America, you say, you come to your Italian friends and say, look guys, you are my friends in honor. Will you help me intimidate all those people who do not are not keen to go to picket. Or it may be religion ideology. You will be punished by God if you don't go out, just if you don't stand up for your rights. So again, this is addressing the problem of absence of individual interest. What was proposed by classical Republicans is something very different. Most aristocratic Alexis de Tocqueville, most aristocratic Republican who spoke about public action in the early 19th century, when his parents were nearly executed by the French Revolution and went to look what they came up with in America. And he wrote a book, Democracy in America. Now it seems a positive name, but his time it sounded like cannibalism on the moon. Democracy at that time was a swear word, and America was just a country where democracy was developing somewhere in the middle of nowhere. But Tocqueville in America saw many things that helped him think how to improve life in France. And if you remember, great book, Democracy in America, ends in chapter 7, it's like 100 pages. It's a threat of democratic despotism. Those who love the word democracy don't understand what it's about, but they clearly understand that democracy may lead to despotism, very much like tyranny. You must look at how you can oppose it. And his main point is like this. We all want to give management, a governance to somebody else, to delegate it to somebody else, because we have so many other vital, important things we do. Okay, I must look after my kids, have problems with my husband, wife, so on and so on. Let the guys do it, let somebody do it. They've got many other things and whatever. Okay, on Sunday, you'd better go for a barbecue. But argument by Tocqueville is, if you behave in this way, just doing pleasure in your private life, then you really are bringing yourself down to the level of animal stock. He says just faire petit plaisir, vulgaire. It means pursue small petty pleasures of the low classes. I don't suppose it's one of the classical arguments why you must attend the pickets personally, why you must personally take part in matters that matter to you. Another model, classical model, and it still follows from those who are usually blamed for helping monarchs capture power. It's Machiavelli. If you read the book Il Principe, his first book, it's 100 pages, and to autocrat, how to capture power and how to keep it. Autocrat, from a normal bandit to the head of the state, which is unable to support civil freedoms. Besides, it's a huge book. It's known, Deliberations on the first two books of Titus Livius. How to Control Freedom and Republic. He deliberates freedoms in Rome. If you want to read this book, he had a friend. There's a great debate in political freedom. Who was best as an author? Why we read more Machiavelli rather than Ricciardini. But the main problem is the main problem of Florence Republic, which was crashed at their times. They say to talk that you must take part in a res publica, it's something that doesn't work in a common cause. People should understand this is the only way they can open up as surprising personalities whose deeds will be inscribed in history. They should understand it's a play, it's a game with significant bets. If they take at it as a sport, they will try to play on it and not try to monopolize the rule of the game. As you can understand, you cannot play football alone. If you become a monarch, it means you lose this game altogether, or you would look very queer. When Medici captured power in Florence, you know what they did? They didn't abolish mechanisms, republican mechanisms of voting. Just those people were appointed by the Medici, and they would get out the names that they needed. This is not really fair football, fair soccer, and it's not really soccer at all. If you say, look guys, let's really play the game, which would not be shaped by saying, okay, I played a fair game. This is what republicanism does. This is a classical argument that is now repeated many times. In other words, in Republican communities, it's a desire to overcome others in a significant game. A third element that is, and all this just something that people who lived in Soviet times, it actually works in corporate governance, you know, owners board, you know, when they give out these certificates of award and whatever. For one simple reason, not because it's such an important motivator, very much like money, no, but these certificates give you some kind of existential component, which is not given by non-corporate government, but it doesn't give you any money. If we read Cicero, who wrote treatises Republic, about res publica, or about common cause, common goal, we would hear a very strange queer argument which for 2000 years was interpreted in favor of people who are in for monarchy. There are different kind of communities whose members we may are. It's our dear and near, our family, our friends, our town, our humanity, and we're all members there. But it's only for the Republic, where people are ready to die for without any doubt. And you think, why on earth would people want to die unwillingly? It will always be that you must speak about on the top, but because powers that be never send their children to the war, but we, as cannon fodder, must give our kids to this. So, an ideal of dying for your motherland. In point of fact, it's not that Cicero's point was distorted. No, we forget about rational egoism of Roman society when this thought was first pushed forward. It was not idealistic that you should go and die for the cause of republic, no. And it was not a preaching, it was rational egoism. Why was that? As Hannah Arendt wrote in this book, one of the main theoreticians, it's called Human Condition, and Vita Activa, this is what the way it was translated into Russian, it was actually translated into Latin. In absence of ideas that you could be saved in afterlife, for the Roman or for the Greek, the only possibility to come closer to the gods, to the immortality of gods, was to leave behind a story of very important life. So it's not Plutarch or somebody else would write down. Think of it that average life expectancy in ancient Greece was 27 years. How can you become, well, closer to the gods? This is the only arena that writes down your words. And after that, as Pushkin said, I will not die. I have built a monument which is not made by human hands if I've done something important, something significant. Even if it's maybe described by a high-flown word, my deed, this will be inscribed and I will continue to live in my poetry. And it's not your family, it's not your near and dear, it's not even a school of philosophy. It's called res publica, only res publica, or this is the level of community which inscribes, enters the annals of others as a model, role model. It's not the way I did my best in, say, in children's games. No, it's the way I did something that became the guideline for others. Again, sports can be just analogy. This is something that changes the way we do things, and if we don't know how the person did it, you cannot take part. For me, the best two examples, like what the goal of Blokhin in 1985, when he alone outsmarted 9 players. So we realized that Blokhin stayed under standards. Or when they changed, say, from parallel type of skiing from skating sort of style of skiing. When you can do it and there is something that is inscribed in history, then you remain as a new guidance in life. Jackson, as an attempt to create a history of important life, which will become the guideline, the benchmark for others. And
that's what we're reading in newspapers. And And if we look at the Greek and Roman perception in ancient times, so the city is an arena which denotes important events. So how many people in our country made in the last 20 years important events that are benchmarks and guidelines for the rest of society? And so where this important bust that could be set up to an important Russian businessman and say, just look up to him and just follow his advice. So I know only one person in the last 25 years so that actually was deified, which is Viktor Tsoi. He was deified. And so there is no other businessman that who would gather so much glory. And so just guys, do like Prokhorov, follow in Prokhorov's steps. And so he's a deity, and he is a man to emulate. So he sets a good example to others. Oh, yeah, Khodorkovsky. But when Khodorkovsky is calling Gusinsky, should I leave and shouldn't I leave? So have you ever been arrested? No. Answer, no. Yeah, because they will just so they're going to do the body search, and so you will have a special courage to stay in this country. So because they will be humiliating you. So when they arrest you and force you to get naked and frisk you. And so that's a great courage. So the fourth element of Republican tradition is what they say, partiality. So because Republican tradition is sometimes mixed with something as a participatory or direct democracy, because participation is important, but not in the understanding the way Karamzin described it. Because what is Novgorod meeting? Because those who scream louder actually. That's the decision that is carried out. But since it was written by a monarchist for monarchist purposes, so we have this fiction that is provided to us in every Russian school about the Novgorod meetings, popular meetings, so where the decisions are carried out. And so now the Republican form of life is not possible, and but Novgorod, so then 4,000 people, so they could be gathered around the Church of Saint Nicholas. But how can you gather people around so in Cherepovets or in St. Petersburg, 5,400,000 people? So you cannot get them to one square. It's impossible. So that neither Florence nor Venice, who have Republican rule, so they never gathered everyone, and so that's why then the trick is the equal access to the judiciary and to the legislation bodies. Executive bodies. So if they have the equal, so because they have the mechanisms to get the access to the positions of the judiciary, legislation, and the executive branches of power, and so those who have equal access, that equals democracy. And because so if you look at those who were in the Doge Palace in Venice, so the 30 patricians that sit there. And so they select so the right guys, and so they think that they have the equal chances of being at certain positions in power during their lifetimes, and they can implement and carry out those powers and act accordingly. But the Republican traditions is not as something that saves you, but as a challenge, because so then Republicans consider the equality as a bigger question mark, because if you read Republican treatises from Cicero to other scientists, so the biggest equalizer in any democratic mechanism is a draw. So then if you make a draw, then if you are in election, so Pericles in Athens, so he was elected 20 times running. And so then by the popular vote, so he was elected, and the Pericles so was happy to be elected 22 times. But so when the non-classical republics are formed, that representative republics or parliamentary republics are formed, when when the republics based on the mechanism of representation, so elected representation of the representatives of the people, like in France, like in America, at the end of the 18th century, what we see. So there are two types of arguments. First, in the S, so they say, what is the third estate? What is the third estate? Yes, so real equality is a draw. Yes, we know that, but we have a different task. So we're not. They're not calling it a democracy, because democracy is a swear word. So he says that there will be an elective aristocracy. It will be. So we'll select with the help of this mechanism the best. So who will stand up for our viewpoints? Because look at an ordinary meeting. So the people got together, so and then immediately, so they are swayed by passion, and so they start to scream, and then eventually, so the civil disturbances start, and the mass riots get. So when in Baltimore, so people got together, so and they protested against two journalists. The way they covered the relationship between the United States and Spain. To save those journalists, so he put them in jail. Not to put them in jail, but just to save them from the anger of the people. So they destroyed the prison, and they lynched those two journalists. So that's a classical example. So in order just to make these passions noble, that are swayed by. So we need the elective aristocracy, not the legacy aristocracy, not inherited aristocracy, but selected aristocracy. That's what they call parliament. So we'll, so with the help of national argument, so we'll just stop the people to have this desire to hang your neighbor. And that's what you need the parliament for. The second argument of CSS, which is much more important, so it boils down to this, that a cook, unlike Lenin, cannot possibly govern the state. She can only cook. If she gives, if she given a chance to rule, then she will make a very bad dish, so peppered with blood indeed, and that is why. So we cannot afford that. And there is a new idea how, by draw, you can select the people so for the executive positions. So this guy, this indecent, this bandit, so how can he be possibly elected? Everyone will say, but it would be rational. So if you regard the policy as a machine. But there is another aspect in politics, is the participation of the equal in managing themselves. Equal people managing themselves. So if you are not looking at the state as a small blocks, so screws, bolts, and nuts that compose the entirety of the machine, that's understandable. And so there is no need then just to select the guy who is going to handle the machine. And then that's the third type of equality, which is clearly defined difference between the socialist liberal and the socialist republican areas. Republican equality is not the liberal equality. It's not the liberal equality of initial conditions of a social race. And so then who gets there first, so he grabs all the success and so wins it all, gets it all. So this is social inequality. So they say, so there is no such thing as honest race. And that is why, so let's divide the results of what we get in a fair fashion. But Republican equality is not equality related to the initial conditions of the race, and not the way the results can be divided, but the level of influence on the general cause. So that means to occupy positions in the executive and the legislative branches. So just imagine that. Whether you're a member of the jury or you're the judge, and so that was divided with the help of a draw, and it's only 10% of the positions in Athens, official path, so they were selected on the basis of elections, and 90% were done by draw in ancient Greece, so that's because the inequality is swept away, and so they say that that's Karl Marx said, this is the kindergarten in the history of mankind. So Greece was, and so we need to grab all the elements of this terminology together, and when Natalia Sidio from the rain, so she heard that. So when one of these slogans, so we're not closing it down, and so because it's the TV who for those who care, so that the Republic is the equality of those who care, and this is very important. These are the people who want to live in an equal society. And so why these societies got disintegrated? Because we know from history, so because they lost the military race, because the autocracies of the monarchies in the 17th, 18th centuries, they lost. And so what was called a feudal army so easily squashes Republicans who have a big problem because their militia not strong, and so they hired people run away. So how can you trust the hired people? So in the military, they certainly lose to the centralized military machines. And so why Novgorod lost to Moscow? Because at that time, so there was a drought, and so that's why Moscow troops came to Novgorod because the swamps were no more and so no boggy. And then the second reason was that the masses did not support 300 bloodsuckers. So it's better to have one sucker who is Moscow king than to have 300 bloodsuckers who suck your blood and bleed you white. And so then the same happened in the 18th century when there was no parliament, so the help of draws, so rotation, nomination, sorting, etc. So the new guys, Venice, so the collapse of Venice. No, this is Tosca, is a famous opera. So a French Republican army comes in, Davout, Marshall says. So this rotten fruit will fall to my feet. So because those who were, there's no vertical mobility because but in our country, so every soldier can become a general, but you are born at the level, and that's at the level you will die, and so there is no vertical movement in your republic, and that's why you will lose, and they lost. And in Croatia. So it gave up to the French army, not to give up to the Russian army, and the Republic ended there. And we get the impression that even afterwards, even if the monarchies turned into republics, and republics so introduced the election, and when everybody could participate, so then a certain stratum. Because not all could participate in this state governance, and so the Republican mechanism functions properly. But now in the universal suffrage, this is not possible. If we look at the problems that appear related to the modern democracies, where people are apathic, people don't show up at the polling stations, so the absenteeism is widely spread. So that one of the dysfunctions is replaced by another dysfunction. So we need to remember the old dysfunctions, and remembering so that that the system before the representative democracy guaranteed freedom, but differently, and we forget about that now. The Republican elements in 20 years, it has become very popular because Marxism died, and then Republicanism as another perception of what could be done, that free life could be organized differently. Then because we see that the elements of Republican life, so they flourish at two levels. So they don't flourish at the level of national state because they always lose to the military and police governments, but they develop at the under or over national level, so at the levels where the national state is losing. At the under national level, so when there were many experiments, Western experiments, and I will talk about Russian. So the over national, the Republican mechanisms are important because there is no there is no one universal state which, like a police, says to everyone what to do. So when 20 guys have to agree about what European Union is, so then at one point they understand that the chaotic rotation of different countries who chair the EU, it doesn't work. So then we need just to elect someone who will govern it and handle it, like Doge. So then the crisis of the 18th century. So when he chaired the European Union, Hungary or Latvia chaired. Then the American president never called, but he calls someone more important, and then they understand, and this simple rotation doesn't work, and so then the Republican, there should be elements of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. That's mixed governance, and we see that the European Union is moving in that area, although they're comparing it. It looks like oligarchy. So this is the deficit of democracy, and so. But who elects the European Commission and who elects the European Union? But look how Florence was governed. So are there any differences? So not many differences actually. There's not big difference between the ways both institutions were governed. And then the fifth element is what made possible the contribution of Russian thinking into whereby. So what's the specifics of Republican tradition? So when we studied Novgorod and tried to compare it to Venice, it's impossible to compare, because in Novgorod all the documents of private law. So there were no public documents. So what the public meeting adopted, and what degrees they passed, what decisions they made, because Ivan the Terrible burned them all. And so there's only chronicles, but chronicles were not objective, because they were written certainly not in impartial manner. And then we have the birch bark writings. But there's all elements of the private law. For example, so I lended you 2 rubles and you did not return 2 rubles, and so I will take you to court or beat you up. And that's why the birch bark writings is definitely private law elements. And so then there's only one big bridge. So in 1672, so the big stone bridge, so was the only one that existed all the time, and so across the Moskva river, it was so huge. It was the big stone bridge, and it always was there all the year round. And so they even added additional administrative units, so were responsible for different parts of the bridge that connected both banks of the Moskva River. So compared to Venice, so even you saw that little bridge that connects to banks of the city. So that was the most expensive construction. So when the bridge burned, and we're trying is to compare 2 infrastructural projects, 2 bridges, one in Moscow and one in Venice. And so then we started to look at modern Russian city, so from the viewpoint how to see what they need, what they lack, from the viewpoint of Republican tradition. So we can see that the channels that bring together the civic energy together are absent. So we have certainly general niches that bring people together. That's true. And so physically you can see it. So when, for example, so the water supply system gets frozen in the middle of the winter, so then people, or heating, malfunctions. So then you have the old ladies so coming up to the city hall, and so they start beating up the mayor, and because men are just lying on in their beds and doing nothing, but old women and young women, so they force the mayor to do something about the absent heating or no water. And also they bring the heaters, and so they fix the water, and and then they go to the church and pray to God, thanking the divine providence for the support. But when it all ends, and so when the water is running and the heating is on, so then people never congregate, and so this passion is gone in Russia. Why? And what can be done about it? So we can give some examples. That if there were some channels of civic participation, if there were some channels and pipes that would give a chance to the civic participation, delivery of this civic participation to every apartment, and if people get used to it, then the absence of civic participation to participate in your own fate so would be felt as acutely as the absence of water and heating, and so this would be normal, just as not to get any water or not to get any heat. Yes, or just failing electricity, but still electricity. But how to integrate that? How to liken one to the other and put people on a higher level of participation? I think that the recipe. So then we need the infrastructure of freedom, and it needs to be widened. So we need those pipes, visible pipes that enter every flat, every apartment. I'm not talking about this democracy that we need the TV sets. So they tried in the US since 1977, and so these TV sets never room but so to participate. And so this is not something that makes a referendum possible, and it doesn't work because so first you, for example, so you talk in the morning about dogs, stray dogs, and in the evening just you ask a question about all the dogs should be shot, and all you have to do is just to press the buttons. I'm against it. I'm not telling you that these channels and pipes of the infrastructure of freedom bears democracy. But whenever people achieved anything, and so whatever they could achieve, so with the help of mobile cell phone, because that's an access channel. So when Matvienko was asked, that the Okhtinskaya tower is disgusting, sticking out like a sore finger in the middle, and it breaks the skyline of the city. So then cell phones were sufficient, but the cell phones were multiplied by the energy of the activists. So they created this chain, this network, those cell structure. So when they realized that this tower is unacceptable, and so even people in the Kremlin realized something is wrong, and they stopped the construction. And if it existed now, the situation, so then who would pay? Who paid to build it up? And so usually no money for that. But if it were built, then it would be very difficult to get rid of it. So this is how the system works. But how the system works, it's not related to construction projects. So, for example, in Western Europe, one of the elements of the Republican is participatory budgeting. It's when the citizens are offered to divide the city budget. And so the classical research, so in 2008, those two guys, so when the research was done, so there were 258 cities in Europe who gave away part of the city budget so that the citizens elected on a draw basis could divide it properly, so certainly not all the budget is given over, and that's it because no bureaucrat can afford just to give away the entire city budget, but to start with 5-10% of the budget municipal committees is given to the city. In Europe, so participatory budgeting, people are elected on the basis of random sampling, looking like the jury, and so it's prohibited because of the law on personal data. But in Europe they use it, and then you get the people who come to the city hall, and they say, "So I'm ready to stay and listen." So then there is not enough money for water, and so we need just to put money. So what do we do? So to have water all the time in our apartments. And they say, so it's good to have water, that you great, but you have to spend 8 weekends so to listen to the difference in water, how the water is treated. Because if you go to the city bureaucrat and say that you need better water, so the public official will not talk to you. Are you ready just to spend 8 weekends listening to that? And so they usually so 3 invitations, so 150 people come, and when those 150 learn that they have to listen to tedious lectures, so there's only 20, and then from 20 you draw only 10, and so then then there's only 5 people who are ready to attend and decide out of 500, because so even they decide sometimes that so home cooking is more important than the city management. And so then are those strange commissions who decide it all. And they do it not because of the goodness of their hearts. Because, for example, in one city there were 4 bus lines, and there was a fiscal crisis. The municipality didn't have any money. And the public officials said, let's do the participatory budgeting, invite the citizens, and so decide what you do, what you want to do, what kind of bus lines we kill, and because if we do it wrong, so then they will kill us for the lines we removed. So people stayed, listened to lectures about the city infrastructure, and so they failed to select 2 lines out of 5 because. Then they held a campaign on TV, and so they got raised taxes a little bit, and then 4 lines they kept. So it's not just they are doing it not out of the goodness of their hearts. These are every day. Schroeder was giving away 500,000 euros in different districts to build so children's playgrounds, so then. Some types of Turkish communities, so they do not want to participate. So if you think that you have Islamic radicals, what do you do with them? So the answer, Sunday you go to the Turkish community, to the elder, and see what happens. So he tells you everything is fine, because he does not know him, and he does not know his own people, and so he's not interested. But if you take the situation to take a random number of people with the help of a draw, so you get the young people who usually are not allowed to talk to you, and so your participation that our children's playgrounds so will certainly so have the Islamic art elements there, so then they will go for it. And so then in Spain so the same thing. So there was a municipality to address the same kind of issue. What drives European municipalities is very low-level, grassroots, egoistic, rational purposes. So there is no just a goodness out of the goodness of my heart. So let's live in prosperity. So there are just cold issues and that need to be addressed on an everyday pragmatic basis. That's exactly what those municipalities in Europe do. So we can do this. Can we do the same in Russia as in Europe? So, two examples I will give you: this Cherepavets and Sosnovy Bor. So Nikita Belik decided to do it in 3 municipalities of Kirov Oblast. Before the elections, there was a delegation from Cherepavets, and they saw what could be done. The idea was as follows: so a small part of the budget the city hall gave to divide according to the European standard. So to a small group of citizens that together with municipal authorities divided into the city projects. And as I was saying, so the local authorities, they try to use the whole selection of so they sampled some citizens, residents, and they participated. So with the help of the same kind of paperwork that they did when they selected the jury, and so then they went on air and they invited everyone. Then they talked on TV. Then 120 grid in one city, 80. So with the help of a draw, and there was a selection, and so the groups became smaller, and then they talked to the municipal bureaucrats, and so there were some lectures how the city infrastructure worked. And then eventually, so we got at the end of the day in Cherpovets, so they divided only less than 1% of the city budget in one of the community centers. Sosnovyy Bor about 1.5%, and then their second round that's coming up, that the members of the commission should select new interested stakeholders as citizens, residents, and see so what kind of decisions have been implemented so within the framework of the city budget of Cherpovets, and then the next steps. So because the most important thing is succession, and to keep it in a sustainable way. And I remember how we invited Mordashov so to come and see how it all works in Cherpovets. So the city turned out to be a rich one, and Severstal could help the democratic experiment, we decided. So the guy came, looked, and didn't help. But he said, so guys, you can do it yourself. So you have a rich city, interesting, good city, so do it yourself. And so look at this. And no budget deficit. And
he looked at it and said that eventually this is what kind of person is that? Was this really of any interest to you? Then he looked at me, switched off the mic. The mic is off. Because there is the energy of civic life. People who are not indifferent have to have an opportunity to participate in the elections. In terms of the budgeting, if that's something that might be of interest to you, you may go online. You may find the materials. You can also watch how such commissions are being formed on YouTube. l.shilov.spb.ru. Thank you. 30 minutes for questions and answers. Dear colleagues, good morning. I'm Andrei Zakharov. Lena has asked me to chair this and the subsequent sessions. We have 30 minutes for questions and answers. Yelena Ushkola from St. Petersburg. Freedom presupposes responsibility. Apart from the rights, there has to be the ability to use the freedom or to avail of the freedom. How can a society which is not used to freedom, how long time would it take Russia to get accustomed to freedom? Well, thank you for your question. There is what we may call the training test grounds. When you talk when you read Alexis de Tocqueville, you see that he thought that these things can be imported into France. Tocqueville starts talking about the New England townships in Massachusetts, in New England. When I look at France, a tree is fallen, and the citizen waits for 2 weeks until somebody comes from the centralized government to take it away. In America, the citizens and the dwellers in the local township decided to cut the tree, saw it, take it apart, move out the remains. And the townships of the New England are the beginning of true schools of freedom. The communalities, the communes, if that is something that the urban dwellers develop by themselves, if this is not some sort of a imposed thing from the developer company, if there is some sort of meaningful discussion about some issues of common interest, then I might say that you have what we may call the kindergarten of a freedom. These can be very different forms of condominiumized condominiums and sharing of responsibilities. What is important is that these forms of certain management does not allow people to interact or to uphold their rights. The actual existence of such communes or commonalities or condominiums do not allow for people to protect themselves. However, some skills of self-government are being developed. The question is, how can these be extended to the level of a municipality, city, region, or even the country. So the development of responsible behavior is such that those who have tried to work with others may gradually go as high up to the horizon of regional or even national life. So it is about people who are willing to go and leave their immediate surroundings and extend their interests beyond their backyard. Vladimir Niski from Kiev, thank you for your presentation. And with respect to budgeting, let me draw your attention to some practices which are being developed in the Ukraine, might be of some interest in Russia. One of these is the public participation, such as the public hearings. In the Ukraine, the public hearings have to certainly be covering the issues of development, construction, and budgeting. This is one of the necessary, mandatory elements. In principle, what is the main difference between the participatory budgeting? Participatory budgeting presupposes training at the expense of the government, local or national government, when people get some skills which then they use. In public hearings, we're talking about the participation of some experts who already have the requisite experience and the skills and the knowledge and the wherewithal and may participate in these public hearings and give their advice. The expert opinion, the so-called amicus curiae, or in this case the opinion of the experts, must be taken into account when adopting any decision. Another practice is when a group of concerned citizens meet and they write a text with a requisite number of signatures. and these are being taken. So the citizens themselves have a legislative function. So up to 1,000 people may install the requisite threshold. And if there is this number of signatures, then the local parliament would sit to hear the case. The third instrument is the General Assembly. The General Assembly, I wanted to talk about this a little bit, but this is Maidan is a unique experience, of course, but in terms of the township and the self-government, the condominiums, the street committees, the district committees, and other forms of municipal self-government are gradually being developed in the Ukraine. Let me mention one of these elements in St. Petersburg, which is the public hearings. Indeed, we have to take to draw a line, a division line between the public hearings and the committees, because the public hearings usually include the activists and those who are concerned with a particular problem. And in some cases, you bring people who are not aware of such mechanisms. It is also important to talk about budgeting, because people do take responsibility for spending the money. The public hearing implies the setting up of a commission which is responsible for specific decisions. Oleg Kuznetsov. Thank you very much for your lecture. I remember your publications from several years back, and we can certainly agree that there is a difference between what we may call republicanism and liberalism, but I think that contemporary liberalism is in a way a lot wider, and the Republican tradition is a part of the contemporary liberalism. In France, for instance, it is evident the Fourth and the Fifth Republic combine the Republican traditions with liberalism. So I would not agree that republicanism is different, is not compatible with liberalism. Well, indeed, for the matters of polemic, for the polemic purposes, I was talking about the contrast. But I agree with you entirely that in many cases liberalism and republicanism work together, implying the protection of citizens from too much state control. And in theory, the synthesis and when we see what elements can be used between republicanism and is about the liberal beginnings. As to how liberalism started to develop from the republican tradition in France and in the United States, and so liberalism evolved as a approximated to the environment of modern society with the suffrage and the electoral law. So in a way we may be talking about the difference in degree and not in essence. Viktor Akunin from the Far East, Primorye. The people in the Far East are ambitious, but unfortunately not very well organized. In 2009, the right-handed wheel drive abolishment was a real threat. When this threat became evident, half of Vladivostok, well, at least a good part of Vladivostok, urban dwellers started to the streets to protest the possible ban on the right hand wheel. On that same day, a riot police squad was sent from Moscow to dissipate the protest. What do you think should happen in Russia for all subjects of the Russian Federation to get together and sort of get more organized? Well, this is a great question. I think that the scientists and politicians are different in the sense that the politicians decide what needs to be done next, and the scientists rely on the past experience. My today's lecture was more on the pre-national, even pre-regional level, trying to show as to how human energy and the efforts of a particular person may be directed and channeled towards a particular purposes, towards the solving of particular problems on the level of local self-government. And I think that you have a lot more other experts and lectures which are more intimately tied to the question you asked. But when we look at liberalism and nationalism and religion, forgetting about the Republican values and the values of a Republican tradition, I think that this is understandable to a Russian person in terms of his or her history. Marat Kozlov. Throughout February, I got as a local MP with the requests and the claims that the director of the local communal or condominium commission is a thief. So, and what can really be done? So the matter of calling to responsibility, it is the question of how we can correlate the number of people who are going towards discussions. We can say that these efforts are not in vain. Well, if we confine ourselves to preaching, if we confine ourselves to the appeals of collecting the empty beer cans after the snow is gone, then we will pretty much degenerate into, at best, the Soviet-style propaganda. I think that the element of competition needs to be introduced to this whole process, and I think that without this, our games would not be of interest to people. So I think that we will eventually see that there is a certain nucleus of people who are truly interested in these undertakings, because a local self-government is not about the republic, is not about politics, because if every time when you go to take my litter down, I will find myself in the actual Greek agora, I might not be quite happy about this. Well, you might know that in France, that in Paris, the local copropriété councils, the French hate these commissions, they hate these meetings, but they know one thing, that if you don't go to these council meetings, you may well be fined for several thousands of euro. And secondly, because apart from the negative sanctions, there are also the positive sanctions, because once in a year you can try to change something. So how can we transform the three the existing corrupt-prone local councils or the building councils into something more reasonable is a big problem. I'm not saying that such local councils are the cell or the grassroots democracy. No, I did not say that. I do not purport that these notions are equal, but they are, and they can be transformed into larger democratic transit. Thank you very much for your lecture. I have some knowledge of psychology. Do you believe that the models of republicanism, can it be compared to the Maslow necessity matrix? Well, any Republican would say that getting together to take a decision is not the same as a market day. Well, the Maslow pyramid shows the hierarchy of certain necessities. And I think that this conservative thesis is such that people, of course, strive for more freedom once their necessities are gradually satisfied. In this sense, we are talking about a classical hypothesis of a conservative political science. Evgeny Kukshinov from Moscow. I have a short question. How is it possible to get citizens, apathetic or passive citizens, involved to act in a collective manner, and what can be done to get them involved? Well, I think that you are very well strained to brainstorm this issue. I read books, write books, and teach students. I think that you are a lot more prepared to answer the question that you have yourselves asked. I think that it is up to you. It is up to you to get people involved. I can't give you an advice in the way that Lenin did to get people involved. I think that passivity starts. Passivity usually evaporates when you sit a person down and say that now you have to decide how we can spend this $500,000. I'm giving you just an example. So once the money is at stake and once the mayors of Cherepovets and Sosnovy Bor were quite interesting, because in Kirov, it was done for the World Bank money that was trying to involve people. But generally speaking, apathy or passivity is quite a normal behavior or normal situation. So, in essence, we have to be talking about some matters of immediate interest that people should be involved. How did we come to this idea at my college? When I came with my PhD to teach in Russia, when I came back to Russia to teach, our deans at the college were usually changed every 6 months, primarily because of corruption. My colleagues wanted to go to the West and teach for about 6 months, then come back to be able to spend the money that they earn in the West. And when we came with this, the president told us what kind of change is that when you're changing the people every 6 months. But when you see that a collective game leads to a growth for the community in 5 to 6 years, then I think it becomes self-evident, because then we are talking about the common interests. So the most important thing is to understand where the apathy becomes economically non-rational, and then apathy can be overcome. The public hearings are now possible only at prosperous cities or towns. Freedom comes at a dear cost. It is not. It has to be paid for, and shouting that we will all get freedom tomorrow comes out from the hypothesis that freedom is like a bird that nests and flies as it wills. But by far, unfortunately, this is not the case in reality. So a city or an urban settlement, a town or a municipality must be financially solvent, must be financially stable to be able to pay for this freedom, to be able to pay for such initiatives, be the public hearings, if the mayor prefers to build a dacha in a lovely little place on the river bank rather than spend the money for the public hearings, then of course there will not be much use. Alexandra from Pskov region, I would like to ask you, when we talk about the 5 signs of Republican tradition, when we spoke about participation, this principle uh, but they also speak. Sydney Island and Gabriel talk about the parishioner's culture and the parish culture. I have a question. Do you believe that the republican tradition is possible with different political cultures? And what kind of political culture do we have in Russia? Well, the political culture is has been about 50 years of age. Once you start putting the American models in Russia, you see that you are pretty much doomed to failure. One has to see to which extent Almond and Verba apparatus is applicable to Russia, not because we're different, but because the apparatus seems to be quite old. So we may be talking when we talk about the subject political culture, when we speak about those who believe or feel themselves or perceive themselves as subjects, I'm not even sure that I can find a pertinent Russian equivalent, because this seems to be more or less a creation of the Harvard political science. But when I look at the Novgorod story, not to live through the will of others, and to get up to this through the civil style. Why do we not believe that this is not the kind of political culture that we can use? We do not want to be subjects. It is not that we want to spit into the face of my boss, but I want to work with others to become an actor in the theater of my life and not to be just a viewer. So let us try to take this into more understandable discourse and take us down to more qualitative analysis. Let us try to derive from the actual history, for us to be not just city dwellers, but also citizens. We have written a book that the word social, общественный, may well be an impediment to the development of the public. So it is about connotations in many ways. It is about the general feel. And my last thesis, we have recently made a study or completed a study of culture Irkutsk, Tomsk, Novosibirsk, St. Petersburg and Kazan. And we compared these cities with Korea, Taiwan and Finland. Those who have ordered this study, and this was coming from Chubais, pursued a very simple purpose, with having the understanding between Korea and Japan, between Korea, Taiwan, Finland, and Russia. Then we took the Finnish and made this comparative plot, but Almond and Verba were not in any way related to everyday reality. The greatest, the most terrible nightmare that we see in Russia today is the will to make something great that will stay perennial. This is like the valor, rather than to try and get into some the penchant for something huge. I do not know how can it get into the paradigm of Ullmann and Weber, but I think that we can understand this in a matter of synthetical analysis. If we try and study our culture from the standpoint of citizens' greater participation, we have to look at it as a set of practices rather than a set of values. Thank you. Alexander, thank you for reading about the civic culture. Our expert, Mr. Kharkhordin, has been citing different works and books, and one of the conclusions that we have to make is that we have to read. You have to read. You have to proceed in an enlightened way. And the second conclusion that I would like to suggest is that this is an enormous task. This is not something to be done in a day, because in those cases when we make haphazard decisions, problems are bound to emerge. So you have to get prepared for a long and arduous way. I think that Oleg Kharkhordin presented a great talk today. Thank you for this debut. Before you break for coffee, the coffee break will be in the restaurant. The coffee break at 4 o'clock will be there, and at 6 o'clock the coffee break will be at the end of the hall. Thank you.
Вы знаете, почему нет? Просто вопрос в том, что эта лекция Facebook просто времени не хватает. Поэтому хотите, напишите.
Вы говорили про как Россия заинтересовала, которую нужно годы, но я должна это через СМИ, я боюсь, я приглашу тех же самых Facebook, которые к этому вопросу достаточно активно на него реагируют. Там национальный вопрос, значит, концепция именно живых хороших мероприятий на ближайшие годы, чтобы муниципальные программы качественно разработать. Как мне вот какие-то механизмы, чтобы грамотно выбрать
По квартирам.
но, допустим, если я выбираю национальный вопрос,
Если нет базы, я понимаю, что один технический вариант, который пробовали, который не
вот я считаю, читать
Закон не
через сайт,
получается.
через газету, я боюсь, что я не захвачу именно то количество заинтересованных людей, которые бы, может быть, поначалу не хотели бы, но потом задумались.
должна быть выборка просто, какая-то база. А база либо в тупую просто по квартирам, ну, у меня есть список, да, домов, и примерно в каждом доме примерно несколько квартир. Могу чисто...
И он вам подскажет, как они с этими проблемами справлялись в двух городах, где сейчас Киров не помню, кстати, был.
И второй вопрос. Как СМИ вообще реагировали на работу вот этой группы, которая стала, получается, что 13-й год уже закончился, работа проведена, сейчас формируется новая на 14-й год. Как пресса реагировала? То есть не было ли крика, что это все вообще специально?
Будут, они по-любому будут.
Ну, вот сейчас только что началась, соответственно, создание комиссии 14 год. Череповцы я видел, по крайней мере, в газете «Речь», по-моему, там Череповца. Вроде как они получили заявки других людей, но там же вопрос тоже преемственности состоит. В этой комиссии должны остаться структуры, что делали в прошлом году, и там половина должна обновляться. Они должны скомпоновать группу, по-моему, к апрелю, новую комиссию, которая дальше будет в течение года заниматься бюджетированием.
Лучше увидеть инициативу, сформируя рабочую
И вы,
группу.
может быть, даже лучше не думаете, чем они.
Меня зовут Михаил, я из Кирова, являюсь консультантом Всемирного банка по проекту «Поддержка инициативы». Можно ли мне вашу визитку, чтобы я потом задал отдельные вопросы? Там очень важный ваш теоретический опыт.
Мой теоретически заметил, что Шилов и его команда они делают, соответственно, практически.
Нет, это понятно. У нас проект 5 лет реализует. В принципе, у нас посетила собрание, величина была где-то уже порядка 1 миллиона 800 человек. Самый большой проект по
Олег, а я вот удивился. Спасибо большое, блестяще. Был рад встрече. Знаете, вот вы рассказали про Кировскую область, да, про Череповец. Он меня очень удивился. Вы, может быть, просто не знаете, в Москве 2 года действует программа краудсорсинга. Да, московское правительство в прошлом году ее запустило, в этом году будет расширять. Действует по какому принципу? В прошлом году что было? Были выделены деньги достаточно серьезные, и на выбор было предложено 8 проектов по городу. Касались исключительно благоустройства. Дальше шло интернет-голосование авторизованными пользователями. Проекты победили, их реализовали. В этом году пошли дальше, в этом году 20 проектов, но предлагается проекты, не правительство выбирает, московское уже сейчас, да, те проекты, которые будет выставлять на голосование. Жители предлагают свои проекты. Ну, Москва может себе такое позволить.
Смотрите, я, естественно, что-то слышал, но это не моя основная специальность. Я думаю, что нашей команде, которая с этим работает, будет интересно узнать, если они об этом уже не знают.
Ну вот если не знают, смотрите, я вам дам визитку свою, тогда, если что, пускай обращаются, я расскажу, как это все работает. Есть.
Можно такой вопрос? Когда начинается какое-то участие граждан в управлении государством, всегда возникает риск какого-то лоббирования частных интересов.
Понравился?
Ведется кто-нибудь, что могут, допустим, идею протолкнуть, или даже власть этот инструмент.
Вообще молодец.
Вот в этих случаях, как это вообще проблема?
Доволен?
О, я записал там штук 10 идей.
Это не сработает, только когда люди реализуют.
Олег, слышите, сколько он идей записал? Штук 10.
Мне штук 10 вот мысли, как что нужно делать.
Те интересы, которые не имеют ничего общего с
Нет, если люди не реализуют свои личные интересы, почему-то вообще не работают. Ясно, что мэру нужно это для чего-то. Ясно, что люди, которые пришли, тоже пришли для чего-то. Это, конечно, репрезентация, когда я видел на заседании, когда приезжал Мордашов, там у каждого человека были свои интересы. Городская детская площадка рядом с домом. Нужен парк, чтобы там собаку выгуливать, чтобы дети могли гулять, и бандиты или там алкоголики не оторвали ноги. На самом деле, когда они пришли и начали вместе обсуждать, иногда эти интересы подвигают. А то, что мэр пытается манипулировать это понятно заранее, ясно, какой рациональный человек будет давать процент своего бюджета, чтобы, соответственно, просто играл в эти игрушки. Ну, Череповцы в тот момент думали, что им нужна больше популярность среди граждан, так как выборы грядут. Они не знали, что будет привычная реформа, соответственно, муниципалитетов чередует. А в Сосновом Бору там всеобщее недовольство, потому что захоронение ядерных отходов. Клиенты постоянно вбрасывают что-то, какие-то игрушки для публики, чтобы это примерять. Но когда мэр реализует свои эгоистические интересы, пытаясь манипулировать публикой, а публика начинает манипулировать, в этом находится как раз взаимный, да. Только когда есть реализация эгоистических интересов, двигается машина общих дел. В этом отношении это нормально. Нет. Как раз мне кажется, надо отставить идею, что с помощью проповеди мы все сознательно, с флагом ради других пойдем туда. Только когда вы реализуете себя и что полезно всем, только тогда вообще дело движется.
Разумный эгоизм.
А практика институт по жребию, там есть статистика отказов и согласия? То есть, как часто люди там
По Западной Европе,
примерно.
Ну там, слушайте, литература достаточно большая. Но я думаю, что по Берлину, что я помню, больше 50% отказывается.
Оказывается, больше 50% сразу.
Сразу же, да, ну что это время.
Ну, вот это более-менее очевидно, а насколько так будет?
Какая разница, если, слушайте, опять же, ну, на 50 тысяч, не знаю, там, мужского населения Флоренции, 2500
Что
имело полное
выступает
право.
Янукович.
Это те, кому было, в общем-то, повреждено все равно.
Ну, то есть, таким образом достигается выборка случайно людей, которым все равно, да?
Которым все равно, и которые готовы потратить свое время для того, чтобы жизнь стала лучше. Хотя бы.
А как вы относитесь вот, к идеям сейчас современным, ну, типа Волка, там, то, что пишет делегирование распределенное по темам голосов, там, и так далее, там, облачной демократии,
Нет, ну есть разные другие эксперименты, они не обязательно связаны с этим. Там есть тоже голосование с помощью уже случайной выборки.
Ну, в данном случае голосование не в случайной выборке, а элемент прямой демократии с распределением по рубрикаторам. То есть я, допустим, свой голос, я не знаю, там, по вопросам Министерства внутренних дел делегирую этому человеку, в этом вопросе голосую сам, потому что считаю себя экспертом, а в этом, значит, еще претендую на то, чтобы мне делегировали голоса, потому что я
То есть иметь несколько голосов по-разному.
ну да.
Нет, слушайте, виды экспериментов сейчас с демократическими механизмами, они очень распространенные. И я с радостью послушал бы кого-то другого, кто рассказал бы, как все это работает и где. Потому что моя специальность, значит,
Действительно, наша будет
а
здесь.
конкретное применение оказывается, как всегда, вопрос тех, кто в практике связан с этим, пытается это что-то сделать, включая все это в облачной демократии.
Потому что они точно крутят специально.
А, да, еще можно список литературы, может быть, возьмем, публиковать на сайте школы, потому что со слух не все фамилии знают.
Которые были на слайде?
Да, да. Где можно посмотреть? Может, он на сайте у вас на этом
Зайдите на сайт нашего университета. Там есть каждый магазин. Книжка так называется «Что такое республиканская традиция».
Конечно.
Маленькая такая, там все
Ну, я уверена, что
ну, наверняка.
и русский.
Это случайное название, которое Владимиру унаследовал. Нет, ну со школой мы общались как-то, он сказал, что учился. Нет, они классические либералы в этом отношении. РПР было создано Травкиным когда-то как случайное название.
А слово республика, да, в смысле, Россия.
Даже если,
Хороший вопрос. Нет, смотрите,
Они не будут стоять там, потому что дело в том, что сейчас вообще нет выхода, и
когда мы с Рыжковым поговорили года два назад, интересно ли ему или нет, стало ясно, что ему не интересно, но мы занимаемся законодательной наукой, он занимается своей политической деятельностью. Дело в том, что тут же какие изменения? Я думаю, что как раз на уровне того, что люди на местах могут использовать элементы для того, чтобы трансформировать свою жизнь, гораздо важнее, чем если будет партия, которая требует равных прав. Общественные палаты. Параллельные коллективно созданного гражданского общества, авторитетного рассказать, что обычно гражданское общество представляется как набор ассоциаций людей, которые собираются вместе для того, чтобы...
А то они самые дальние. Да, извините, пожалуйста, тут ничего, не открывается никакое окно.
Там есть 5 пунктов.
Нет,
Ну давай, родные, потому что
принимаю участие граждан в управлении собой, не обязательно через ассоциацию. Вот, например, когда мы пытаемся мэрия, ассоциацию потребителей, через организацию.
Вопрос по поводу определения, по определению кому не все равно. Где край? Кому не все равно, как определить?
Что, наверное, сейчас, секунду.
Да, рассказывайте.
Где грань? Я понимаю, что человек, который уходит на выборы, это все равно как бы это уже это еще вот внизу, еще как бы. Вот, значит, когда просто ходит на выборы, это просто ну, на самом деле все равно, потому что как бы, люди даже не читают, не сравнивают там. Я же не говорю про хотя бы разницу, честно. А где-то грань, что человек может сказать, да, вот это вот республиканец, ну, условно говоря, уже можно его просто я так понимаю, что вот проблема, которую в Украине как раз рассказывают по претензиям ребят в восточной части, потому что говорят, что, ребят, вы проголосовали и решили, что это все как бы кончилось. А нужно было точно так же активно ставить свои права. Потому что они сейчас пытаются уже как бы в уходящий поезд скачить, это уже какое-то последствие. Соответственно, что нужно было активно не только проголосовать, но еще и дальше активно продолжать. Соответственно, где эта грань, где еще человек, ну как бы так, по овощевому прикладу проголосовал, а где он активный гражданин.
Научные комментарии того, чтобы сказать, что это X или реализация.
Я хотел внутренний, мне хотел внутренний, чтобы потом не обвиняли, сказать. Активного или неактивного, неучелого мнения.
Слушайте, ну, если человеку нет, все равно уже с ним разбираться.
Ну вот как это определить? То есть я к чему говорю, что я понимаю, что на данный момент, ну опять-таки из того, что я говорю из своего опыта, я вижу, что люди в большинстве своем они такие более чем пассивные, более чем пассивные. Соответственно, нужно привести, то есть я понимаю, что сразу не привести, что да, все кинулись там обсуждать бюджет муниципальный. А должен быть какой-то вот маленький шаг. Вот первый маленький шаг, почему я говорю, что это грань? Хочу определить эту грань, к которой уже всех вести, что вы должны хотя бы 10 часов уделять на политику. Ну, то есть вот какой-то...
Человек, который готов посидеть хотя бы 4 уикенда и слушать про эту мутацию, назвали городские трубы, это уже человек, который имеет что-то странное. Является республиканцем или просто это мать, которая отварила ребенка кипятком, а поэтому хочет наконец это предотвратить другим. Это другой вопрос.
Нормальный критерий.
Вопрос о субботниках. Я из того же муниципального округа, что Марат, и у нас, что касается субботников, те субботники, которые устраивают инициативную группу Малиновка, которые собираются настраивать, собственно говоря, вот те субботники, которые инициативная группа устраивает, на самом деле, по своей воле, они посещаются достаточно
Ну, тогда вы идете.
Спасибо. Вот, а те муниципальные субботники, какая есть разница в восприятии между субботником и муниципальным округом?
Я могу.
Сакральные измерения.
Даже речь идет не сакральная, а профессиональная, которая активно продвигает. Давайте приходите, вот у нас...
Вы хоть раз?
Ну, вот есть некоторая разница.
Муниципалы это якобы усталые люди, похожи на Марата, им скучно, что вы пошли, все непонятно. Да. Ну, сакральный день под названием «Наши муниципалитеты». Вот тогда ничего говорится, что вы только убираете. А как вы думаете, почему это сработало на уровне Милутина и живого города? Ну, потому что Петербург это святыня. Когда есть драйв святыни, тут уже все понятно. А когда, извините, мой муниципальный округ ограничен Невой, Литейной, Фонтанкой, и там, не знаю, Белецкого, какая, извините, откуда единица взялась? Какой тут драйв можно быть? Если создать целую там мифологию под названием, что, ребята, если не пойдешь на улицу хамовую, теперь маховую, то...
А мы там поедим? А Норвегия там
Я сейчас послушался, думаю, да, когда Пинузу все
Yes, that's what we agree. So I can go sometime.
Там самые лучшие установки по чистке воды. Там Финская вода, магистральная трубы. В отдельных районах открываешь кран, плохо пахнет. Вы что, обалдели, что ли? Ребята, у вас там типа мэр гордится тем, что поставил финские установки. А Ответ простой, что младшики не связаны с жилищниками. У жилищников денег на ремонт разводящей сети внутридомовой нету, поэтому в последние 50 метров разводящей сети впрыгивают еще советские микробы, совершили чистую финскую воду. Какого черта меняли километры магистральных труб, чтобы потом вбивать хлоркой в остатке 50 метров микробов, которые существуют. Когда появляется одна свежая голова и говорит: ребята, ну что ты делаете вообще? А до этого 10 лет тому поздравления, лучшие озонаторы, лучшие ультрафиолетовые очистки и так далее. Здорово, вот единственный человек, который раз за мной чиновник станции на областном районе, будьте рациональны, вы же сами когда соображаете, понимаете, что это абсурд. Я с тормозином говорю, директором Московского водоканала, говорю: ну вы хоть раз подавили, хоть раз свою чистую воду, но правда. На Петроградской стороне, говорит, был один эксперимент, когда мы стали менять внутреннюю сеть. И говорю, чем все кончилось? Но оказалось, что мы покусились на бюджет соседнего комитета, но потом нажаловался на клиента, но клиентка меня вызвала. Все, один кран в Петербурге тоже, значит, не имеет чистой воды, которая очень маленькие, естественно, спортивные площадки, парки, гости, на самом деле это много очень интересно. Пока это дрочное поиск граждан. При этом возможно работать не работает. Но это она не научится, что люди, которые приходят, они не разбираются, они становятся заинтересованы в том, что против происходит, а мы можем бабушка как раз оказалась, которая свободна посетить, который ходит, присяжных, там оказалось очень меньше. Я даже видел, у нас Череповцы сидел один афганский ветеран. Ну, понятно. Человек, который было 38, и он был пенсионер. Я удивился, тоже оказался органом. Вот ничего, у него была своя повестка дня. Нет, не под это имени, да. Слишком. Спасибо. Смотрю.
Олег, скажите, а есть примеры успешно действующей демократии? Ну, демократии.
Республика, ну как, швейцарская.
Я слышала,
Нет, ну там кантоны устроены по африканскому сюжету, и они в конфедерации,
внутри кантона.
да, ну это очень кошмар полный, говоря. Там сделать ремонт дома, так много согласования, то есть такое засилие коммунального давления, что все говорят, нужно учить сделать такое. На национальном уровне, пожалуй, что современных, да, нету, Швейцария является исключительным в этом.
Первом приближении там назад, если
Венеция, Флоренция.
Венеция.
Города государства.
Это средневековье,
До конца 18 века. Нет, естественно, Киргизия. Республика так и не имеет. Все коммуны Кипри. Ну да, то есть такая. Да, ну в общем так, надо было трансформировать. На самом деле, то есть республики на национальном уровне
то есть она как бы себя изжила, в современном мире не может быстрее
нет, она может быть до национального, можете представить, что Каталония, например, сейчас в Испании, может подумать о том, что
at all? No, just your good luck. That's all I need. Otherwise, I'm fine. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm all right. I won't have any PowerPoint. So, I think the party's checking for free. I'm free, yeah. So it's only me. Yeah. But I think Nima's picking up someone, right? He's meeting at the airport. So I think coming in on the same flight. So I think he's coming on the flight and I'm taking the same plane back. We're swapping at the airport. Okay. So Chris is arriving on Friday? Oh, Christopher Coker is arriving on Friday.
Are you working?
No, I'm leaving today, unfortunately. I have to go back. Because I have a very important meeting tomorrow and I'm teaching Friday. My university doesn't allow me to change teaching.
Even worse.
Even worse, yeah, university is worse. Now, university is a combination of bureaucracy and managerial. We have to make money, but we're not allowed any freedom. It's the worst of both worlds.
You will come back.
I'll come back. If you invite me back, I'll come back. Let's wait until you hear the presentation. No, I think I'll be fine. I'll stick to the water. Is there some sparkling water? Probably.
Steel?
Okay. Then I'm going to steal that one if I may. Oh, I'm fine, thank you. Not too much coffee. Probably not so good. Maybe this afternoon before I leave. Thank you.
Your trip is so quick.
It's very, I was just saying to Lena, I have a very important meeting tomorrow which I can't miss. And I'm teaching all day Friday. And my university now won't let me change teaching because we have very few rooms. The students have a very complicated timetable. So basically, we can't really change our teaching around, which is a pity. But luckily, it gets better after April. No more teaching. Only exams and so on. And then basically no teaching between April and September. So half of the year I'm not teaching.
I guess you have to, or you just used to travel like this and such.
So short trips, yeah, increasingly. So I used to go for longer before when I wasn't teaching so much or I didn't have so many meetings to go to. But yeah, now it's most trips are just one night, maybe two at the most.
Because sometimes it's a good opportunity to see something around.
Oh, I'd love to. I mean, this area looks amazing, but no, unfortunately, no time this time. So I'll have to come back.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the plan. So how long have you been involved with the school?
About 4 years.
Did you work for them or?
Yeah.
How did you work for them? So you're part of the staff?
Yeah.
I thought so. Wasn't sure. Very good. What's your main responsibility? Looking after guests? What else? I mean, how many people are here? That's what I was going to say, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the left hand. It's only all the associations that are negative. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I will. Thank you. Thank you.
And then under glasses.
Коллеги, пожалуйста, занимайте места.
Dear colleagues, kindly take your seats. Please take your seats, and I call this meeting to order. Now Lena will say a few words here. Please, Lena, you now have the floor. Well, actually, I do not see some participants in here. As I just look at the audience, they are not familiar with my character yet. And my character is very simple. No, it's just we will immediately abrogate our relations. And you have to pay everything on your own. You may leave immediately or you may stay. Whatever you want. Very simple. Okay, we've come to agreement. We've come to an agreement, haven't we? It's a very, very simple. And all democracy is gone here. We have authoritarian democracy here. And I'll tell you why. We invest so much our hard work into this each seminar. First of all, it's money. Trust me, nobody gives us money, especially, you heard previous lecture, even to study public administration, municipal administration, Mordashov and others think that they are just mad. It's for the first time this year we've agreed, I don't know if it was something signed or not by, we had a grant by Prokhorov. Regrettably, indeed, this is the case, and for this reason they call us foreign agents, but we have not registered as foreign agents, but we do receive money in grants from Western funds and foundations rather, and it's paradoxical, but this is the case. And to go on with this and prepare the conference and the seminar, if people agree to come here, they agree on our terms. Again, if I repeat, here Viktor and Igor from Vladivostok, if they traveled here, then people from Kostroma and other regions have no difference in terms of time, in terms of time zone. We agreed that we would prepare a very interesting and engaging seminar on your side. You agreed to attend and take part actively. Well, we search high and low for interesting experts. We're ready to even go to metro stations if it's interesting. So don't you please think that they are just specially pre-selected, picked. And last year, this school had a seminar in Germany, a very interesting seminar that was, and it was attended by many good, excellent experts who spoke about public participation and social involvement. And we found, out of a great number of German attendants, we found somebody, a person who actually, Adrian Pabst, whom you see here, it's the first time he's here at school. He first attends as an expert here. He delivered a very interesting presentation. He belongs to the environment of these networks of our Western experts whose opinion we trust. And as it turned out, Chris Coker, whom you would see on Friday, if I'm not mistaken, I hope you will fly in. I don't know what happens. He now teaches at the London School of Economics, and they used to be at the London School of Economics together at some time or other. In point of fact, I very strongly liked a presentation by Adrian in Germany, and we invited him to travel here to St. Petersburg to first attend this school seminar, and this is our first introduction to each other. Thank you. I want to say that he flew just to attend this 2-hour session. As I say, will you stay for some longer? He says, no, I can't, because I have university. It's such tough bureaucracy and management that I cannot miss my next class, which is the day after tomorrow. For this reason, he flew in just to attend this 2-hour session. He will deliver a presentation and then go. And he has a Russian wife. Yes, that explains. Well, I suppose I told it all about you.
Thank you very, very much, Lena, for your very warm words of welcome. It's an immense honor and pleasure to be here. I only regret that I can't stay longer, and also that I can't speak to you in your own language. My Russian is very rudimentary at best, so I won't inflict it upon you. I'll speak in English, and I'll speak as slowly as I can so that the translators don't struggle. I know a little bit from my own experience how hard it is to translate, so I'll try and be as slow and as clear as I can. What Lena said at the beginning of this session is very much in the spirit of my presentation, and that's this idea of mutual obligation, that we cannot imagine a vibrant society or a flourishing democracy without a sense of mutual obligation. And one of the main arguments I want to make is that certain forms of liberalism, as they have become dominant in Western countries, but also spread through other parts of the world, put too much emphasis on individual rights and too much emphasis on individual entitlements. And that actually we need to rebalance that with a greater sense of mutual assistance, obligations to others, and a sense of genuine solidarity. But let me start somewhere else, just to try and paint a broad picture before I talk more about public participation and what that might mean also in practice. I want to start with the idea that the crisis that we're living through is not a crisis primarily of the market or primarily of the state, but really a crisis of a new type of political and economic organization that we might call market state, as indeed scholars such as Richard Robertson and Philip Bobbitt have termed it. Why market states? Because we've seen a gradual convergence of state and market. For instance, when it comes to holding debt. Banks hold sovereign debt, and governments have had to bail out banks. So there's a kind of near-deadly embrace between the two, and of course we know what that led to in the financial crisis. But of course, state and market have always been closely intertwined. If you think of the welfare state as the prime example, on the one hand, a very important achievement because it provided certain minimum standards in case of unemployment, in case of ill health. It also extended to pension systems, social security, and so on. But of course, one could also argue that the welfare state has made capitalism more viable because the welfare state has compensated for market failure. And in that sense, it's actually allowed capitalism to continue to expand. So state and market have always been closely intertwined, but I think in the last 30, 40 years with neoliberalism, even more so than before. And I think what's remarkable about the current crisis is that for the first time we're seeing forms of resistance that are not calling for more state or more market, but in fact that are calling for more civil society. One such example is the Occupy movement, which even though it was short-lived in some ways and now seems to have faded away, made a very important point, and that is that big government and big business tend to collude. They tend to converge and collude at the expense of ordinary people, because certain economic and political elites are working hand in hand, and they're not generating the sort of growth or prosperity that would allow ordinary people to flourish. So in some sense, the crisis has seen the failure of this market state model and the resurgence of the civic, this idea that the civic, the social, is perhaps more primary than either the economic or the political. And of course, in recent decades, the left has been defending the state, the political, and the right has been defending the market, the economic, and now both have been shown to be in crisis. But of course, here we could then make the next argument, which is that what do we mean by civil society? Aren't there so many different conceptions of it? Is it not far too vague to talk about the civic or the social? And I think here the work of Michel Foucault is very interesting, because he basically makes a fundamental distinction between two different conceptions of civil society. First of all, he says that there is a civil society which is in fact invented or which emerged at the same time as the modern state and the modern market. And that's a sort of civil society that makes the modern state and the modern market function. It's a sort of civil society that provides civility, that makes us behave a little bit nicer to each other. It's a civil society that compensates for the failures of the state and the market. So it provides institutions that simply balance market anarchy and state coercion. But there's also a more fundamental, a more primary, a more organic form of civil society. And that's a civil society which is essentially a complex network of all sorts of institutions that mediate between the individual on the one hand and the state and the market on the other hand. All sorts of human organizations that have existed for almost as long as human society has existed. Anything from what we might call local community to professional associations, later trade unions, guilds, merchant and trading guilds, and all sorts of free universities, free hospitals, and all sorts of organizations that have actually provided the glue that holds society together. And it's really that fundamental distinction I want to emphasize, because when we speak of civil society, too often we run the risk of talking about a civil society that makes the current system more viable, rather than one that can transform it and can actually enable more human flourishing. But let me go into a little bit more detail, because I think there are four different models we can distinguish, four different models of civil society in a European tradition. And I think this is not just the West. I think this is something that extends certainly to Russia and beyond. So what are these four models? The first model is civil society is an extension of the state. This is essentially the idea of both Rousseau and Hegel, that simply said that there is no civil society in the state of nature, that only the state, only the social contract, can bring civil society into existence. So for Hegel, of course, civil society is effectively an arm of the state. One he thinks is very important, but nevertheless, without the state, there could be no civil society. The second model is one which we can describe as a civil society synonymous with the market. Not a market that is simply to do with profit, but a market that is essentially about human production and exchange, broadly defined. This is true for the Scottish Enlightenment, for thinkers like Adam Ferguson, Adam Smith, and indeed also for the American Republican tradition that Oleg was referring to before the break. This idea that basically we should be free to produce and to trade, and that is what civil society is all about. It's about freedom from coercion. So here the emphasis is not on the state, it's rather on the market as a mechanism for securing human freedom. The third model, which is much more recent, is this idea that civil society really is global, that it refers to all the sort of non-state actors that cooperate across borders and beyond national boundaries. There's a whole literature on it, of course, developed by people like David Held and others. David Held is a former professor at the London School of Economics, the person who arranged for some funding from Colonel Gaddafi and supervised his son for his PhD. And after the scandal broke, of course, people no longer referred to the LSE as the London School of Economics, they referred to it as the Libyan School of Economics. But that's now hopefully behind it. Christopher Coker, who is from the LSE, is still very embarrassed about this. You should ask him on Friday when he's here. But let me move on to the fourth model, and that is a model which I think is the one that's perhaps existed for longest. It's essentially this second conception of civil society that Foucault had in mind. It's the idea that civil society is more primary than both state and market, and isn't just a third sector, isn't just something global, but actually is perhaps the most primary local form of social organization. And here you could say it's a tradition that goes all the way back to thinkers like Plato and Aristotle, but of course extends to 19th century theories and 20th century theories of pluralism, including, I think, certain Russian thinkers that began to develop similar ideas. I think one could refer to Vladimir Solovyov or Sergei Bulgakov on certain aspects of this. I want to move on quickly to the advantages and limits before I move on to forms of public participation today. I think the advantage of the first one, of civil society as an extension of the state, is that it puts down a very clear legal framework, guaranteed by the state, so that people have fundamental rights. But at the same time, it runs the risk of subjecting civil society to bureaucratic surveillance and control. So there's a sense in which the state organizes civil society. It's a top-down arrangement, and I think we all know the dangers of such a model. The second one, civil society synonymous with the market, has all the benefits of individual property rights, upheld by courts, guaranteed by law, and so on, and of course also the spread of ownership. But then, of course, this runs into the danger of commodification, that we end up commodifying social relations, seeing them primarily in commercial monetary terms rather than in more primary social terms as forms of human association. The third model, civil society is sort of a global third sector, of course captures this importance that lots of social ties can be cross-border, can be transnational, that we shouldn't be confined by modern ideas of sovereignty narrowly defined in terms of a state that controls a population within certain borders. So of course this cross-border transnational dimension is very important, especially in an age where we have so many links across the world. But I think the danger of that model is that A, it sees itself as separate from state and market, it sees itself in this sort of sense of a third sector, it compensates for the failures of state and market and therefore makes them more viable. And also, it is closely linked to fairly abstract cosmopolitan values that often bear little relation to particular cultures and traditions. So it can seem for ordinary citizens very abstract and perhaps far too remote from their everyday concerns. So in different ways, all three models, I would argue, share one problem in common. And that is that they abstract from locality, from place, they abstract from tradition, and they also abstract from thick social ties, the sorts of bonds that link us to others, the forms of human association that are at the heart of all cultures and societies. The next point I want to make is that liberalism in its modern and contemporary form poses an additional danger. and rather than seeing it as a remedy for the current crisis, I would say liberalism is part of the problem. And that's because liberalism is atomistic. It very much emphasizes isolated individuals, but more fundamentally than that, it is a pessimistic philosophy. It's a pessimistic philosophy because it essentially assumes that human nature is selfish, that human nature is greedy, that human nature is distrustful of the other, and that for all those reasons, human nature tends towards violence. Now this, you might say, is an overstatement. Perhaps it's true of Hobbes, who of course makes the point that in the state of nature, there's a war of all against all, and we need the central state to impose limits on our action. We need for individuals to delegate sovereignty to the Leviathan, and then for the Leviathan to protect us from violent death, either at the hands of other individuals or indeed foreign powers. Okay, so maybe Hobbes is pessimistic in that way. Maybe it's because he lived through the civil wars and he was very much shaped by that experience, and that's understandable. But it's not just Hobbes. It's also the philosophy of John Locke, because John Locke essentially reduces human nature to a form of self-ownership. For John Locke, what makes us human is that we have the ability to own ourselves, which means that we have the ability to own our own individual substance, if you like, but more importantly, the fruits of our labor. And because we own the fruits of our labor, we can then trade in the marketplace. Now, you might say that's quite progressive, because surely that is an argument in favor of individual property rights and also in favor of labor, the fact that we actually should own the fruits of our own work. The trouble, of course, with Locke is that he also justifies slavery. So you have here, on the one hand, the liberal who emphasizes individual property rights, but who also says that slavery is fine because people have, in some sense, given up their own self-ownership, and that's their own will, and therefore it's okay. And once it's happened, sort of it can't be reversed, because then you would be stripping other people of their ownership, namely the ownership of their slaves. So clearly, if we reduce human nature to self-ownership, we run into all sorts of tensions and contradictions. And it's also pessimistic because it thinks that we can reduce human life to just production and trade, when arguably all cultures and societies are about forms of human flourishing, that we want to attain certain goods, that we want to pursue certain forms of excellence, that we have a certain ethos. And none of that, I think, is captured by Locke. But you might say, okay, maybe the Anglo-Saxons are pessimistic and they're just concerned with power and wealth, and that's just how it is. But what about the Continentals? What about Rousseau, and what about Kant? And aren't they the enlightened liberals who can help us to find a way out of the crisis? Well, again, I'm not sure, because I think there's also a pessimism at the heart of this continental tradition. And the pessimism in Rousseau is, of course, the pessimism that says that we are born free, but everywhere we live in bondage, which is essentially the first line of his work on the social contract. And what he means by that is that human beings are individually and naturally free, but the moment they live in society, they begin to be in bondage. Why? Because they begin to compare themselves to each other, then they begin to develop rivalry, competition, and competition leads to conflict and violence. And again, you need a social contract, you need to establish rules of behavior so that you don't end up in a situation of civil war, or indeed of war between nations. So there's a pessimism in Rousseau about society. So whether it's the pessimism about the individual in Hobbes and Locke, or the pessimism about society in Rousseau, it's pessimistic. And that is the fundamental point I want to make. It's, by the way, no different in Kant. Kant also suggests that individuals are in some sense free and have natural rights, but that they need the state to arbitrate against any clashes of individual rights, because naturally human beings, according to Kant, would not agree, would not come to some form of cooperation. Once again, I think there is another tradition, a more organic, a more plural form of liberalism, and Oleg's mentioned a lot of thinkers that have articulated this. More recently, in modern political thought, thinkers like Constant, Guizot, Tocqueville, but also T.H. Green, Hobhouse, and other such perhaps less well-known, but nevertheless very important thinkers. And I think the crucial difference is that they view human beings not as fundamentally selfish, greedy, distrustful of the other, and therefore violent, but rather they see human beings as both self-interested and interested in the well-being of others. They see human beings as perhaps skeptical, but not to the point where we distrust others and don't cooperate. On the contrary, most human culture and societies are based around principles of cooperation across kinship, across community, across even ethnic and national boundaries. And finally, violence is not something intrinsic to human nature. It's perhaps the dark side of human nature, but there's also a positive, a virtuous side that makes people cooperative and capable of peaceful coexistence. So it's not to deny that there can be greed, selfishness, distrust, or violence, but it's not to see them as fundamental and primary. It's to see them in balance with other human qualities, if you like, human virtues that can mitigate them. And perhaps most fundamentally of all, this sort of liberal thinking is not just pessimistic, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because it designs institutions and policies that bring about the very conditions which liberalism only assumed in theory. In other words, violence, which is the result of greed and distrust and selfishness, is the outcome of certain institutions rather than the natural condition. So you could argue that the modern state and the modern market provide certain forms of security and might provide certain forms of prosperity as well, but they can also lead to a process of coercion and of anarchy. Okay, the state uses coercive powers and the market creates anarchy around competition. And when you put those two together, state coercion and market anarchy, you very often get forms of control, forms of commodification, and you bring about distrust and violence when initially there might not have been any. So liberalism is not just pessimistic, it is a self-fulfilling prophecy, and that self-fulfilling prophecy then justifies ever greater resort to liberal institutions and policies. So it becomes a vicious circle. The more violence you have, the more you need state coercion, the more you need market anarchy in order to generate competition and so on, and it never stops. But it does stop in some ways, because liberalism undermines precisely those social bonds and ties which it views just as instrumental. It undermines them, it corrodes them, but it needs them, because without cooperation, no society can exist for a very, very long time. Totalitarianism very often runs into revolutions precisely because it ends up lacking any legitimacy, and it ends up leading to one group or class overthrowing another because its basic interests, its basic forms of respect and honor and so on are abused and trampled upon. So, in short, liberalism risks cutting off the branch on which itself sits. And that's why it needs to be transformed. And I just want to, in the final part of my presentation, talk a little bit about what can transform it. And this is essentially these forms of public participation. So 2 ideas here, really, I want to talk about in the last 5 or 10 minutes or so. The first idea is one which we can describe as associative democracy. It's the idea that we cannot limit democracy just to representation or just to participation, because both models as we know, have severe limits. Representation is crucial because we can't all be fully self-governed, but representation has one fundamental problem, and that is that the representatives end up becoming an interested party themselves. So all representatives at some point stop representing the people who elected them or who appointed them in some way and end up merely defending their own interests. That is true of all representative democracy around the world. It happens all the time, and there's simply no way of eliminating that. So the only way to try and mitigate that effect is to have other forms of democracy, which is why people say we need more participatory democracy, and I'm very sympathetic to that. But the problem with participatory democracy is that you run into problems of what exactly forms opinion, and on what basis do people make choices in, say, a popular referendum. Now, I'm not against popular referenda in general, but I think the dangers of elites manipulating opinion or of mob rule are real, and therefore I think we also need to limit the use of participatory democracy, because very often truth is the first victim of any contentious public debate. Of course, the best way to mitigate against that is to have much better informed public opinion, a much better debate, and of course that in turn requires much better education. And education is, as always, the most important way of transforming a society, but it also is something which is long-term. And while education is being transformed and in turn transforms society, we also need other mechanisms, because we can't always wait for 1 or 2 or 3 generations to bring about change. It also needs to happen in the short and medium term. And I think for the short and medium term, the idea of associative democracy is interesting, because it essentially suggests that we should be more involved in decision-making and policy-making, not just as individual citizens or as a collective, but as groups, as certain groups that represent certain legitimate interests. Again, that could be the interest of a profession, it could be the interest of a community, it could be the interests of a faith group, it could be the interests of simply ordinary citizens who associate around shared concerns. The way to make this more operational, if you like, is to say that we can't, of course, allow any group to have undue influence, because that might legitimate criminal groups or religious fundamentalists or others. So what are the criteria by which we choose those groups? Well, I think the first one is that there have to be voluntary associations, so there can't be an element of coercion. That rules out the mafia, that rules out religious extremists or sects that try and brainwash people. And I think the second one has to be that they have to be democratically self-governed. So there has to be a sense in which they already respect free individual freedom, they respect a sense of free debate, majority vote, and so on. And I think based on these 2 criteria, one can eliminate all sorts of dangerous groups, but also include groups that perhaps at the moment are outside of the formal political process. Now, in terms of reforms, what would this mean in terms of policy ideas? Well, I think it means that all of these intermediary institutions that already exist should be much more involved, whether it's trade unions, professional associations, new types of guilds, new types of businesses that essentially agree to certain rules. One such example, of course, is the idea of fair trading, where you pay the workers a higher wage and you agree to certain environmentally sustainable forms of production, and in exchange, the consumer has the assurance that the product that they're buying is of a higher, more reliable quality. Now, you might say this is only kind of democracy for the middle class and for the rich. Well, up to a point, that's true. But I think forms of fair trading are spreading so quickly, and the economies of scale are such that actually a lot of these goods are also becoming available to lower income groups. And so I don't think one can just say this is simply something for the affluent. In fact, when you look at competition, if you only compete in price and not in quality and ethos, ultimately you run into the situation where consumers are getting unreliable products, firms face litigation, suppliers become unreliable, and you basically create a vicious circle of bad business. And in the end, that is economically as well as socially and ethically unsustainable. So I think by having higher standards and paying higher wages, you can begin to create a more virtuous cycle. And the only way this doesn't work is if you only are interested in short-term profits. If you're only interested in short-term profits, it's true, everyone will try and cut corners to maximize precisely their short-term interest. But if you begin to put in place rules and regulations that privilege medium and long-term profitability, then I think you can try and break through this vicious circle of short-term profit and this race to the bottom. And you can begin to put in place a medium or long-term idea of optimizing profits and creating greater social benefit. That brings me to, actually I want to mention one more aspect on associative democracy, and that's the idea that this can extend to forms of not just consultation but also voting, that groups should be associated to formal decision making, and that could be as part of existing assemblies or it could be as part of new assemblies, that for instance at the local level, at the regional level and even higher up, you could create chambers that essentially represent certain groups according to, as I said, profession or certain social activity, certain faith groups, and so on. And that these assemblies should be able to scrutinize legislation and express a view. There are such arrangements already in different countries, and I think more hybrid forms of representation are important. Russia itself has 2 chambers, and I think representing such interest in the upper chamber would be a way of strengthening representation. Because if you reduce representation to individuals or to geography, you always get the sense that groups are left out. Right, let me move on to the second. Well, actually, there was one very final point on this, and that's the idea that in order to try and involve people in politics again, in the face of apathy and passivity, as was discussed in the last session, I think it's not wrong to consider 2 forms of compulsion. One would be to say, as citizens, people should be obliged to go and vote. But in exchange for that compulsion, of course, people should have the right not to vote for any of the parties or candidates on offer. So if compulsory voting were introduced, then people would have the right to say, I don't want to vote for any of the above parties or candidates. Because without that, of course, you would be forcing people into making a choice they don't want. And that would be intolerant and illiberal and totally unacceptable. So compulsory voting only if you also allow people to disagree with all of the candidates and parties on offer. The other form of compulsion I think that is worth considering is a form of national civic service. That in countries where you have either military conscription or you have the choice between military conscription and some other activity, I think it should now be extended to all adults between, say, the ages of 18 and 25, that they spend roughly 1 year in that period doing something essentially for their community, for their own local life at any level in the country, because I think it's part of this idea of mutual obligation, that as individual citizens we don't only have rights, and of course these rights need to be fully respected, but that we also have obligations to our fellow citizens, and that you could envisage such forms not as a way of generating artificial forms of patriotism or brainwashing people into state propaganda, but really the sense that they are doing something for their community and for their country, and that would be a way of including more people again into public life. It's also crucial for a reason I will expand upon at the end, and that is creating or promoting new elites that can actually transform the state at all levels. But I'll come back to that in a minute. Let me first, after talking about associative democracy, talk a little bit about this idea of civil economy. And that is the idea that just as the state needs to be transformed, so does the market. And the market needs to be transformed because at the moment it's a market that only works for the very few. This is not only true of, I think, transition countries or emerging markets, also increasingly true of developed economies. If you look at some of the statistics in the United States or the United Kingdom or elsewhere, you see that two forms of inequality are growing rapidly. One is income inequality, and that is usually the case, especially after a major crisis. But the other form of inequality, which is even growing more rapidly, in fact it's growing exponentially, is asset inequality. That is to say, the total wealth that individuals or households hold. So for instance, in 1974, the top 1% in America owned 10% of national wealth, whereas today, this is the statistics of 2008 or 10, the top 1% own 26% of total wealth. Okay? In other countries, the proportions aren't so extreme, but asset inequality is rising. And there's now a book by a French economist called Thomas Piketty called Capital in the 21st Century, in which he explains that the market economy, the capitalist market economy, always tends towards income and asset inequality. That is its natural position. And he says that this concentration of wealth and the centralization of power are simply what capitalism produces. And the question is, what can interrupt this? And he says, not even competition is sufficient. That basically, we need to think of forms of distributing assets. Only if we distribute assets can we interrupt this dynamic. And distributing assets basically means giving people a stake in their own business. So if you're employed in a private sector company, you would not just be earning a wage, you would be given a small share of the company capital, which, for instance, would yield a certain dividend or bonus every year, but more importantly, it would mean that if you leave the company, you would then sell that stake to someone else. And of course, you would have to build that up over a long time because you can't immediately hand over ownership to everyone, but it could be done as part of your employment, that over a period of 5 or 10 years, you begin to acquire a small share. And where this has happened, where employee ownership has been introduced, it's been very profitable, including for the business itself, because it increases productivity, it increases innovation, it increases job satisfaction, and it reduces staff turnover. And staff turnover is very expensive for companies. Even where they make hiring and firing people ever easier, it's still an expensive business because it disrupts your own business if you have to fire someone and hire someone new. So gradually introducing employee ownership would be a way. And you could also do this in the state sector. You could in fact begin to say that the state sector produces a certain amount of wealth, and actually its employees need to be associated to that. I think it's already happening with certain state corporations, perhaps even in Russia, but of course that also needs to be extended to all citizens. If the state owns important assets, like natural resources, I think it needs to make that wealth not just accessible to the budget or to certain elites that siphon off the majority of it. It actually needs to associate all citizens. And ways of doing this would be, for instance, to give people a share which they cannot simply sell and turn into cash, because that was already tried in the early 90s with vouchers that people very quickly sold off for little money. But actually, it would be a share they have over longer, which they can only partly withdraw and only for certain purposes. So you could say you can withdraw it if you want to buy a flat, or you can withdraw some of it if you want to invest it in your own education or the education of your children. So it'd have to be something which turns one asset into another one and doesn't just finance private consumption. Maybe only a very small part, maybe only 5 or 10% could be used for certain forms of consumption. And finally, on this, the welfare state itself needs to be transformed from simply redistributing income to actually distributing assets as well. The welfare state won't be sustainable if we continue to subsidize the middle classes, which is what welfare does in most Western countries. It also isn't enough to get people out of real poverty because they become dependent on benefits and they can't really find a way back into work. So what we need to do is we need to give people assets that enables them to have greater security and to also have incentives to work. So for instance, giving all 18-year-olds a certain sum of money, which again they could use either for education or for buying property. If you set up these savings accounts for children and you build them up over 18 years, where for instance you encourage parents to give a certain share and the state contributes independently of that as well, you can actually build up some considerable assets over time. But all of this requires a medium and long-term perspective, and that, of course, is the whole point. Liberalism has become very short-term, and that is perhaps the greatest danger. So let me come to the end, and I just want to give 2 or 3 short indications of perhaps how some of these ideas could actually become reality. As I said before, there are some good economic reasons why this sort of transformation is needed. One is that growth is very low because we fail to innovate and we fail to share the proceeds. So we have a lack of consumption, we have a lack of innovation, and that's because certain elites essentially accrue much of the profit. So we live in a form of oligarchy that can be either more market-based, as in Western countries, or more state-based, as in emerging markets. But it's an oligarchy nevertheless. But it's simply economically not sustainable, even in resource-rich countries, because they are open to external shocks, and also the lack of innovation becomes so endemic that they will need foreign investment, they will need foreign technology at some point. Much better for elites to be proactive and to actually bring about productivity and innovation at home. Secondly, in terms of politics, what would be the incentive? Well, first of all, there is a constitutional order in many countries that would allow certain reforms to take place. There are certain laws that can be used, or indeed pressure can be put on the state to adopt new laws. And you might say, well, perhaps that's utopian because the governing elites are simply not open to this. And in many cases, that's true. But I think it's also the case that in most countries, change comes about when elites connect with forms of popular mobilization and organization. And I think no country can imagine a situation where you don't bring about change through this kind of crucial link. So in other words, it's not just about resistance to existing elites, nor is it about a popular revolution that can overthrow a whole system. It's rather about connecting people to elites in a way that makes actually the survival of the elites much more likely. I think in the end, most corrupt elites find themselves out of power much earlier than they think. But perhaps the more important point here is that you need to create the conditions in which new elites can emerge, political parties can function, the whole legal constitutional order can have meaning. And basically the conditions for that, of course, are a vibrant civil society with education, with forms of participation and so on. But perhaps more so than that, what enables this process really to transform a state and a market is the role of creative minorities. And by creative minorities, I don't mean self-appointed elites. I mean essentially groups of people who, through various reasons, on account of talent, on account of possibility, can essentially take ordinary people and a whole country with them. These are creative minorities in all sorts of different areas. There could be creative minorities in localities. There could be creative minorities in professions. There could be creative minorities within the state, within the media, within business. and they are not mutually exclusive. People can be members of various creative minorities, as it were. They are not in any way based on hereditary privilege or other forms of exclusion. But it's through the action of creative minorities that societies can actually change course. It's very hard to wait until you have a popular mobilization on such a scale that you can transform a whole state system in a peaceful way. I think to say that would be to say that we have to wait for the long term, and we all know what Keynes said about the long term, namely that we will all be dead. So while we prepare for long-term profound transformation, it's up to creative elites, creative minorities and new elites to try and chart a course. And I think liberalism, as I suggested in the first part, risks undermining the very social bonds of cooperation that all societies need. And I think the task ahead is to create forms of civic bonds and cooperation that can enable both the state and the market to move away from a concentration of wealth and a centralization of power towards greater public participation. Thank you all very much.
Итак, коллеги, мы переходим к...
Now just we are moving over to the discussion, so we have about half an hour for the discussion. So don't forget to introduce yourself. Moscow, Chekhov.
The lecture, it was very interesting and I enjoyed it a lot. And my question will be about the fourth model of the civil society. I think such understanding of civil society leads to a problem of legitimation of the modern state and the modern market. We know that, for instance, Jürgen Habermas spoke about the problem of the crisis of legitimation, and there is some works of him concerning this problem. What do you think on this issue? Because we know that during the past 2 centuries, civil society played the dominant role in the problem of legitimation of the state and the modern market. So what your thoughts about it, and how we could resolve the problem of the crisis of the legitimation? Thanks a lot.
That's an excellent question. Thank you very much. It's perhaps the most important one, because in too many debates, the focus has been mainly on legality. And of course, we know that legality alone can never be the foundation of any vibrant society. I mean, Max Weber himself already made crucial distinctions about sources of authority and sources of legitimacy. But I think rather than following a Weberian route, which in the end, I think, always sort of opposes tradition to reason, basically, and then says we need to kind of choose instrumental reason because other forms are too problematic, too dangerous. I think rather than going down that route, I think we need to take the idea of popular assent, of popular consent, much more important again, much more seriously again. And what I would mean is essentially to say that instead of looking at just a separation of power in some kind of arrangement, we need to look at, again, ideas of mixed constitution. Let me explain very, very briefly. The problem with separation of powers in the modern sense, you know, all the way from Montesquieu to the US Constitution and the French Republican model, the problem is that you have one of 2 outcomes. Either you have paralysis, different branches of government block each other, and we see this regularly in America. If the Democrats hold the presidency and the Republicans Congress, then we often end up in a stalemate without any real reforms. Or else, you have one of the branches of government that dominates the other 2. And that tends to be, over time, the executive branch. And I think neither is a desirable outcome. So what do we need? We need essentially a mixed constitution where different forms of authority can play their part. And a mixed constitution is based on the principle that you have some form of central authority, the one that could be a presidency or a constitutional monarchy or other forms. You have the many, which would be essentially the people, and you also have the role of the few, the role of groups and elites in the way that I suggested that can actually influence this. I don't think we can reduce legitimacy to any one form. So it's not about just having legitimately elected presidents or governments. It's not just about having legitimately elected parliaments. You also need to give citizens as individuals and as groups a way of shaping decisions and of shaping power. And I think that means involving them. And it means that legitimacy will only be the case if a state and market system has the support of its citizens, both as individuals and organized in groups. And if we forget about groups, then I think legitimacy will never be the case. Because if you reduce citizens to individuals, we know that state and market can easily control individuals. But groups, because they have greater autonomy and because they have greater ability to act, are more difficult to control by state and market. That's why they're so crucial to legitimacy.
Так, сударыня, пожалуйста, вы. Да.
Thank you, Natalia Androsenko. I liked very much your what you posited at the end of the lecture about the small creative groups that change the shape of the state and the market and the society, those creative groups. But I think that there is one catch and one danger, one threat, that there is an interesting transformation of democracy as a dictatorship of the minorities. And they're from these small creative minorities. They're very creative, and so they're drivers, they're locomotives, so we can see it. So then the small, it works. But any group, any creative minority, because for the mere fact that it's small and creative, it's a minority, has led to dictatorship. And you can see it at the international relations international relations in Russia, because some ethnic group, because it's a minority, because in a more privileged position, just being a national minority is then a national majority.
Again, I think that's an excellent point. And I think what's interesting here is that it mirrors the other danger of representative democracy, which is that you have an elective dictatorship, that once you elect people and you give them a mandate, for the duration of their mandate, they can pretty much do what they like because there are so few checks and balances on their actual power. So I think the danger of having forms of dictatorship linked to democracy are very, very real. And of course, it was already Plato and Aristotle who warned us about those very dangers. That's not to say that we should abolish democracy. That's the wrong conclusion. But I think the diagnosis that democracy is compatible with forms of dictatorship is absolutely right. So whether it's a dictatorship of elected representatives or indeed a dictatorship of small groups, I think is very real. What's the solution to this endemic problem? I think the solution would be to say that rather than talking about liberalism or other ideologies and so on, I think it's more important to remember traditions of constitutionalism. That constitutional rule, in a way, is the more fundamental point. Because liberalism is a modern ideology which essentially inherited a lot of principles from a long constitutional tradition. And liberalism never invented liberty, it never invented equality, it never invented any of the values that it nowadays claims a monopoly on. It essentially inherited these values from antiquity, the late Middle Ages, the Renaissance, and so on. But the important point here is that constitutionalism means that you recognize different powers in society and you give them a constitutional status where they have to play by certain rules. And what this means, for instance, is that I think you give a constitutional status to groups, which means that they don't only have power, they also have real responsibility, and they can be held to account. So you don't just open up democracy to groups, you bind them in such a way that they also have to abide by rules. Now, of course, the question is, how do you enforce those rules? In other words, how do you bring about a state that actually plays by the rules it enacts? That, of course, is the single most important question. I think here you simply need to build up institutions that can constrain the powers of individuals and groups. And such institutions would essentially be institutions that, again, associate many more people, because the more people you associate, the harder it becomes for individuals or groups to dominate those institutions. But it basically means that you have to do all this from the bottom up, of course, but also you need elites at the top that can actually, through leadership, bring this about. I mean, through virtuous leadership, not through domination. And that in turn requires that you essentially connect elites to popular movements. I don't think we can only hope for elites to solve this problem or only for ordinary people. I think we need, again, stronger links between the two. Because I don't believe that all elites are necessarily corrupt. I think they can be corrupted by power, as we know. They can be corrupted by wealth. But I think there are also people in leadership positions who genuinely want to do good. And I think the way for them to do good is to be linked to ordinary people and to be constrained by institutions. So I think the answer is a constitutionalization, giving constitutional status to groups, bringing them into power, making them more responsible, and not letting either elected representatives or these small minorities dominate.
Коллеги, я хотел бы сказать, что
Colleagues, please, even those who sit by the wall or the windows, you're welcome to participate so that we do not confine ourselves to those who sit next to the microphones. Yes, please. Yes, madam. Елена Klюшникова from the Altai. Coercion to participating in the elections, or if not coercion, but then urging. The soldiers vote, the patients at the mental asylums vote, the presidents at the penitentiary establishments vote. But what are the civilized ways of urging, if not coercing, people to vote?
I think a very good point, and a difficult one to answer. I think first of all I would say, of course, in an ideal world, I would prefer that people freely decide to go and vote because they think of it as a civic duty. So that would be the ideal situation. But I also realize that that's simply not the situation we're in. Whether it's more established democracies or younger democracies, we find that there's a lot of apathy, there's a lot of passivity, there's a lot of alienation. There's a lot of discontent. There are people who simply refuse to vote, not because they're cynical by nature, but because they are completely disillusioned. I mean, just to give you one brief statistic, the former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, when he was re-elected for a third time in 2005, his party, the Labour Party, got 36% of the vote in that election, which basically meant that he only had 24% of everyone who was eligible to vote. But with a share of 24%, so less than a quarter, his party achieved a parliamentary majority of 66 seats, which in the British Parliament is a very solid majority, and that basically gave him power for another 4 or 5 years. And I don't think we can call it representative or generally democratic. So the lack of, voter turnout in most countries is on a historical decline. There are certain exceptions, but on the whole, the trend is towards decline. Party membership towards, again, the trend is towards decline. And I simply don't think we can hope that over time people will come to their own senses. I think a form of compulsion would make sense to try and re-engage people with politics and also to re-engage politics with people, which is the more important part. And I think, of course, there will have to be exceptions. I mean, you're not going to force, people who are too ill to go to the ballot box to vote. I mean, you could introduce postal voting, you could introduce even electronic voting with very, very strong safeguards. So I think there are ways of dealing with the exceptions. But the point is that we need to re-engage politics with people. And I think voting is a crucial part of this. And hopefully going to vote is also a way of signaling to people that they can and should be involved much more, even on a more regular basis. But I also realize that there is a certain illiberal dimension to this. I just don't think appealing to a sense of duty in the current situation will be sufficient, which is why I think some form of compulsion, at least for a certain period, will be necessary.
Коллега, вот 4-й ряд, пожалуйста. Да-да-да, у стеночки. Прошу. К микрофону называйтесь.
Lev Khanov, Evgeny from Kostroma, talking about the citizens participating in the government, municipal or regional. I think one of the problems is that with respect to Russia, we still have a domineering paternalist model whereby people are waiting for the centralized government to solve all their problems, which is reflected in the bloated budgets and the bloated social budgets, and the government is availing of that situation because people are waiting for the government to come and solve their problems, and thus the government bloats the social expenses, or else the regional authorities meddle with the municipal government, and so this is a vicious circle. The question really is how to break this circle, and if it is possible in the Russian reality.
Yes, I think that's absolutely right. And as you suggest, that vicious circle seems almost impossible to, or it seems almost impossible to break it. I suppose the reason why I think it's not impossible after all is because it seems to me Russian culture in general and Russian political culture in particular is many things, but it's not so cynical as to think that nothing can ever be done. There might be a fair measure of skepticism, there might be cynicism in certain sections of the population, but I'm not sure that that cynicism is so deeply seated that not even creative minorities and groups can shift it. I think, and this was also mentioned in the previous session, if people actually get involved in terms of petitions, if they're actually lobby democratically for greater involvement, if there is pressure from the bottom up to say the current system isn't sustainable, the elites that benefit from it are so small that in the end, the system could break because the small elites are taking so much out of the system, then I think there might be a way of bringing about some change. I can't give you any answers to the exact way this might come about. You know your own country and your own regions and localities infinitely better, and I would never want to suggest that outsiders can come in and tell you what to do. On the contrary, I actually think that initiatives such as this school, all sorts of programs that aim to educate people, a much greater flow of information and knowledge through the internet, social media, and other forms, I think is part of creating the conditions for such change. I think educating the future elites will be key, because people who are in this room might well be in positions of power and influence at some point in their lives. They might already be in power in such positions, or they might join either the state apparatus or businesses in the near future. And I think it's not impossible to bring about that change, precisely because I think some of Russia's best traditions are precisely to marry a certain idealism with a certain realism. I think Russia is not purely idealist as a culture or in terms of its philosophy, nor is it purely realist. I think it's a blend of both. It has a certain romantic tradition, which is not kitsch, which is not sentimentalist, but actually believes that people can do good and that we can mitigate against human vice and the dark sides of humanity. And I think if that can be mobilized, then I think there is realistic hope for genuine change. As I said, I don't know about the mechanisms, but I think the possibility is clearly there, and I think initiatives such as these demonstrate that there's ample potential, because one thing you have that other countries don't have in the same way is a huge potential in terms of what economists call human capital. Incredible innovation, incredible creativity across, the natural sciences, the social sciences, the humanities, the arts. I mean, the reason why people find Russia fascinating, again, aren't to do with kitsch. It's not because they are, sort of pretty pictures somewhere, or because, people like certain Russian consumer goods. That's because, that's why people are fascinated with America. But maybe that's far too superficial. The reason why people are fascinated about Russia, and I think for the right reasons, is because it has a high culture. It has a culture that is essentially about excellence. It's a culture that is about certain virtues. And I think if that culture can once again become more mainstream in terms of education, in terms of training elites, then I think there's genuine hope.
Сударыня, напротив эксперта, пожалуйста.
Good morning. Anna Tsiganova from the Higher School of Economics. I would like to get back to the question about compulsory voting. Do you not think, and if we could talk about this a little further, do you not believe that any compulsory voting is an aberration of freedom? Because a citizen certainly has the luxury of opting between voting or non-voting. And in 2011 and 2012, many citizens opted not to vote because voting by itself or the turnout of voters is a sign of legitimacy, and so many voters opted not to vote, not to back this regime. So do you not believe that compulsion may even lead to greater machinations with the in countries with non-institutionalized democratic mechanisms?
Once again, I think it's a very, very good objection, and one which I think one has to take extremely seriously. Because the last thing, of course, we want is for ruling elites to instrumentalize elections any further. I suppose there's no one overriding reason why I'm a little bit skeptical about the argument. And that's because it seems to me there's a basic assumption, and it's an assumption I disagree with. And the basic assumption seems to be that somehow citizens can be so free as to choose not to act as citizens. Or if you like, to put it in slightly milder terms, that freedom overrides certain forms of civic duty and obligation. And I think, whilst of course freedom is absolutely essential, we do need to find a better balance between freedom and duty. That's not to say that somehow duty should override freedom, but it seems to me when it comes to voting, that you don't vote for a regime, you vote because you're the citizen of a country in which you're eligible to vote. And you cannot reduce the entire public sphere and the entire political system to the ruling regime, even if the ruling regime seems so overwhelmingly powerful as to monopolize it all. But the point about compulsory voting is that you would, at the same time as making it compulsory, say that there would be the option for all citizens who vote to say that they don't want to vote for any of the above candidates or parties. In other words, you would give people a very clear way of disagreeing with the whole offer on the ballot paper, and in that sense also to express their deep discontent with the current political system. Because if you're not voting for any party or any candidate, you are expressing precisely that discontent, which is otherwise expressed in demonstrations and other forms of mobilization that I think are crucially important. And I don't think voting excludes any form of demonstration or protest. On the contrary, the two things can very well go together. The reason why I think compulsory voting, after all, merits consideration is because it means that the ruling regime cannot ignore the people who don't vote. It means that they cannot brand them as anti-patriotic, which is very often what happens. It means that the ruling regime cannot say these people are probably so happy that they just don't bother to go and vote, or to say that they're all subversives who want to overthrow the entire state system and all of its institutions. I think it would actually force the ruling regimes to respond much more to that discontent. But again, I do take your point about freedom. I don't in any way want to suggest that freedom is subordinate to duty. But I think it's the balance between freedom and duty that I'm interested in. And I wonder whether maybe by having compulsory voting with that option of not choosing any party or candidate, we might get some way towards that balance.
Коллега, прошу вам слово.
Yes, sir. A question? No, I did not raise my hand, but I do have a question. Well, if you didn't raise your hand, why did you decide to ask a question then? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah. Thank you for your very interesting lecture. Please introduce yourself. Alexander Chukayev from the Tula region. You spoke about motivation, among other things. How do you think it is possible to motivate citizens for solving problems of local significance, say, on the municipal level?
A crucially important question. It seems to me that apathy and passivity are not intrinsic to human nature, but are the outcome of a certain set of institutions and policies. So it's a bit like the argument I tried to make about liberalism. If you have greed, selfishness, competition, and violence, it's not because human nature is always like this. It's because certain institutions are conducive to it. So I think at the moment, if people aren't mobilizing, and don't look like they're sufficiently motivated to act in their local community and to try and do good where they live, it's not because intrinsically they are apathetic or passive. It's because I think the system at the moment is completely biased against it. So the question is how you transform a system so that people feel they can actually make a difference. And I think in part it's having all the top-down reforms that we always talk about, that you need to respect individual freedoms, you need to respect property rights, you need to get rid of abuse of power and corruption and so on and so forth, and all the prescriptions that I think we're all familiar with. But I think instead of just waiting for those to happen someday, I think mobilization will also be able to make a difference. I think if people associate together where they live, and begin to act together, I think they will see that things can change. I mean, just to give you one small example. Very often when people are part of housing associations, they can achieve far more when they act together than if every individual owner or tenant tries to do things themselves. So I think housing associations, are key because they actually bring people together. Everyone who lives in a communal flat, that is, a flat as part of a block of flats, has some shared interest with their neighbor. And whilst, daily life is incredibly hard and people have little time and little energy, nevertheless, they will be able to associate and mobilize around that. When it comes to education or health or transport, people have very clear shared interests. And I think if one can speak to those shared interests, then I think there might be a way of saying if people act together, they will no longer be faced with the same system which essentially takes their apathy and their passivity for granted and can rule because people aren't mobilizing. So I think the best response to a system that doesn't want people involved is to get involved, because that's the one thing the system at the moment doesn't expect and doesn't really want. And I think in that sense, initiative is key. Of course, in times of economic and social hardship, it's very hard to do this. Again, it's hard to find a way out of people being trapped in forms of poverty or very, very low income. But I do think there are people in each community who have the resources and who can mobilize and bring other people on board. And again, it goes back to the point about creative minorities. The exact mechanisms is, is something I wouldn't know enough about in your town or in your region. But I think you'll find that there will be certain traditions that can help that. And I think links to other towns, to other communities where perhaps such mobilization is already happening can also be key. Because if you build links between communities in similar circumstances that can learn from each other, that can learn from prior experience, and I think, again, you are maximizing your own resources. So maybe these are some small suggestions.
Коллега, третий ряд, пожалуйста.
Please, a colleague from the third row. Remember to give your name. Eduard Amirov from Bashkortostan. Mr. Pabst, my question to you is, in my view, the strength of Western countries, of the Western civilization, is about control that civic society exercises over the government, over the authorities. And my question is here. This is what elites have to pay for calmness, for being, in order, in calmness, or the members of the global government or government of Europe? Or is it an achievement that you reached as the people, wide masses in the West struggled for, and this is just like a byproduct of this?
Sorry, I'm not sure.
Еще раз я повторить?
Shall I repeat, please? Certainly, please repeat. Well, my question is this. This control of civil society that it exercises over its elites, over the governments, over the authority, what is it? Is it what the elites have to pay back to the people for people being obedient and calm? Or is it an achievement that people achieve in their fight, in their struggle, in pursuing some activities? Sort of the question is it a compromise or is it...
I think in some ways one would have to say it's both. Because, of course, there were various popular and even revolutionary struggles to overthrow corrupt regimes like the Ancien Régime in France, or, long before that in England, an autocratic absolutist king in the form of Charles I. But I think increasingly today is a sense in which power has again reverted back to very, very small groups and elites who are largely unaccountable. And that's because states, as I said at the beginning of my talk, are very often in collusion with big business, and also because people in politics and at the highest levels of politics in Western countries are not there by the will of the people, but because there's a certain process that favors them over others. So if you take the United States of America, it's very hard to argue that anyone can make it to the presidency. That's a myth we all know is clearly false, because nowadays you need to be able to raise about $1 billion in order to win the nomination of your party and run for the presidency. And not every citizen has the ability to raise that kind of money. In other words, you have to come from certain circles already, and these circles aren't necessarily circles that are particularly interested in popular assent and support. They're very often circles that represent very, very narrow interests. As I said earlier in the British case, if you can win a parliamentary majority with less than a quarter of the popular vote, then clearly this is not something that we can call representative. I think the only reason why, until recently, this system more or less worked is because you had certain rules of behavior that people either explicitly or implicitly agreed upon. And basically the rules of behavior were that most people, most of the time, play by at least the law of the land, so people more or less respect the law, and when they don't, they have to face penalty. Or even if they circumvent law, and even if there is crime and corruption, nevertheless, the benefits of the overall system are sufficiently widely shared so as to more or less keep the population calm, as you said. Of course, the trouble with this sort of social contract is that it's only really applied to 2 generations. It's only really applied to the generation after the First or after the Second World War, and then the baby boomers more recently. But it's not clear this applies to this generation or the next, because at the moment you have so many people who are young, who are out of work and out of education, and you have so many people who face a much more precarious life and who won't have the same prosperity and stability as their parents or grandparents. And when you have the opposite of progress, a lot of things can change in a country very, very quickly. And I wonder how long the Western model in its current form can continue if there isn't strong growth and if there isn't a sense that elites can be constrained. I think we're seeing forms of semi-criminal behavior by political and economic elites in the West which are not sustainable for very long, unless, of course, they use more state coercion and more market anarchy to try and regulate all this. But I think in terms of social conflict, I anticipate much more potential for social conflict in Western countries in the next years and decades, unless something changes quite radically.
Коллеги, я прошу извинить меня, но больше...
Dear colleagues, I apologize. I know your interest, but given the time frame and given that you have to abide by the law, I will try to do all I can to follow the letter of our time schedule so they could have some time and draw a breath. So the only thing I have to do is just to draw your attention on the most important idea, as I think, of the main thrust of the publication of that democracy is not something that is carved in stone. No, as we tend to think. No, it's not built once and forever. No, once upon certain axioms. No, it's built on certain theorems that you have to prove and prove again. And in my view, this is something we have to bear in mind, and especially in the countries which, like Russia, let's call a spade, are just fledgling in democracies and or pretending they're pledging democracies. So I would like you to thank our distinguished expert. Well, enjoy your meal, and we are back here in 1 hour. Thank you.
Ребят, можно за стол рассаживаться уже, пожалуйста, не рассасывайтесь по залу, вам же самим неудобно. Садитесь локальнее, компактнее.
Please take your seats. It's everything you see in row 3, 4. This is for the guests who come and go. That's why we're free in taking your seats around the desk and on the second row, or wherever you feel comfortable. Dear friends, could I have another just moment of your attention? Well, you may have seen that as you enter this room, you see some books to the left. As you see, the school has a big publishing program, and we issue several books, and these are truly unique and rare books which you would hardly ever find in other publishing houses. Please mind you that next they cost symbolic price anything between 100 to 250 rubles, but we don't accept cash, so you can take any book and then take a receipt, and on this receipt you can see special procedure how you can pay for this book online. It's done either at our website or use this receipt and go to any Sberbank branch. So please, the prices are there, available. Indeed, it will be a great help in your work, in your family. So please, if you're interested in something, and write to me, and we'll be happy to post it to you, or during our regional seminars. You can pre-order for the summer. So that's it.
Я вообще могла бы
I actually could tell you a remarkable story, and I think this would have been a story that would be the best story, that would produce greatest effect during the seminar, but Jutta requested that I should not share it with you. And since it's my friend who asks me not to, and I gave my word, then I must keep my word. And I want just to say that at home, my mother, who died 13 years ago, she always said, and she always thought, well, tomorrow or one day, whenever Jutta will come as a guest, and it was really a holiday at home, a special event at home. Jutta just entered our life in the late 1980s. No, in the early, or was it in mid-1980s? 1985. 1986, sorry. And she stayed there not just as a memory, but as an important element. In recent years, we are so busy. She is busy doing what she does. we are busy doing something, all things related to the school, and sometimes we see one another less and less. And I want to tell you that in your presence, I know for sure that there are at least 2 or 3 or 4, no, let me put it this way, 5 or 3, so it should be an odd number, strings sort of in another heart and in another mentality that are strung in such a way that you find are the closest to you. And you know exactly that your outlook, even at small details in this world, and this idea that justice and fairness, you will find this full reciprocal understanding in your soul, let alone about intellectual. And intellectually, they talk with Jura. To me, she talks about the soul. She had heart talks. And I'm very grateful to her that it's so great that in France there is a ethnic German woman who I find is so close to me, that she's closer than many people of my and not my generation who speak Russian, who lived through one historic biography with me. And sometimes you cannot find the same empathy in people that live in the same country. But with Jutta we have this empathy. She didn't allow me to share with you the story of how we met, but here you will have the pleasure of hearing one of the finest researchers of Russian intellectual thought and this great understanding of intelligentsia. And I find intelligentsia is when there are no institution, otherwise they are called intellectuals. But Jutta is studying intelligentsia as a phenomenon, a true phenomenon of Russian life. I recently told it Yura Pivovarov, he said, intelligentsia is the biggest achievement and best thing we have, because through intelligentsia, this is a tool through which we construe civil society, build civil society. And he's a great historian. I don't know what Nikita Sokolov will tell us, but Jutta will tell you just remarkable things. She's very nervous here because it has been quite a while since she last spoke Russian, but now she will present in Russian. Thank you very much, Lena, for these touching words. I feel really ashamed after this, and I'm very sorry that I speak Russian, so my Russian is so poor. I'm one of those Western historians who could never work in your archives before Perestroika, because they never accepted my credentials, and that's why my knowledge of Russian is more passive. I certainly read a lot in Russian, but I have few chances to speak. So please, I apologize for my poor Russian. I will deliver my presentation, I will read it, and I hope you will understand my Russian with my German accent. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you here in the district of St. Petersburg, because my topic touches upon problems of memory in society. And what I wanted to do, I would like to open my presentation going back to the memories of the past of your city. I would like to go back to the 1970s. Oh, sorry, it's an anniversary, 70 years since the siege of St. Petersburg was lifted. It happened on the 27th of January 2014. And before the German parliament, we heard a speech by Leninburg and St. Petersburg writer Daniil Granin, as a man who, as he characterized himself, as a man who personally survived these events of the Second World War. And he began his speech with saying that he's now living in another country, and he was quite reluctant. He's reluctant to go back to the events of that war, and he feels a great desire to somehow come down these memories. But at the same time, he understands, since he was invited to Germany, he committed to bear witness of the truth without any distortions or any embellishments. He remembers his first trips to Germany back in 1956. At a press conference at that time, he was asked, "What are the feelings that you evoked in you by this visit?" He answered that I'm quoting, "When he's in Germany, when he meets people of his age, then for him there's a meeting between people who were deceived, who they had shot into me so often, but they missed me. At the time, while I was shooting at them, and I also missed." Today, the experience of Granin's generation, it just completes and rounds up relations between Germans and Russians, and this is the heritage to other generations. This, what we call in Germany, reprocessing the past, reworking, rethinking, reliving the past. And in France, this memory, this work, Travail de Mémoire, it's called, it's all based on experience and reminiscences of different generations, and serves to analyze and evaluate the past of these countries. Their outlook, it means an outlook of the generation on the past war, certainly influences not only what they have and how they will shape the today, they will also how they will shape the future. It will influence the position of society towards historic memory and painful pages of the past. That is not built on orders they received from the top, not on the official version of history and memory. In a pluralistic society, it's rather various public social groups and not policy that goes from top down, that announces events to analyze and remember lessons of the past. Government prescriptions will not be able to awake the historic conscience and for historic injustice, or by improving the perspectives. To do so, you need to travel a long way, long path, long way of understanding that often goes through the experience of generations or even through the change of generations. It's only then when we'll be able to make state policy history. May I please give you examples from the history of countries that I find many close, that is Germany and France. At Nuremberg court trial, this was organized by the States of Anti-Hitler Coalition that took place between November 1945 to October 1946. They were not accepted by most Germans. That means that the people who not only took part in the war, but also was responsible for the doings of Nazi. At that, they argued that they appealed to the grievances of the German population, and the absolute demolished. They spoke about forced resettlements of Germans and the trauma of soldiers who lived through ordeals of the war, as well as on the grief of orphans and widows. For all of them, they were all victims of Hitler and his policies and post-war policy pursued by the victors, by the winners. 60 years after that, in 2005, in downtown Berlin, the capital of the United Germany, they erected a monument to Jewish victims who died in Europe as an expression of joint collective memory of the people who committed a crime. The idea of this monument rose of an initiative by a German civil society. It's only after this initiative took place, only then the German parliament adopted a resolution about erecting this monument. There we also see a certain foundation which, well, before today is still collecting money to build a draft, the design of room where they would write down the names of the murdered Jews and where they would read out their life history. I just gave you two examples. That is a long and odious way you have to travel, so that the memory of Holocaust should take part in German political culture, as often Chancellor Angela Merkel remembers. What was mattered mostly in searching for a new German identity, that was the change of generations. In this sense, an important role was played by a generation for whom policy by Willy Brandt in Eastern Europe and his kneeling before the monument to the victims of Nazi on the place of the former Warsaw Ghetto in 1970 became an important sign as they traveled to rethink history, and a gesture of deep repentance on the crimes that were committed. But not all Germans, far from all Germans, agreed to this gesture, to this deed. I would like to say that how important it was that an exhibition of the crimes of German army Wehrmacht that took place in all cities of Germany in the late 1990s. This exhibition was questioned self-understanding of a whole generation, and pointed out that genocide and crimes of Nazi took place with the collusion and full awareness of millions of Germans, normal citizens who didn't fight. In other words, when they changed generations as well as the meaning of the generation 1968, it means it's my generation, we seriously influenced in Germany so that the urge for a deeper, more profound rethinking of history should be a part of official policy towards our past. In France, this is a path that was not easy either. Deconstruction of the myth of resistance that for a long time served something that brought together the nation against the notion of French identity. It was resisted for quite a while. So in the late 1970s, 1980s, we began to speak about the collaboration of the French regime in Vichy, where the German conquerors, and especially about the deportation of the Jews by the French. this process of finding out the historic truth. And this is something that first historians and publicists and journalists tackled, and only later it was tackled by President Jacques Chirac, who officially acknowledged responsibility of the French state for the crimes committed towards the Jews and showed the repentance on this. Another French Prime Minister spoke about the war in Algeria and facts of violence that were committed and torture by the French army. Facts that for a long while were officially hushed up, and quite later historians and groups in civil society began to talk about the need to speak about these pages of history and introduce them into the devoir de mémoire. This is something that the elder generation found absolute taboo, that was destroyed by the younger generation. In France, probably, even to a great extent than in Germany, all important subjects and solutions and decisions related to history and memory were originally touched upon by historians, which is what they have to do by working in archives, and groups of civil society. They were the first to transfer these important historical and political topics that were important for the whole nation. They moved it up to the level to be discussed in press, by the public, and to mass media. In many cases, this public discussion moved the state and government actors to adopt important political decisions that had to do with history and memory. May I just give you one example, a very important example for the society in France. When court trials took place where they tried accessories of the Nazi regime, Maurice Papon, Paul Touvier and others, then they were openly broadcast on television by many TV channels, TV channel history, and the information about their crimes became in this way known and public and known to a great vast majority of population, and first of all to school children and young people who in part could take part in these processes and who this way received a possibility to get to know the historic truth and from original source. And I'd like to draw your attention on a special feature of the French about memory. In the French Parliament, they adopted a number of the so-called law on the memory, loi mémorielle, where they introduced by many groups of victims, by the Jews, Armenians, former French colonies. As a result, they adopted the laws. In 1990, a law, a Guessot law, named by the communist delegate, law against racism, anti-Semitism and xenophobia. 91, a law introduced by a socialist deputy who acknowledged slavery and all former colonies, and they acknowledged it as a crime against humanity. And also once disputed law, which persecutes people for denying that Armenians were subjects of genocide, and many other draft laws were proposed by this French society who are afraid to acknowledge their identity. Morally and legal notion, devoir de mémoire, or working with generations' memory. In this way, they will open that can happen plays much more important role than Policy de Beauvoir. Political and critical discussions about multiple laws of memory led to the fact that 3 years ago French Parliament adopted a law to suspend took a decision to suspend adoption of such laws. You can only take resolutions which do not lead to court proceedings. This decision was taken with active work by historians, especially Pierre Nora, who became known, and in Russia too, because of a multi-volume Bouclier de Mémoire, place of memory. For him and for other historians, historic memory is not measured by laws. I really could give you examples from other countries so that I could show to you how long actually the process of mental and intellectual and cultural and first of all political changes must unravel before the society rethinks its past, and certainly it understands its responsibility for this past. First of all, change of generations makes it possible so that different privately disputable interpretations of history might exist, as was the case in Germany, as the new generation of the 1968 started to do. But I could also give you an example of other countries, or say political regimes, which after important coups or certain upheavals in their history start to construe a suitable version of the past. Like, for example, the British historian Harry Goxman called deconstruction of usable past, reconstruction of usable past. Always the question is of definitions, or is it renovation of a definition by the state political and public self-comprehension among people who live in this other country. In other words, when they want to acquire new identity. This is quite understandable and quite legitimate, but it all depends on what is the place that you give to the work with history in society, and what is the meaning of search of a new identity. I can well remember that Alexander Yakovlev back in 1992 urged to go back to history. That sounded very pathetic, but that was quite in line with an understandable aspiration to create free from ideology, a space that would be free from ideology, where both Russian and Soviet histories could be rethought and understood and interpreted beyond all the measures and criteria prescribed by the state. As a historian, I've worked for many years over topics that are related to work with history. This is what they call it in Germany. It's hard to translate into Russian. Ungarn, Mitte, Geschichte. And countries like Germany, France, and also Russia. When one time I stood in the way of Yuri Fincinakosov, I told him I will write a book about comparative perspectives. Probably he may not even remember about this, but my promise stands true, and I still mean to do it, although it will be very hard to finish this work, because in our societies we see more and more examples of something that needs to be rethought, reanalyzed in the past, as well as to make it a tool. Almost all names and analyzed examples show that the past certainly impacts the present, and even they influence the future development of our country. This is in the context I would like to remember about the recent, just several weeks ago, they found in Israel letters by Heinrich Himmler, that allow to take a personal look at the personal life of one of the most horrible criminals in Nazi. They are personal letters by Himmler. To a certain extent, they are unique. Before that, historians did not deal with personal and private correspondence among the elite of the.
And that allows a look with a new eye at the history. And probably in Russian, this is probably has a different term. And then in our societies, independent society, where the issues of memory, so there's a market situation now, so they change attitudes. It's very difficult to differ between the issues that are very important and less important, and Belinsky analyzed it many years ago. So he was saying that very difficult to divide the high from the low, and because the past is misinterpreted or interpreted wrongly. And so in France, so there were many warnings by famous French philosophers when they were talking about the memory and the oblivion, which is very dangerous. Oblivion is very dangerous for any memory, because if we forget the past, we tend to repeat it in the future. In the Western societies, so the notion of memory is much wider than the notion of historic politics, which my colleague Andrei Miller, a Russian historian, he operates with this term. And so he talks about history and politics, and he many times mentioned by Kanchinsky in connection to the historic events in Khatyn. And so Miller not only made out of isolated case, a specific historic case, Khatyn, and developed it into entire holistic concept, and the historic background and the politics has acquired special importance. So this process is controlled specifically by the state, not only by the state, but to a certain extent is manipulated by the state. In our understanding, the term politics and history is connected not so much to the politics in the narrow sense of the word, but when we look at history should not only serve politics and then it forms the dogmatic and mandatory historic outlooks for everyone. So if the history becomes the servant of politics, because the history acquires, imbibes different reminiscences, different experiences of many generations and social communities, so history accumulates not only politicians but historians, philosophers, sociologists, publicists, and at the same time representatives of the civil society with their versatile interests and strategies. This is what history is. For example, in Germany, the church or the ethnic minorities in France who actually replaced history for politics, exchanged history for politics, and which brought about very dangerous implications. So then in Germany, so there was a debate between the historians, between Nolte historian and politicians, and who said that Hitler concentration camps were a response to the Soviet Gulag, and that the war of the Germans against the Soviet Union was a liberating war, and that Stalin prepared his own war against Germany. So it was a preventive strike that the Germans had to do to make against the Soviet Union, and so that's his idea. So though, but many were against those points, those opinions. So this debate, this controversy, is still going on, and it shows how the generation participates in the thoughts and ideas, deliberations of the past. And so this is very important. So then the social responsibility awakens. It goes without saying that the state is responsible for the introduction for instillment into life certain politics and certain ideas from the history, because the state always rests upon history that it interprets. For example, so the German and French textbooks of histories for the higher schools of both countries. And sometimes so the state manipulates history, and so they interpret history from the viewpoint of the present day moment. And so in processes of the development of historic conscience, I would like to touch upon the role of experience of generations in these processes. At the same time, I can repeat certain deliberations that in Berlin. So there was a seminar last year, Lena Nemirovska's presentation. So because the generation has become of great interest not only to the historians, because the phenomenon of the generation acquires a special importance for both our politicians and our historians, because they are responsible for the public constructions of identity and historic reminiscences and historic presentations, the way the history is presented as taken from the past. And so they transfer the values and norms from one generation to another, and they create thus our political situation. So the new generations, they start asking new questions. So when they start looking at the past with more rigor and strictness than the generations of the past, because they're less tolerant. But the new generation may treat the past with less sanctity and with less respect. And so then I remember the parody on Hitler of Jewish producer Danny Levy, shot in 2007. There's a parody on Hitler, or parody on a concentration camp by an Italian producer, Lalita Bella. So the Life is Beautiful, 1997. Parody of the. So what for the older generation was an absolute taboo to ridicule the Hitler regime, or to ridicule Hitler, and so annihilation of the Jewish population, then for the younger generation becomes just a form of polemics, a form of deliberations, considerations, different statements and debate. And because they respect, they treat the past with less respect and more objectivity, and so then they actually recognize this legitimate expression of thought, and that touches upon the very sad events in our history. So learning more about history. And so for sociologists and the literature, scientists and historians and politologists, so the subject is of great interest, especially it's growing in the last several years. And Zenkin, or historian Theodor Shanin, who specifically are interested in the history of generations in the 20th century in Russia. So a Belarusian writer who writes in Russian, Svetlana Alexeyevich, in her last book, so this, the second-hand time, so the end of the Red Man. So she divides the Soviet man into the Stalin generation man, Brezhnev, Khrushchev, and Gorbachev man. So the Russian politologists that I've been reading recently, that the history of the last 10 years was the history of Putin, Gorbachev, and Yeltsin. And I'd like to draw attention to another very interesting project held in Russia that was related not to science, but with specific memory issues. So then the Olympics, so the German Foundation and Russian organization Memorial, so they originally started this Olympics, so that has been held since 1990, and the name is the Man in History, Russia in the 20th Century. So then it was a competition, not Olympics, sorry. It was a competition, it was a contest, and so between the students. So when the younger generation, they go to their next of kin, relatives, neighbors, their grandmothers, grandfathers. So they're asking questions that are of interest, and they touch upon the issues of their history, and that actually was not history for them, but was present for them. And that was held under wraps. Lots of historical reminiscences were held under wraps, and then the students dig out a lot of truth, and so they bring it up to light and take it out of oblivion. And I was a member of commission to elect the winner of this competition in Ukraine. In order to prepare to this challenge, I went through the Russian archives of Russian students, the texts of Russian students, Russian pupils, and so those are the texts that were written by historically active young people in Russia, and very, very telling. And so you can always delineate and adumbrate so the ways the younger generation behaved. And so both in Russia and Ukraine, so those reminiscences, those textbooks, the texts were amazing. They struck me as most unusual that I have ever read about the modern history. So not a single history teacher would be able to write that was provided, was given, was written by those students after they talk to their parents or their relatives. And so this is what the present generation remembers, and what the new generation forgets. And so this mixture lays the foundation for the future of the society. These are the young Ukrainians and the young Russians, give us hope for a better democratic future. And I will end up at this point. If I were a publisher of textbooks on history in your country, I would select several texts written by those young Russian students, pupils, about your past. And if I were a publisher of one historic magazines, so I would make a special edition how your young generation or young students tries to describe, understand what happened in history, and how their parents and their grandparents behaved and why. I would like to. We all think that the lecture that Yuta is reading, and when she Raginsky, Danielle from Memorial, so they are very important lectures for us, extremely important, and presentations, pronouncements, a very important food for discussion. I was looking at at you, our students, and I saw that it touches you on the raw, and so it's very emotional. But some people are indifferent. So the subject of history, the subject of interpretation of history, proper understanding, because we need to understand our history. Because if we make mess of our history, if we don't build a certain landmark, certain benchmark, and if we identify our historic past, and so we are doomed to repeat those horrible events in our history, like in mankind at the beginning of the 90s. There was an attempt to discuss what happened during the Gulag times. How could it have possibly happened? And this is amazing. I don't know why the German society continued to work along those lines, but the Russian society stopped for some reason, and they stopped discussing it. So the population almost they recognized the crimes of Gulag as a horrible crime and recognized it as such. But then I don't know how it happened. So maybe later the historian will try to explain that phenomenon. But the subject of the crime has not been isolated. The responsible and everything just kind of fizzed out into beautiful word pictures without any sharp and harsh assessment of what happened. So now we can see an attempt of rewriting the history. So where everything that the entire population condemned now is beginning to consider it as a normal stage of the development of a society. How could it have happened? How could it have happened to us? And if we portray it in that fashion, this is very dangerous. It's not that it's a big loss of life, and every family was impacted by the Gulag times, but we lost another point, which is much more important, which is called morality. We lost morality. And morality is just not how we, talk to each other, how we behave in this environment, but the morality of the society referred to the question how to limit violence, how to condemn violence, how to stop it. And because we cannot dispose of we cannot deal with our memory so the way we should, and so we're becoming the guys who are forgetting our past. What is the terror? What is the Caucasian Wars? What is the purges? What is the honest, dishonest elections? And morality is a general diaphanous social foundation. It's not tangible, but it's so politically and publicly important, morality. And that is why today's lecture of Jutta, and remembering that she is a German, and so her professor, her grandfather was drafted and sent to Russia and was killed in Russia. So Jutta, go home. So she said no. When there was a celebration, so my father died here in Russia. She said, yes, and I'm going just to stand with you and Yura here. So during those fireworks. And although my father died in Russia, it means that something just goes over our heads. There is something that we don't understand, something that we miss and we don't know what. And we are just groping in the dark. Yeah, because I am the post-war generation woman, and so I remember it's fresh for me, because the War of 1812 is history for me, but the War of 41-45 is reality for me, because but you can't possibly imagine that 100 million people lied. So how many orphans? How many villages? And there is only one public organization, Memorial, that takes care of the issue that was named Foreign Agent 2. And so only one organization, and the rest of the society, they don't deal with it. They're not interested. And I'm appealing to your generation. There's one point that I want to make, very important. because if this incomprehensible future will give birth to the incomprehensible past will generate incomprehensible future, and this is very, very important. It's like a novel, so that the writer starts to write, and then the novel starts to behave by itself, and the author, all he has to do is just to write and follow the actions of the main character. So we need to reflect this horrible crime, state crime, that made the entire nation into victims or butchers, and senseless, cruel, and bloody. And we need to do that. And if we fail to do that, if we fail to condemn that, I'm sorry for these highfalutin words, but if we don't do that, we'll be in for a bad surprise. But I was inspired by Yuta's presentation. So change of generations. Now, colleagues, Professor Scherer so opened a new subject, which for us is a constant, permanent point subject. We'll talk about history, and we'll keep discussing it at this forum, at the forums to come. The reasons are obvious. I'm not going to concentrate on them, so we still have 40 minutes. So let's dedicate to your questions and discussion. Yuta, thank you very much. My name is Primorsky Krai, Vladivostok. So what you said today, I think, is so that cannot leave us quiet, because the memory, the issues of memory and legacy and history and the way we treat it, and as Yelena was saying, so if we forget our past, it will come back again to us in the future. But my question is about, so then almost 800 years ago, in a church between the representatives of Russia and China and Germany, so the star peace was signed. What is star peace was? So could you be in greater detail about what is 800 years ago? What kind of star peace treaty was signed? So those are not my words, but those are the words of the researchers. Professor Preobrazhensky, CTO of Vladivostok, Russian Academy of Sciences in Vladivostok. So some kind of a star treaty, so signed by Russians, Germans, and Chinese 700 years ago. And unfortunately, the historians, they did not pay attention to this fact. But so 7,208. So he is counting years differently. So in 7,208, Peter the Great so signed a decree on the change of the way the time was counted. And then they falsified the history, and they imposed the Norman theory on us, so of the appearance of our Russian state. So what would you say to those people who in future would want to do the same vis-a-vis the Great Patriotic War, World War II, because in many Russian schools even now, so the history teachers, so they are saying to our children that we lost World War II and the Great Patriotic War, and that the Europe and the United States won the war. How would you treat? What would be your point if you learned about that in 200 years, 300 years? So for several people, just like Milos, Schlotzer, Bayer will want to rewrite the history, and then it will turn out that the Germans won the war. So that's very difficult to. I didn't too. I didn't understand much of it too. So the Star Wars movie, right? This is what we're talking about. I think that we need to discuss this issue after. Okay, next question. Georgia, thank you very much for your lecture, and I wanted to ask you this simple question. So you were talking that the Germans, Georgia. You talk that in France and Germany, so there's always this process of discussion of the analysis of history. In Russia, the way I see it, so there's certain taboo. Everything related to the Soviet Union and the war, everything kind of blocked. And so then the Dost TV channel, for example, that they closed down. So there was a question, maybe it would be a good idea. So for a discussion, for an analysis, to understand our past, understand our mistakes that happened, and we need to avoid them in future. So what do you think? How civil society can influence, can impact, to remove such barriers, so that we could easily, openly talk about the events of our past, analyze them, what mistakes happened, so how to avoid those mistakes, and not to sanctify, not to etch the mistakes in stone. And I live in Moscow most of the time, work in Moscow. But the last 10 years after, so they started to talk about the Soviet Union history in Georgia, and so they removed all Stalin statues. So they immediately removed them after they learned more about history. I'm not saying it's good or bad that Stalin statues were removed, but because they learned more about the history of the Soviet Union and the crimes, but people did not have can the civil society help to remove the barriers and talk openly about history? I can go into detail, but I think that you have already good foundation for the civil society, because we have your school, you have other institutions, Memorial, and there are other institutions that are extremely helpful. And so there are individuals, persons that may help, and each one is useful in her own place. And here in Russia, in Georgia, I don't know much about historians in Georgian, because I don't read Georgian. But in Russia, there are wonderful historians, so then for the young generation historians as well. So they're great. So I have wonderful publications, so lots of publications, how it really went. So I have lots of archives, good studies of history, and very high quality, immaculate quality. And so the point is that so how to deliver this knowledge, to spread them far and wide, and introduce them into history textbooks. That's the point, and to bring it to the media and to disseminate it in a greater scale. I was saying that everyone certainly can do it in different ways to do it. If I'm a teacher, for example, I can approach it differently. And if I will try to deliver this, to convey this message to the masses. But I can, because I have children, and I can talk to my kids. And I can do it just to create this atmosphere of knowledge in my inner circle, around my friends, to involve them, and so then so the party members, so they have a chance to talk about the past, because so the war party members, they knew, they were more knowledgeable about the past. And okay, Mrs. Klimovich. Please. Lyudmila Ulyanovska. We know that the human memory is selective in its nature, and the bad things are forgotten. And if at the beginning of the 90s, so when the collapse of the Soviet Union and the destruction of socialism, only just 5% of the people cried over it. But now the psychological studies say that the nostalgia about the past, for the past, Soviet past, but 25% are now nostalgic. So people who were questioned. And so what could you recommend to the Russian society so to make sure that our human memory should not forget about the negative events in our history?
That's a very interesting question, and an important one too. Let me quote an example, because I'm German, and I lived in the East Germany, then I emigrated to West Germany, and then I've now lived in France for 40 years. After the reunification of Germany, there's still this circumstance of nostalgia experienced by a number of East Germans for the somewhat maudlin feelings of the good old times. What is it that we can do in the West Germany to overcome this legacy? The irony is the response on the part of many, and that gives a very that imparts a strain to the relations between the citizens of the two Germanys. Certainly not on the overall scale, but between certain groups of people in East and West. So my response to that is the need to continue the dialogue. A society founded by the president of Germany was about having this common sessions talking about the experiences of the past, and this has been published, and I'm asking myself if this had been possible for Russia to have to construct some sort of book clubs, if you wish, or certain societies or conversation circles for people to meet and be able to talk out the experiences of their past in Russia and other former Soviet republics. I think this might be a bridge between us for a better understanding. Thank you. I'm Nina Kolkova from the Komi Republic. Thank you very much for your lecture in the first place. And my question is, once you have said that the historical experience and politics are very much interrelated, today's generation of Russians may be may have less zeal for the history. But what is your opinion about? What can you say about a situation when politics enter the school curriculum, enter the school walls? Let us take President Sarkozy's initiative whereby every elementary school pupil must have known the name of at least one child who died during the Holocaust. Well, I think that the French society is generally somewhat critical of. I think that President Sarkozy is Jewish himself, and people in the French society, some people might have thought that President Sarkozy did it for his own ends, but this was never. This initiative was never taken forward. It was never implemented into practice because many teachers at the elementary schools said that they were not prepared to implement this practice. They did not agree to take the heed of the state in what they teach. President Sarkozy also said that he was a new hero of the French nation. This attempt to propagate the new image of a French hero was also not accepted by the teachers community. Now we have different textbooks, we have different school books, we have different history. It is not a unified textbook, and what we are going to do is to see how history propagates the state-related ideas. And I think that this is the strength of a valid civil society, when the teachers may say no. I can't say that. I don't think that this would have been the case under de Gaulle. I don't think that would have been feasible under President de Gaulle. But I think that this is an evidence, a testimony to the changes in our society in France. Sergei Kovalyov from Volgograd. Sorry for being awkward. The city of Volgograd survived 3 terrible terrorist acts last year, which took away the lives of over 100 people. This is to the question of the historical memory. The problem, when the first terrorist attack happened in summer, there was this wave of patriotism. People went to patrol the streets. The vigilants were looking at each other. When the second explosion occurred, the reaction was more muted because the despair started to get into the people's psyche. This general passivity, when people started to feel that they're in the herd, ready to be axed. And then on the next day, the third terrorist attack struck, and at that time, the people were totally under apathy, at a loss. Nobody knew what to do and how to react, how to behave. In 2 to 3 weeks' time, the general attitude was like to forget it, as if that had never occurred. So we seem to live in a society where everything is okay. And that does not get into my paradigm of responsibility, because if we say that we need to have the historical memory, that means that we have to be responsible before this historical memory on a daily basis. Every morning when we wake up, we have to remember about the war, we have to remember about Gulag, we have to remember the explosions. And if we do remember about these things, then we have to forget about our zone of comfort and our self-confidence as being the most powerful country, which is winning brilliantly in the Olympic Games. It really appears that that leads to a position or a situation when the society becomes somewhat fatalistic, and people seem to be just prepared or humbled by what is to come and what is inevitable. So my question is, maybe a rhetorical question, what is to be done? Because realistically, there is no mechanism how to defend each other, how to protect each other, because there is no enemy. An explosion took place, there's no enemy, there's nothing that can be done, and people get despondent before the face of this danger. Thank you. I'm very grateful to you. I'm very, very grateful to you for a very good comment. Of course, I can't give an answer to what was a more of a rhetorical question, as you said. But what I had said earlier, no, nothing is to be forgotten. I think that if you have clubs or circles of friends, if there are people who are like-minded, there are those whose opinions you're ready to share, then this is always the beginning of a civil society. Then you can discuss with these people some questions of common importance. And ask yourselves about the reasons for your successes and failures. The terrorists and the terrorist acts may have causes, and they do have causes. I'm a historian, and of course, for a historian, we have to try and understand why something happened. Of course, I cannot give a recipe, but what is important is to be able to reflect. Why is it that something happened? Who are the people who had perpetrated these terrorist attacks, who had committed these horrible crimes? Are there motives? Or is it just the penchant and the nihilism, the absolute thirst for destruction? I'd always thought, and to me it is probably, we always discuss this, that with my students, I have students around me, you have other work, you have job to perform, but we have friends. We have to discuss these questions most freely and in a relaxed way. But I know I'm not myself satisfied with my answer, but that's all I can say. And I thank you for your question. Anna Ulyanova, please. Thank you very much. Anna Ulyanova from Yaroslavl. I'm a historian. Thank you, Mrs. Scherer. Thank you for reminding us that children's emotions and feelings are probably the most vivid that we have. Our children who are gathering information. There was a time in the Russian emigration circles who had been collecting and cherishing the memories of the lost motherland, of the lost Russia. And what I would like to ask you about is that emotions in many cases are very important, and our emotional impressions are the most vivid and immediate. But it happens so that history is not just about history, but it is also about facts. How can facts be agreed with the emotions? I ended my presentation with an emotional note myself, and when talking about your school children, and one of the important things is to be able to study history in terms of the events, as Range, the great German historian, said, as to try and analyze what happened, and then immediately to try and understand the causes, the contextualization, putting historical events into the context, how something might have emerged, what might have been, who might have been the actors and the stakeholders and the concerned persons and groups. So if I can show to a student, a historian, as an historian, this is not an abstraction, this is not something detached. We have to try and understand what causes might have brought to some events, extrapolating our own experience. So when we talk about people, about their history, this might be a way to try and understand several pathways of our of our development. In the public, both in France and Germany, in the past years have a great interest in the genre of biography. Biography of political figures, public figures, and it is of such great interest because people want to know more about the lives, both inner and external, of other people, of people that they either admire or hate. And I think that this interest for biography, this individual approach towards history, towards the historical actors, will embrace both the horrible actors like Hitler and Stalin or Ho Chi Minh, and also the more positive, the lighter side of the human history. Thanks. Denis Grekov from the Altai region. There's a joke about Russia being a country with the unpredictable past. This joke is provoked by the fact that history in Russia is often viewed as an ancillary discipline which either justifies or condemns the current political moment, the propaganda, and performs the role of a servant to the state and the current government. My question is, if there is a mechanism that you might think of, a mechanism that the civil society might use to retain, to preserve this objective or relatively objective nature of its historical memory, because of course most people are not professional historians, they're not they do not read the sources, the archives. What can be done to withstand this absolute morass? Let us say, if we are told that the first Russians at the end of the Triassic period started to live on land, what should we do to contain this? I don't know. I don't know what you can do. I would have been ashamed to give a spurious answer. I do not live in Russia. It is always easier to give recipes when you come from the outside, but I can't, because that would what I would have tried to do if I had been here and if I had been a teacher here. The textbooks are always one thing, both in my society and where you live. The teacher and the textbook are two different things, are two different entities. And I think that it depends a lot on the particular teacher, how he or she teaches the subject. So they may take sides. They may side with the textbook and give other materials. And I do hope, and I think that many years ago, I taught a course at the Russian Humanitarian University in Moscow, and I had beautiful students like yourselves who would then have to become the history teachers in Russia. And I think that they learned from the professors of that university more than they could from a regular textbook. They learned to interpret. They learned to read the source documents. They learned to read the archives. And I think that these skills are of paramount importance to be conveyed, to be conferred upon the young generation. This is of a very great import. I had one friend, a teacher friend, who was a lesbian, and because of that, she spent time in Buchenwald, in the concentration camp during the Nazis, and she And this was a personal experience. If your history is just about classical antiquity, then there's a high chance that you might never go back to history as a subject. So it is of great importance to have this personal touch of a teacher teaching. The lady with the long arm. Daria Pigaleva from Nizhny Novgorod. Thank you for your lecture and the questions, which are of great interest and have been a great interest to us. The Memorial Society has been mentioned in this session, which I think makes a great contribution to the understanding of history and the human rights in Russia, and they do undergo certain pressure. I've also remembered the case of Alina Politkovskaya, who was murdered and who raised the issues of the human rights violation. So the question that occurred to me, do you believe that for history to be remembered, for the important topics to be raised, it is important to sacrifice such great victims' sacrifice? Do you think that such sacrifice is needed for the some events to be preserved in the historical memory of a nation? Well, I'm not sure if I understood your question all right, but when I spoke about the Russian school children, these topics were very seldom about, say, Gulag, but mostly about the lifestyle of how people lived, how they survived during the war, what was the kind of houses where they lived, what was the kind of food they were eating, how they raised their children. This is what we call Alltagsgeschichte in German, which is the routine history or the household history, if you will. I think that often this gives us more insight, a greater insight into the specific historical period. I think that it is not necessary to concentrate on Gulag or just talk about only that. It's not just about there are quite a few generations in Germany. There was one generation that could not hear the word of a concentration camp because for 3 to 4 years this was the only thing taught during the history lessons, during history classes at the German schools. And one of the German historians said that there may be just overload of memory, and it may cause a back reaction. So history is not just about the major events, is not just about successes, but it is about life, mundane life. And we, as historians, are often cooperating with our colleagues at the anthropologists who give us, let us take this French case, it's to watch people at different regions of France and how food and eating habits, culinary habits, if you wish, could influence the mentality of people. Yes, please. Albert Kanyov from Yamalo-Nenets Autonomous Region. Thank you for your presentation. We agree that the succession of events and succession of generations must be there. We all know about World War I, World War II, and World War I, and then the innumerable other wars and that had taken place. Do we have any sort of expiry date on history? I'm a member of scientific council of the largest German history museum in Berlin, and for the past 2 years we have been preparing, organizing a large exhibition dedicated to World War I. You have said that it's a faraway past. For us, the historians, and for a considerable part of our public, this is not a distant past at all, because eventually we have to look into the causes. We have to try and understand what was the cause of the war. In the 1950s, there was a great German historian who said that only the Germans were the root of the war. Now we have a great Australian scholar teaching at the Oxford University, Mr. Christopher Clubb, who shows through the sources and the archived documents that not only the Germans but also the Austrians and the French and the British and the Russians were also conducive in the world falling into the chasm of World War I. There were quite a few powers in the world who believed that war is the only means to solve the problems that at that time the mankind was facing. So in our societies, because we talk about World War I, we pass on to the issue of the causes and the roots of Nazism in Germany and the communism in Russia. It might well be that the 20th century was imprinted with the Nazism and communism as the two most significant historical pretty much processes and events. So I think that the young generation, during the panel discussion, we may talk about this. I would not have say that yes, we can certainly study this, but we do have to know our history. And in the Western press now, there's a great interest towards the War of Crimea of the 1850s. I can't say that we can take anything positive from this experience, but it is always good to know, or at least to try and understand the circumstances and the causes of the life of nations, and in what pictures and against what background do they live. These may be good, or they may be bad, or they may be mistaken and thoroughly erroneous. But it is not just about knowledge, but also about our consciousness and subconsciousness eventually. Colleagues, thank you very much, but we can only have time for conclusions. And the conclusions is that we have a great alumnus called Irina Yarovaya.
She graduated from this school in 2008. I don't suppose she would be delighted to hear the comparisons which Jutta referred to, but thank goodness Jutta Ferrer is is not yet a Russian citizen. As you can see, it's now a new trend. They're now adopting Russian citizenship. Many people, many foreigners, Olympic champions, actors, and you name it. Historians so far know, as far as I know, but this is just weird. Two conclusions I would like to draw attention to. Well, first conclusion is that it seems to me that if the state possesses history, this is certainly something unpleasant, but to make a total tragedy out of it, we should not do it just because one simple reason that in its day, the USSR, as some of you may remember, they had very much the same history textbooks. It stood in no way in the reconstruction processes of the early 1980s, trust me. And these history textbooks, they were immediately replaced by normal textbooks. I do understand that one example, this is just maybe a weak weapon to repudiate somebody's thoughts, but this is something we should bear in mind when we are lamenting things we are seeing today. And the second point I wish to make, it has to do with this. First, I suppose the conclusion that we can make after Juta's presentation, it's historic debates that do not happen in thin air. Whether we want it or not, things still will end in politics. If society has healthy political life, then it will have a healthy perception of its own history. If the policy is sick, then the perception of history would also be sick. That is why, my dear colleagues, do let us improve our own garden. Let's work upon making the political system of the country and more perfect. And the more we succeed here, the happier we shall feel as we look at this history textbook. The last point I wish to make is that certainly you cannot go away from this spheres. The state certainly probably should not go away from this. What I recall here, in my view, a fantastic episode. I very much like Erik Högsbaum, who unfortunately died recently, and he has a paper that's called A Brief 20th Century, and in the foreword to this work he uses an episode which I like so very much. This episode, Högsbaum contemplates historic ignorance that is typical of youth in today's world, and he recites a story which may be a joke, but it's still funny, that he's delivered a lecture in one of the institutions in colleges in USA, and a student there raised a hand up and told him, "Professor, did I understand you correctly? You keep speaking about Second World War. Do you mean that there was the First World War before that? Am I right in my conclusion?" So in other words, dear colleagues, the morale is just very much like in previous times. Let us read books. And again, let us thank our expert for this excellent session. Half an hour break, coffee break.
Ну, замечательно, не знаю. Да?
На счастье, видите?
Прощаю вот этого, это я возьму. Денежку даю.
Возьму, что вы говорите?
Друзья, оперативнее, пожалуйста, рассаживайтесь за стол, за второй.
My dear friends, please make sure if your people who sit next to you are there.
А завтра он мне нужен будет?
Я просто сегодня уезжаю, я не знаю, где мне его.
А если вы уезжаете, сдайте. Но если вы завтра будете...
Нет, я здесь не живу, просто я приезжаю.
Ну, завтра утром, смотрите, будет испанский. Вы можете остаться без приемника.
А что у нас?
Друзья,
Народу же не будет больше еще.
Ну, смотрите, я вас предупредил.
Нет, куда мне его деть? Вдруг он пропадет, а мне же он у меня записан.
Ну, с другой стороны, может, приятель попал.
А это самое, а там же надо отметить?
Да я сейчас отмечу, очень просто. А скажите фамилию, что Белов. Все. Так проще.
Сумасшедший. Сумасшедший просто.
Значит,
So, today we have not a fundamentalist but a fundamental dad day. We receive some basic, fundamental, important accents so that we could proceed and continue thinking about today's and ourselves. I want to introduce to you to Nikita Pavlovich Sokolov. He's a professional and not professional human look, and Jutta joins it. She's very strict in her judgment. Nikita Sokolov is a true historian. Yes, Jutta says, I respect him very much. As a historian, we respect him, and what he does, he hasn't brought with him not one single book or a book to give as a gift to Jura, but I will speak about it. Okay, then a gift, your gift. He is the editor-in-chief of this journal, Отечественные записки. Certainly many people cannot buy it. You cannot even buy it in Moscow. Nikita will not give it a gift, and even I don't have a copy, but they have electronic version. And I strongly recommend to you, because this is a very important historic editorial thing. And he will discuss what this issue is about. One issue that dedicated to transport, and then about transport. When they looked back 50 years ago and 25 years ahead, they know it all. Then they will make about local self-government, and you would know like 50 years back and 25 years ahead. Those who want to know Russian reality professionally, they read these texts. Well, try to find a very your profession on your topic, and you will certainly find it. And I don't know what this issue about, because I got it as a gift. Well, about history per se. Yuda asked this question, and we wanted to make a very rational session. What is it, historic memory, and how important it is for today's life, for the state and for each individual person in each country and a world as a per se. And she showed that, giving example of generations. Nikita, in point of fact, because we now go through this very important time when we try to educate a Russian citizen for whom history is now being rewritten. The state very often, any state, is keen on rewriting history. To which extent it's rewriting it? To the same extent this state wants to see a citizen like this as a product of this rewriting. Ruta was quite right. It's very important what kind of teacher the child will have, what stories he will share. But the exam, matric exam, well, you will still have to pass it on the agenda that is officially adopted. So that means that a pupil will still grow with just two loyalties. On the one side, they give you stories about shared memory, and on the other side, it's your teacher, or friends, or somebody. It's a major problem, because history is all about this. And secondly, I think that for historians as a whole institution of professionals, talented and less talented professionals, they are people who, it's their profession and it's their call. As even what we see now in about textbooks. Nikita, just as we were having lunch, he said that some 2 or 3 weeks ago they created their own non-governmental organization, Free Historians, Free History. Nikita, I suppose, will touch upon this. Okay, let us continue the subject that we announced, and then at the end probably I will say a few words. It would be quite timely to speak about this Free Historic Society. It's a great honor, and it's really quite difficult to talk after Yuda Scherer, because she touched upon many issues of the problem that I'm about to discuss, and she gave very exquisite coverage of this. So we'll continue the line and probably adding up. She spoke about memory and policy of memory. I will speak about something else, something more stable. Memory is something burning, it's something that's still relevant. Society memory that has to do with the time when the people are around who still lived those times. Well, but after 4 generations, that hot memory cools down, and in the long run, it transforms into history. and in a very tricky manner. It's clear that we're speaking here about, no, we're not speaking about history as an art, as a science, as a humanitarian subject, no, a humanities subject, sorry. We are speaking about history, about work of some public social institutions, and it's some syncretic image of your own history. In this way, it has to be simplified and too schematic. But it's a very important project in the life of society, because this is what most people are guided by who are not professional historians. And the structure of this image determines many things. Why? Because this is the image in European cultures that sets your framework of what will be your thinking, what are the friends, what are the enemies, what are your allies, and what the evil men, what this society thinks is acceptable or not acceptable, what is the range of goals that the members of this society set before themselves. It's all based upon this historic material, and this is something that is inserted into the memory of, a man in the street who is not a professional historian. They want me to explain what it is, this special structure, and I want to give you very simple examples. A historian, professional historian, doesn't have any image like this. He works on his her problems, and history for him is something like in-depth, intertwined fabric from very different layers, from different threads, different colors, and just very sophisticated, intricate fabric. It's very hard to say that the crusade was held against Rus in the 13th century for a very simple reason, because a historian still has it in his mind that crusaders in the Baltic republics appeared. Well, the Pope also wanted somehow to send them someplace. He wanted somehow this quite militant horde after they were chased away from the Holy Land. But in the Baltics, they appeared not so much at the direct initiative of the Pope, but at the direct invitation of the Polish Prince Konrad Mozaicki, so that they should defend him from Prussians who were very wild. And the wife of this Konrad Mozaicki, his princess, was granddaughter of Igor Sviatoslavovich, who attacked Polovtsi, according to the Russian traditional epos. And we start speaking about this joint crusade onslaught of Swedes and Germans. Somebody who has the image and knowing about this, he somehow doesn't, it sets down all this propaganda, and he really opposes it. And the image of history that you see in your head that fits into the head of man on the street, it's all made up of the simplified structures. And this simplified structures, when I announced this poetry of history in the network context, fights for history. It's not about historical history. There's also certain polemics. There is difference of opinion, but this is correct polemics about very different matters. Usually they deal with different ways to reconstruct reality, given that we have shortage of historical sources. And this is quite a different story of even raising the question and discussing it. As I spoke about fight between different perceptions and images of history, what they want to introduce through different acts at political and other fields, different ways of rational goal setting, which they think should be typical of that society. So there are three main actors here in this field. They are political forces of all kinds and sizes and types. Business is very active, strange as you might find it, because business does care about what product the public consumes as historic cinemas, historic films, movies, and fantasy novels, how it all works, where it sells positively and whether it will sell well or bad. Business is very interested, and certainly science research, military science research corporations certainly have their own say. And this is three main interacting forces which shape the image of history. So this image, let alone that it has quite a traumatic fate, this struggle. But now it's entering a very sophisticated stage because society is moving over to living in social media, and quite a vast amount of information is drawn from internet by many people. And this is the struggle, this is the fight I will be covering in my presentation. So that you should understand what I'm talking about, I speak about traditional image, imperial image of history. In our modern reality, this is patriotic and conservative, which goes down to Karamzin's layout. It looks more or less like this. After peaceful Slavs called on Varyag princes quite voluntarily upon their contract to become princes, they set aside a big state centered in Kiev. People were doing really well under the power of Kiev Zanzar, a prince who was one who decided it all, and it was all great. Now these fools really split the huge country, the huge state, into smallish principles, princes that would start to fight, and they were getting so feeble and declined so rapidly that then wild hordes from the steppe came and for 250 years dominated Russians, and horrible yoke was in place. And when Muscovite princes with an iron fist put it all back together, all the Russian tribes, there is no other government or authority that a man can adopt, and he should just all obey and admire this vertical of power. Otherwise, it will not work. Just because Russia is a citadel, is a castle that is besieged, either we have people from the west or from the east, or the French or the Germans or Chinese or whosoever. We are a besieged citadel, and in the last 100 years Americans have been our enemies, and in a besieged fortress, well, all the resources should be given to its chief, and there is no place for democracy of human rights in this besieged fortress. You don't understand what I mean. Certainly, I certainly made them look too acute in my presentation, but this is exactly what was put in for the first time. It was presented like this, by this link of ideologies in a note about ancient and new Russia by Karamzin, not in his history, where he still was a professional historian, where you would see it different, but about this note, because Manifesto of Russian Conservatives in the last 200 years. But this Prince Uvarov and other students by Karamzin used it, and all the history books in the next century were built along these lines. First, Ustrelov textbook that was taught till 1860s, then Ilovaisky's, that was the basis for teaching till the revolution. They all followed this model. And the Russian who was getting, say, a school certificate, he got this inserted in which he said that Russian people would much rather love this power, and every attempt to democratize it, it's really something that foreign agents, foe enemies seek. And Moscow School of Civic Enlightenment, exactly. This scheme was quite firm till 1880s, when suddenly they realized that it does not, in no single element, cannot withstand scientific criticism. After some papers by Gluchevsky were published, after Semyevsky and other historians of the state school who studied the law of ancient Rus, and it became absolutely clear that it certainly cannot withstand any criticism. And then what you get is the structure of this image of new real Russian science, also history, and this is then reprocessed. And ancient Rus was in no way a monarchic state, never was. Vietje is the Institute of People's Democracy, Popular Democracy. The prince is not the only political figure. He has to look at his own political questions, and he has to take into consideration what the Vietje, that is sort of parliament, because militia is paid for and is called by this Vietje, and prince's army cannot do anything without it. So this goes on, and this is not typical of all Russian lands. So that what was called in the north as Vietje, in southern and southwestern lands was called as Duma, as parliament. So, for example, when you read in the Povest Временных лет, that is the first Russian, one of the first chronicle, that Polyane gave a sword to each Khazar. It means that they had a parliamentary sort of decision and decided they would pay this tribute. And once you realize that Duma is also a kind of parliament, then you would rethink the chronicle. Well, it means that they had like a meeting, a rally, and they took a collective decision. The decline, and that's why it's wrong to speak about the decline and collapse of ancient Rus, because it never was one state. It was always a federation of lands, of regions that were to a certain degree autonomous, although they had the same ruling dynasty, because economically there were no firm links, and it was impossible to govern this huge territory. Finances simply made it impossible. So a very different picture comes to your mind. Autocracy, it's not original in Russia. What is original, like everywhere else in Europe, in this sense, Russia becomes not unlike European path of development. Ancient Rus looks more like ancient Greece with its city policies, and Italy of the 16th century with its city-state, not rather than something that has never been seen before, immediate monarchy that spurned there. Monarchic order takes quite a while, takes several centuries to settle, fighting these free will trends of Russian people. And at that, Russian people create several states with very different political structures. Well, for this liberal structure, what is important is that in old conservative scheme was presented like something quite alien to the Russia and what was Poland and Lithuania, Great Princehood. It should much rather be treated as one of the legal offsprings of ancient Rus, and maybe direct rather than Muscovan Rus, because the Great Princehood of Lithuania and Poland assumes the rules of law which continue to be of these free cities, and continues the Russian law of the Ruskaya Pravda, continues to be in act up till the time when, say, in the Great Princehood, Magdeburg urban law begins to spread. It turns out that the cities are unwilling to adopt it because the existing ancient Russian law gives them better privileges than what would be given to them by Magdeburg law. These collisions arise, and just for this reason you would treat as all the anti-monarchic movements like attempts go back to freedoms that were typical of ancient times. And the key would be here times of trouble. What do you hear about it as, and even now this is called as chaos. What is it? It's a riot. What is the 4th of November about? Yes, we beat Polish. We beat Polish on the 4th of November, 1612. Mind you, this is an element of conservative image, and it is especially peddled by Stalin, and during his times. We must say that in Stalin's times, the scheme was reinforced even further. In terms of trouble in the early 17th century, it looks like a chaos and foreign intervention. Foreign intervention was invented by Mr. Stalin and was written down by him in 1936 into textbook by Shestakov. Not single textbook before has done it, because it was a civil war in Moscow society, where the government set up Oprichnina, which was despotic order, and this is a civil war, those in pro and against this despotic order. One seek allies in Lithuania and Sweden, but this is just local civil war for the sake of Moscow interests. Foreign interests is just some secondary matter. Well, this is another image of history, much closer to modern science ideas about old Russian history. And since it's more favorable, that promotes development of civic institutes and civil freedoms, that is why even in politically it was promoted by liberal societies. For a time, they were making up competing third image of history, which was not a great success. Now let me explain to you why. It begins to arise in the late 19th century with the spread of sociology, when they attempted to introduce sociology of Marxist type as an explanation of the mechanism that stand behind historic process. And it was then that some historians begin to analyze Russian history along these terms and lines, and beginning with 1905, they come up with these attempts to create a general structure of homeland history based upon Marxist scheme, showing it as a perpetual struggle between oppressed classes against their oppressors. And at that sense, it's pretty hard to apply it to ancient Rus to establish the social nature of this oppressor. It somehow doesn't, it's very hard to understand who oppresses whom there, because at that time Russia should have had feudalism, but there are no feudals. They cannot be discovered anyway, in any way. But again, they left the situation by saying it's state feudalism of trade type. And the system began to to be constructed, and was constructed quite actively till the times of the late 1920s, specifically 1929, when they realized that, well, look, a new world war is about to be to start, and we must raise patriotism. And patriotism, you cannot, build it along the lines of class struggle. And after 1932, you will be laughing at it, but in history they revised at the initiative of the main political directorate of the Red Army, that sent a report to the Central Committee that proletarian internationalism, you can't really bring together even a regiment, let alone a division. It doesn't work, sorry. Nobody is ready to go. Russian man from Tambov is not keen to die because of proletariat. And at that time that they go back, history is now again taught at school. The first years Bolsheviks abolished teaching history, and they abolished history classes. They didn't care two pins about it. But once they sense that a new world war is about to come and you have to prepare the people for the world war, then you understand that you must always raise yourself on the heroic feats and examples of your predecessors. And the first thing, we need to compose a textbook of history for schools. First, they did it for, personally, Mr. Stalin rewrote it, a textbook for primary school teachers. Then the Institute of History was set up, who took 50 years to impose this scheme and somehow support it with research or whatever. So in Soviet times, again, they went back. Stalin wrote directly, "In you Ilovaisky, in you Ilovaisky." Mr. Stalin directly put it to the commission of Narkompros that was supervising new textbook. That was direct instruction to the chief of this commission. So, and he took long to edit the textbook by Shestakov. They brought back all this imperial conservative scheme, but slightly modified it, and some trimmings, Marxist trimmings, something like class struggle. And if you will, I will speak about some ridiculous pose, because this class struggle did not go hand in hand with imperial outline of history. I'm just giving you an outline at this time. I have no time for details. You'd better ask your questions about things that are more interesting to you, and I'll explain to you the main outline. This lived to the times of perestroika, when, as was quite justly put forward by Andrei Zakharov at the previous session, this is the time when it collapsed. And the energy of perestroika was driven by people.
New historic publications and the new articles were published and or materials, and so the energy. So they were considering the crimes perpetrated by the former regime, and so the history came to the fore. And in 1988, so they had to cancel the history exams, because they could not possibly pass exams on the basis of those old history books. So that fight was going on for a while, and so the Marxist, so Pokrovsky type historian approach didn't work anymore, and so then this liberal democratic approach came to the fore, and so it was reflected in the textbooks. And certainly it elicited a great deal of discontent by the state institutions. Then in 1998, so the first attack of conservative community attacked these history textbooks. When the veterans said so that the history is not heroic enough, so they need to describe, so the Kruger history textbook so did not display enough courage and heroism. So then Kasyanov decided to read the history book textbook, and he was indignant so much that he organized a special government session. So held government sessions. So he's an economist. But the textbook so comes up to the present day, so then all the way up to Kasyanov, and so the history book. But since the history textbooks, the power is no longer the leader. So where the power makes mistakes, and so when there are many bad guys in the power, then so they're not decent guys, and so sometimes they're criminals. So there is nothing to be proud of, and so certainly he started to attack. There is nothing to be proud of in our history. You should be proud of our history. So you must be proud. So we'll teach you how to love your motherland. Yes, and so then they started to rewrite the history book step by step, slowly, painstakingly. So first they banned the Galutsky history textbook, which was written in the liberal paradigm, so different opinions, different sources, very liberal in its source. And showed the so it's different factions combating, and so different approaches, different views, and so it was immediately so banned, and so then there was a competition announced by the ministry, and so then they started to bring back so the elements of the Stalin imperial so paradigm. And then in 1990 something. So the no historian decided to write another history book, and so the second history book was developed by a team of political technologists headed by Alexander Filipov. Filipov is not a historian, so he is a PR guy, so just majoring in the black public relations campaigns. And so they tried just to horrible, absolutely hideous textbook. So then imperial conservative ideas, so saturated, and so. But thank God that there are good teachers in our schools, and they just refused point blank to teach using that textbook. And so then they kind of this died out, and then there is another attack, and that took the shape of a social cultural standard, and another book like that. So now just they're pushing through different so levels, and they're trying just to get it accepted by the school. And So I talked to 3 authors of those textbooks, and so very experienced people that we teach by them for many years, and so neither of them refused, agreed to write history textbooks along the lines of the new standards, because the standard says that the Soviet Union entered World War II the 21st of June 1941. This is the standard. But when did the Soviet Union enter the war? So that was the Great Patriotic War, but World War II. That was September the 17th, 1939. So on the side of Germany and dividing Poland. That's how it went, and because that's how the war started. Yeah, so 2 years earlier, Germany was an ally, and so this is why. So when so they are just bringing Russia back to this standardized, imperial, conservative, rigid type of jingo patriotism type of history book. And so because for them, so there's no federalism, there is no division of powers, and that's what they want to deliver to the people. So when the internet appeared, that's good, because so then these images competed in a very limited amount of printed matter, because there was no internet, and so like in the movies as well. So that was only way to deliver, to convey an idea of the way they thought World War II should look like. So for example, Alexander German, so the check on the roads. So they started to, so who is the guy, who is the main character, who is the protagonist, and started to read more about World War II. But then, so there are some exceptions certainly, but so they were fighting for, so then literature, history books, then the generals were writing books about World War II. And what was important, so there's in the printed matter, so in the Gutenberg galaxy, so there's an old tradition that they couldn't destroy, even the Soviet Marxists couldn't destroy it. What I mean, so then they had a very bit a system of reviewing, subsystem of reviewing. So for a modern young man, he can't even imagine it. But when so even so some rules, the high circulation paper was on 8 pages. Do you remember that page? And on that paper, so 1 million. So the book's review. So that was the paper with the high circulation. What was good about this book's review? So they spoke about all the printed matter that was printed, that saw the light of day, and then this, for example, so there is a book that was recently published, and so this review certainly mentioned the fact that the book was published, printed, and had certain circulation, and so that certainly gives an advantage to to science. Because although the Bolsheviks so destroyed the country ideologically and physically, and so they certainly destroyed the history of Russia and the Soviet Union, but they did not understand much they did not know much about the history. That's why the truth belonged to the scientific community, historical community. So because the communists did not understand much about history, and that's why they relied on the scientific historic community, and that was very good. So books review, and so that is why science played a very an important role in large communities. So the image of history. So because the historic voice was important some time ago. But now what's happening now, because the information is taken from the internet now. I'm talking about only history, historical aspects, so the events in history. So then the internet certainly is different from printed matter, because it's very difficult to find, for example, so the history of Karamzin's history with footnotes. Very difficult. But so the history of the Russian state, that's a great book, because there are two books in one. So you can read the text, and so very interestingly written, and very captivating. And so it's what easy to, in an easy way, just explains difficult things. And then there were just footnotes, very accurate. Very so, and it is why publishing Karamzin without footnotes is just leave his book in the form of a glance, and that is why. So the footnotes, and you can find it in on the internet if you want just to download Karamzin with footnotes, and then. Sometimes it's not. For example, Karamzin is in 99 cases out of 100 cases. In my so I was just watching this, and so then the protocol of Siamese wise people. So it was printed 100%, and so no one just said that it's a false text. That the text was taken from the original text of the Saint George Lavra, Troitsky Lavra, and hence it's a real text. But it's not a real text, and only on page 7 on the internet. You see that fundamentally, so that the Siamese sages book is all false from start to end, and so the Siamese sage books. But no one is interesting, so they will say that it's an authentic book, and that is why when we lose the real material book as an object, and so when we have to download books, and so this physical inability to leaf through the pages certainly makes the history less interesting, less captivating, and not that you cannot be involved. Or Fomenko books, so they were linguists, historians, mathematicians. It's a false history, so written by Fomenko. So the history. So in 2 volumes. So we're not discussing Fomenko anymore. So because it's just entertainment that has nothing to do with the real history. But Bati was a Khan, and at the same time, so he is a Japanese samurai, and so okay. So if you want to entertain people with such stupid pronouncements, it's okay. But it has nothing to do with real science. And so the search engines are organized in a way. So what's new comes to the top. But science is organized differently. So because Fomenko is something provincial magazine, so this every week just you come across that. But if there's the theorem of Pythagoras, so it does not come up to the first, is not on the top agenda items. But some things which are not interesting, then certainly no one is interested. So because the things that are not serious, the things that are false in their nature, they come up to the top of the agenda, and the real things are at the bottom. And this is certainly very detrimental to history in internet. And then in all the preceding epochs, so the respect to the book was great. And so there was a respect to fundamental unity of this knowledge, that it's not controversial. And then it was a certain core encyclopedia, and so that there's only one encyclopedia of knowledge and skills. In France, it could be called so then Dalda Lambert, so then in Russia Bragazin Fron encyclopedia. In Soviet times, it was the big Soviet encyclopedia. But this was the unity of knowledge, science, and wisdom. So that was actually for everyone. It was logical. So one science for all, because there is exact sciences, exact knowledge, and exact knowledge. But the internet is not hierarchical because it's freedom. There is no hierarchy there. So everything there, and so it's a hodgepodge of different things. So everything is in there. It's like a melting pot. It's a Russian salad. So there are lots of opinions, and every opinion every opinion has the right to exist. And thus on everyone just maintains that my opinion is right, even if this opinion does not rest is divorced from any reality, from any knowledge. So then it could be an academician who dedicated his life to a certain subject matter, and so this opinion is very important. But in another opinion is a seventh grader, seventh grade student, so comes out with his opinion too, and so they are in the same place. So a seventh grader's opinion and an academician's opinion so are on an equal footing in internet. So for example, there are several Orthodox encyclopedias, Catholic encyclopedias. So they will say that the Russian Vedas is so important for Russia, and you cannot just navigate yourself in this horrible mire, a swamp of different opinions, different types of knowledge, and you cannot prioritize them. You cannot navigate, and you don't know what's right, what's wrong, and so then there's the unity of science gets disintegrated, and it falls into pieces and becomes fragmented. And so, for example, say the people of science and knowledge, so they want just to come to a certain truth. They argue, they accept certain things. They disagree with certain points, and they agree with certain points, but they argue, and as a result of the argument, so the people arrive to a certain semblance of truth. But for example, in internet, so they have forums, and forum again is a horrible mix of things provided and conveyed by unprofessional people who do not know anything about what they are talking about. And this is it. And certainly not the most knowledgeable one. But the guys who can scream and so be loud, be pugnacious, so be be pugnacious, be stupid, be aggressive, and those win, and not the guy who really has knowledge of the subject. And then the last point. What's happening? A horrible thing is evolving. So when these images, historical images, fight, and so not the image which has a better foundation, better knowledge, better experience, but the one who is more represented in a more picturesque way, and who can actually make the listener or the reader cry. That's it. So who would like to stump Nikita Sokolov, please? Volогодskaya Oblast. That's a very important point. 1988. So the exam, the history exam was cancelled. I don't agree because I was a teacher in Komi, and the history, and I was in the 10th grade. I was leading the 10th grade, and since 1985, so the teachers, history teachers, so they tried to do everything. Just they had discussion clubs, and so which were of great interest among the high school students. And I remember, so we had the history exam. And so they were much interested. So they came and they were asking. So at that time, so the exams were mandatory, and so many, and the advancement was very good. So they did very well and showed good results. So they all passed the history exam, and so the 11th graders. So the history exam was very important because all the military institutions that they aspired to go to. Yeah, Miguel, I remember there was one year when the history exam was cancelled. No, not a single year when the history exam was cancelled. Okay. Okay, I will not insist. So we can always look it up on the Google. I think that you can argue later about that. So and we will settle this issue outside. So then. Denis Belov, graduate. Thank you for the review. Wonderful. I was a bit surprised when you did not touch upon two most important initiations in this, and then commission to combat the attempts of some people to destroy the history and to bias the history of Russia. That was the one commission, and then another commission was. I graduated from the history department of Moscow State University, and I was very unhappy to see among those groups who fought Mr. Academician Chubaryan and Sakharov participated in this commission to counteract the falsifying the Russian history. So there was this commission set up so that fought the falsification in the Russian history. So what do you think about that commission? It's very important question. Yeah, why? So this falsification commission disappeared because no one wanted to participate there. So it didn't generate a single document, died immediately because no one wanted to work there. Then what's important you touched upon when you spoke about Chubaryan and other respectable guys who all of a sudden just became the sinners. In Russia, in the Soviet times, so then they destroyed the historic corporation, the community of professional historians was destroyed by the communists. And so then it was intentionally destroyed. And so when you manipulate the history and when you manipulate the mentality of the entire nation, it's not good. It leads to big mistakes. And so because if we had this a professional community of historians, then any attempts to falsify would have been immediately identified. So Sakharov is an academician, right? So the director of the Institute of Soviet History, and for 7 years he organized conferences that Rurik was a Slav. And then especially he kept everyone out, especially archaeologists were not allowed in. Yeah, because it's false. He falsified it. So the academician, so a big guy, so falsified this information intentionally. And so the dissertation councils issued false dissertations, and that happened too. And that's why the level of trust is very low. Why should we trust you if you were writing your PhD paper about the work of the CPSU among women? So by virtue of the plenary sessions of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, why should we believe you? Why should they believe you? And so in order to counteract those attempts to falsify history, to manipulate public mind and the image of the past, so to avoid manipulation, to use the history for political ends, irrespective of for what kind of ends. So that's why we decided just to set up an independent entity that did not depend on then the Free Historic Society. Actually, so three weeks ago, so it announced its existence. So the only way to form this free is reputation, because so the only way, there are no formal indicators that you can so you can actually tell the real historian from a liar. So impossible, because both could participate in respectable institutions, both could write books, both could do this and that. So there are no guarantees, and you cannot tell one from the other if you are not, because there are historians, and so there are PhD liars, and so that falsify history. That's it, but that's why reputation is the only way to establish trust. And so then the expert councils on history and jurisprudence. So then plagiarism is widely spread there. Plagiarism is actually they are getting just to do the oversight effort. So what kind of harebrained idea is that? And since another very important point, when I started to think how to set up this society, how to decide whether a person is knowledgeable or not, to be trusted or not, how just to build the bones, who will be the backbone, the composition of the backbone of the historians, people to be trusted. So how to find them? So we decided to do this community of experts that we put together in the preceding 3 years. So it took us three years just to put together archaeologists, so exact scientists, and so the humanities scientists, and so put together life scientists, and we put them together so people to be trusted, and we in humanities, so bibliometrical indicators are forbidden, and in human sciences, I'll explain later why. So in Europe, they are completely banned. And so we faced the challenge to increase our reputation, because only colleagues can evaluate them. And so I had for half a year. So I held a number of. So I did this sociological questionnaire of 15 focus groups, and because I needed to identify what needed to be done to put together. And so then in 15 areas, there was historic field, 15 focus groups, and we tried to identify so who is a good professional there. And so these 15 people signed this manifesto of free thinkers and professionals in historic, that they founded this historic community. But so then 12 were accepted, and 3 were found to lack authority. So that is why they were not taken. They were not accepted. The history of archaeology, the history of art, and the history of Russia after World War II. And so they could not find any scientists. No authority. They couldn't find any authority on these subjects. What do you mean there are no authorities? I mean no authoritative writers, no authoritative professionals, no authoritative scientists, because they have high ratings, but their anti-ratings are higher than their ratings. And so then we published a new magazine. So that's with the name of Power and Reputation. Power Reputation. So that's why we put together this compound, and so this union of professional historians. So and how their reputation can be measured. And so if the word reputation doesn't mean a thing for a society, then the society will be very badly impacted. Okay, we go on. Varonish, thank you for the lecture. Very broadening. And so the question that I want to phrase, but I'll try to phrase it. On the one hand, it is true that the lecture makes me think that there are certain history books, textbooks that are good for children, and the elementary school, so the higher schools, and the students can go to internet, visit and read something else as an alternative and create this alternative knowledge. And so two different ideas may pop up in their heads. But you can measure it up differently. So is there an option whereby so the rules of the school curriculum can change, so which yields itself to the ability of discussing things during seminars, during class, in class? Is it possible just to have this possibility to discuss, to argue, so to provide information that originally people are not everyone agrees with, and then the students can go to the internet and get the information they want to. On the one hand, yes, that's possible. We can do that, and that creates this additional field, this ability to get an access. So then many round tables in schools, in class, so on key issues. So then, for example, beleaguered cities or the history of World War II, the impact, so small events can be discussed. But who needs it? What's the purpose, and whether it's realistic or not? And what's your take on this position?
Well, one of the key points that I might not have directly mentioned. Thank you for your question. There is such a point as such a matter as the intuitive demand of the government. On my behalf, I'm prepared to propose an assumption and try to consider this point. What should the history as subject teach? Should it teach history or help shape up a citizen? When you teach mathematics, you do not confine yourselves to the algebraic expressions, but indeed you teach the meaning or some concepts, mathematical concepts, like the concept of a number or a concept of vector. The same with, say, the languages. Let us say with the Russian language, you teach some concepts. You explain the concepts of the parts of speech, of morphemes, lexemes, phonemes. You talk a little bit about the regularities of the development of a language, and so on and so forth. So it is because you really give certain ideas about language or mathematics, and history is the only exception insofar as that the pupils are supposed to learn by heart the passages from a textbook. Well, that is not true. History is a subject as any other where you have to propose concepts, and that and so one should always propose some clues. You have to teach people to work with the sources, with the archival sources. Otherwise, we shall just be proud of our ancestors or forebears, and will really debate who are of our forebears, who are criminals and who are the heroes. So these are different tasks, and it is really the question in a contemporary democratic society. It is a must that the future pathways are tried in different formats. You can't decide everything from the centralized source. Otherwise, we would have gone to the good old state planning authority when. So it is really the question of what should be the true investment. Should it be into the initiative of people or the knowledge rather than centralized economy? And because people can have different pathways into the future, we have different forebears, different heroes or rascals. One last phrase that I have to finish. It is not possible to show this polyphony through one centralized school textbook. I just wanted to make a second statement. I'm sorry. I think that I have to curtail this because we can only have one question or one comment from a person. Mr. Voronkov from St. Petersburg, thank you very much for your lecture. Thank you for taking up some of the very delicate issues, talking about the historical education of school children in Russia. How do you regard accusations against the unified history textbook? There is no history textbook, and it appears that it may be that they've rolled back from the idea of one single textbook, so there would be several united by a single concept, which is of course a more lax framework than what was proposed initially. But let us wait and see. I regard this idea negatively. I think I have a negative attitude towards that, primarily because that school is a place where you have to teach science. And depending on the dates, the actual dates don't change anything in your life. And the ability to analyze sources and archives is somewhat different. There you become more a more versatile person. So creating a unified text or writing up a single history textbook is, I think, a wrong idea. Another thing is that these problems should have are viewed I have asked the Levada Center to conduct research. A history textbook, textbook's actual weight in shaping up the visions and the world outlook among the people is dwindling. It was never in the first place because the fiction and cinema were always ahead. And nowadays we have even other resources, and one may say that. But I was myself a school child in a Soviet in a Soviet school with just one textbook, and my teacher would come into the class and say, "Close down this ugly book, and we'll talk about history." Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nastya Shepitsina from Perm. You spoke a lot about school textbooks, and it is clear that in a pre-internet era, there were sources, literature, school textbooks, and other resources for those who might be interested in the different ways to look at history. What is happening with the collective psyche and the collective consciousness of the school children today in the internet era? How do the modern technologies and the information revolution influence the young minds? This is my first question. And my second question, it is difficult to understand if students read works on history, and I think that they hardly read them at all. I think that what is important here as a resource would be a unified state examination where students would have to learn and to study history, at least for the examination. Do you believe that such examinations may have a positive influence? Well, with respect to your first question, I have no answer because I do not have a material for. There are hardly any sociological research that would allow us to say if the internet is changing the public consciousness. Some of these, I think this is just a fragmentary data, and the historians are just starting to consider this as a separate subject. With respect to your second question, the state examination, I do not readily believe that this exam would add up anything to the general knowledge. I don't think that such a test-based system would impart greater knowledge about history to students. Please do not believe that I am an absolute dissident because I was a member of the commission for the federal historical commission, and I was a member of these state examination commissions. We were trying, to the best of our knowledge, to try and make more reasonable questions for these tests. And this experience of working on the materials of the state exam persuaded me that the state unified examination is not a method of teaching history or knowing history better. Because history, teaching and learning history is not about the dates or the dry answers to the preconceived questions. We have to realize through history that people change, that sometimes they pursue objectives and purposes that may be hard for us to understand. And so their experience, because of that, is so important to us. It is a different system of thought. And if we fail to give this notion of historicism, and some of the soap operas from the lives of the Grand Dukes and the emperors and some ladies were watching these films. I think that the Grand Duchesses may not speak with this kind of intonation that these ladies actresses are doing in these historical films. I think that some of the notions that we have about history are so thoroughly wrong because they are lacking the historicism. Once you remove the historicism, once you remove the notion that people have been different throughout their history and that they may have been following different objectives, goals, and purposes, very much different from what people might think today, I think that this country, for the past hundreds of years, has suffered so much from the haphazard and ad hoc decisions that I think people need to start to be getting prepared for complex decisions. Thank you for your lecture. I was somewhat I did not quite agree with your publication about reputations when you said that the moral authorities were not identified. Do you not believe that when we talk about the so-called falsifying of history, and this topic was for the first time started about 5 to 8 years ago, we're opening up a Pandora's box. There is no such thing as reputation of the Russian science. And every colleague that you've mentioned, every historian, should be concerned with his or her own reputation, which is a private business. It may be that my reputation will be lost because I might have said something silly about the state examination. So let me go and check up with Google after this session. I will, and if I had mistaken, I shall announce in the respective publications that I was mistaken, and my reputation will be saved. Only God does not make mistakes. We can all and do all make mistakes. Error is human, but not to lose the reputation is important to confess and to talk about your mistakes. If you say that I'm undermining the existing historical science, if you say that the Discernet community is undermining the confidence to the Russian science, this is idiocy and absurd. All we are doing is that we're trying to chase away, to whip away the frauds of those who have acquired illegitimate doctoral degrees. Thank you, Nikita Pavlovich. Yershov from the Republican Union. Question about sources. The archives, as far as I know, many of the Soviet archives continue to be closed. And how can it be tackled? Well, some of them, this is indeed a problem. One may say that the rate at how the documents are being declassified compared to the beginning of the 1990s has, of course, decelerated. And Mr. Naryshkin has not declassified a single paper for 12 years of his work at the Duma committee. So then yet another problem is not so much about that, but the so-called specialized archives. that have not been made a part of the state archives. These archives are still closed down. The FSB, or the KGB, the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Atomic Energy, the Presidential Archive, all these are still what they call specialized agency-based archives. Why is it that Smolny's papers for the blockade times are closed down? Why don't you open up the papers related to the November 1941 to March of 1942? Open up these papers of Smolny institution. If these are falsifications, of course, they will stop immediately. Nikita, thank you so very much for this very interesting lecture. In a week, I shall be taking the exam on the history of Russia. What am I to do? Just go and try to pass it. Is this the graduate exam that you're taking for your dissertation? I see. Well, I think that when I was taking the exams, when I was giving history lessons in the perestroika times, and the exams were still oral, and you could get either a liberal professor or a Stalinist professor during the history exam. And I was teaching my students to tell several vague phrases on each subject and each topic for people to have a better understanding. The vague phrases that would sort of satisfy everybody. So it is really about the question of if the history may or will remain an instrument of political will. If that remains to be the case, we're all in trouble. Yes, my gentleman from the back row. Philip Kirichenko from Saratov region. You have said that you do not believe that history is an exact science. Do I understand you right? No, I think that history is an exact science. It is an anti-natural, unnaturally exact science. Then what is your question? Then I will reformulate it. All right, but how do we find in a changing world what is true and what is a lie? I may be repeating others. Do we have any means to protect information? I think that the words that you're using to operate, that you're operating with, do not allow me to answer your question. History does not deal with the truth. It deals with the verity, the accuracy, which is indeed the science, any science. If a certain statement is true or false, if Ivan IV went to the Alexander's Posad on the 23rd of October of 1564, the answer is yes, he did, which is an answer to the specific question. Of course, I'm oversimplifying, but just to show that he went to issue a decree on Oprichnina that we all know thanks to the archival sources, and the subsequent events show us the composition of this Oprichnina and his course of actions. After that, having known this historical truth, And when you put it into your perspective, into your world outlook, into your perspective of the future, you start to be formulating your truth compared and against the background of these verifiable facts. And the science is not going to answer you, is not going to give you an answer, is not going to respond, but will only try to tell you what were the motives of the monarch. He, at that time, did not want to get the political motives. He wanted to save his population, and the boyars did not allow him to salve his people, because this was indeed the topic of his dispute with Kurbsky, rather than the money or influence. So out of that grains of knowledge that you might get, you will be able to formulate your truth. And you call it truth. And science will not help you. I have a remark. Anna Uryadova from Yaroslavl. This is not my first time to meet Nikita. And we get back to the question of the history textbooks. Do you believe that the social science textbook will be reviewed? I have no idea about that. I'm sorry, I have not heard about it, anything. I really haven't. Then I have a proposal to the school. When there is a seminar for the teachers in November, please try to talk about this. Well, I agree. I think that this is a very important topic, because in 2007, when Filipov's textbook was published, at that very time, there was Leonid Polyakov's book, which indeed was an assault and got and published such a book on social science that really raises the hair in horror. It's like the Russian orthodoxical view of social science. You know, this is something like. Can you imagine that there can be orthodox jewelry? Now, this is orthodox social science. How about that? The last question in that session, this session, Albert Karimov. I agree with you when you say that the historical facts have to be generalized or verified or particularized, and the verity needs to be established so that facts are facts. But do you not believe at the same time that when we deliver this knowledge, deliver this history, and dig it up, when we add up these things, do you not believe that it really influences negatively on the patriotic feelings? Think about the Americans, how they teach World War II. All right. My first question as a historian, when you talk about this, what sources are you referring to? I talked to the young Americans, how they trust that they had won in World War II. So do you not believe that this is a backside of patriotism? Can I give you several, just say a couple of words as to how the history courses are taught in different countries? Well, I'm not talking about Somalia or Zimbabwe, but I'm talking about the European colleges or American colleges. In two of these countries, in the United States and Germany, there is no such thing as a unified history course. History courses are a part of the lands or states lands in Germany and states in the United States. Sometimes there are some truly Pan-American scandals related to the history courses.
Suddenly you see in a textbook published by the state of Texas that there were special black Afro-American regiments that fought on the side of the South. Yes, people can sin, but there is no historic policy which you could ascribe to America as a whole. It doesn't exist in the world. There is councils in the states. In some states, it was even is the domain of a lower level of county. And each county of the neighboring state, they may write different textbooks and different guidelines at the very presence of its diversity, when Bavaria one thing and Saxony another thing. Or in Westphalia they teach something else. It's very strong, and it's a good, strong guarantee that society, if somebody wants to put them in a column about three and would lead them under one ideal regime, because there's only one way to travel as you march in columns. If you go to disaster, this is the only way. Let me finish my thought. I promised to finish my thought and I haven't, because I got carried away about Americans. Well, these don't have common curriculum in syllabus. In those countries where they do, it may look very differently to avoid this sort of unanimity. The Brits have adopted principles of teaching history. School student does not have to learn it by heart and chronology from Adam to Potsdam. As school teachers, he gets approval from his class. He looks at some subject, on event or personality, and goes for it for a term. And around the subject or term or whatever, be it an amphora or bed, a great Magna Carta Libertatis, they begin to study sources and unwind. Why is it that Nelson lost his eye? Why, say, this paper suddenly in 1214 they wrote this charter? And they unwind it, studying the sources, and get 3D idea about the epoch, about how this how you can obtain data about history from the remaining material. Not everybody likes it. I like it immensely, this English approach, but it's not universally adopted and it doesn't work. Even the English, many English are unhappy about it. And it seems that for Russia we would find it more convenient to adopt German experience, where teaching is guaranteed with a special agreement between the teachers of social sciences. There is, say, the special consensus in Germany. Every teacher of social science takes this oath of Hippocrates, sort of. It's made up of 3 items. A Beutelbach agreement. It sounds like this. Item 3 are very simple: that teaching of social science should not serve indoctrination, the purposes of indoctrination, of irrational conversion into your own faith. You can believe in Christ and communism and whatever you may feel, but at your lesson, you please put it into your back pocket and use rational arguments and use the system of proving. Second item, which is very important, is that in case of discrepancy, any discrepancy, substantial discrepancy in interpreting some events, be they social or scientific treatment, a student should get exhaustive description of every viewpoint, every perspective. And item 3, teaching should be done in such a way so that students could freely formulate with his own attitude towards the subject. That's it. That's it. If in Russia a teacher of social sciences can come up and can sign this consensus, all the problems will be resolved. Nikita, have you finished your thought, Nikita? I'm afraid to interrupt you. Well, Nikita has interrupted me, so I just wanted to say that it's important to decide about what we understand as patriotism, but this is deserved a separate conversation, and I'm not going deep into this subject. So, dear colleagues, Nikita Sokolov always speaks with very interesting presentations, and he confirmed it once again. And I think that Nikita will leave us not all of a sudden, and you will have a chance to ask him privately any questions. Now, let us thank the expert. Thank you. We have a coffee break for 27 minutes.
Вот.
Дальше будет понятно просто.
Где-то они меня сошли, где-то я их переведу.
Коллеги, мы просим вашего внимания. Пожалуйста, занимайте места.
Dear colleagues, I would like to have your attention, please. We continue our session, and we promise to you that we will continue to work on historic consciousness and historic memory in quite a substantial manner. Another talk we will have. It's not the last one today, because you continue to deliberate on history, and Lena right now will introduce our next speaker, next expert, which makes me particularly happy is that you will hear now a presentation by a specialist who is a graduate of Moscow School of Political Studies and favorite, pet student, sort of, as Lena says. Well, dearly beloved, as Lena says. And I now would like to give the floor to Lena to introduce Dmitry Gurin. I don't know the exact words I want to tell you. The only thing I can share with you is my surprising inner sort of perception, my impression, when I meet Dima. Whenever I meet Dima, whenever I see him, what emanates from here is this light. For me personally, it just works on me. I find balance with life. I find balance in my emotions, and what I see in him is inner. I'm not sure that the right word to use here would be calmness, but there is some, philosophically speaking, some harmony, which he conveys. Whatever I hear from him is, as I said, is this intellectual string that I find personally very, very understandable. He's a philosopher. I don't think it in the language he uses, and that's not my calling. I don't know how to do it, but nevertheless, the language that he speaks and uses to express his feelings, I find it dear and close to me. And since this is such a great pleasure to share it with him, that I would like him for the first time to speak here at the school, so that you could share with me this my personal joy of seeing Dima, with whom we met, well, it's 10 years ago here at the school. He's professor of the university in Bryansk. He worked in St. Petersburg University, then he went back to Bryansk, and now he's speaking before you. Lena, thank you very much. I use this, experience this mixed feelings. First of all, because it's Moscow School. Secondly, because it's Zelenogorsk. And thirdly, because talking after Yuta Scherer and Nikita Sokolov, truly, trust me, I have this honor and privilege to admit that I feel affection to these great experts who have spoken before me. But to save my face, to be quite honest, I will acknowledge that I'm not a historian. And secondly, I will not speak about history. At least not about history as humanitarian science, not as a big narrative, not as a history as a set of constructions, plots and features. I would like rather to shift our focus of our discussion and rather speak about some thinking, shaping construction within which this history in some way works and stirs, and in some way is shifting from historic liberal science to mass culture, political discourse, and so on, so that you get better understanding what I want to discuss here. May I remind you an old joke about one worker who kept stealing, pilfering from his factory, and the guards, security, every day would check him, his cart greatly, but each time they would find something that that struck was empty, and they just didn't know how he could cheat them. It realized that he just is just stealing these cards from the factory, so empty cards. So we'd like to speak about what is not about what is in the card, but about this card, not about historical images or plots or whatever, and constructions, concepts that fit together into a basic structure. But I want to speak about the structure per se, where we see this shifting historic, or changing rather, historic knowledge that moves away into different spheres of our life. And I may share several arguments here with you. And my first point is, what is it, this paradox of the Russian perception and feeling of history? For the culture of Russia, what is typical of it is dogma in history. We want to dogmatize it. It's often perceived not as a result of efforts by a human being, but instead as embodiment of the fate that was predestined to us. And this fate may be interpreted in different manner. There was a time when they spoke about providence. Later on, in Soviet time, they spoke about some kind of mighty laws of a dialectics, which beyond our will would take us to the bright future. Nowadays, this fate may be embodied in the rational faith into some in-depth uniqueness or originality of Russia, which will lead us to flourishment to make us flourish in some miraculous way. And anyways, it's not man who makes history, or the other way round. It's history that makes man. And this is manifested in our cinema, for example. Well, for example, this is the way they, for example, decide to use this quite well-used plot about time travel. Recently we have seen Fog 2, We Are From the Future, and so on. And main characters are contemporary people who then in some way get back into 1941 or get in 1942. The plots are very similar actually, and this is during the war. This is a sacred time for us today, and when it turns out that this past, it's really, it opens up something very important about these heroes, and it turns out that it changes them. And those makers of this film Fog, that we are in this fog, we're lost in our modernity, we're lost in this fog, whereas the past is not in the fog. It's very clear, crystal clear. It's very definite, very certain, and in order to fill the difference, you should remember how similar plots are resolved in Hollywood. For example, films by Zemeckis, Back to the Future, where certainly the main character realizes that joking, or rather playing with future, is impossible, but they find the space to use their activity, and they're active towards the future. And not only do they change their own life, but they change the lives of their parents too. And another important detail is Hollywood characters, in order to go back to the future or to the past, they must invent a time machine. Whereas our characters do not need any time machine at all, because past keeps coming back on them. And without asking for their permission or their consent, it just sort of overwhelms you. But if this is the case, then it turns out that our past is sacred. It acquires sacred sense in point, and it's taken out away from the sphere of free interpretations. Very often history became a subject of canonical text, of brief courses, which would fix rigidly our historic memory, and no discussions could be allowed about such text, or could even be perceived about such texts. Today, this practice, unfortunately, is coming back on us, and what we can see is many signs that all this story about one and only history textbook, any attempts to make criminal various interpretations or versions of some subjects, and in mass media they've come up to term sacral topic of history. There are sacred terms where you can say whatever you want, but there are sacral rather terms where you should use the right words. Well, this story about TV channel Dozhd. What I promised to you, that would my first argument would be about paradox. There is no paradox about what I say. This is common practice of usually used by totalitarian regimes. They seek to control all historic memory, all this big narrative. Authoritarian, they don't care. It's enough for them to control several topics, several plots, which are important to make them legitimate. There is no paradox here at all. What is paradoxical is something else. The thing is that this dogma, the sacralization of history, in our country, in a surprising manner, it goes hand in hand with our amazing historic amnesia. It is us who invented that our past is unpredictable. That's why it's being rewritten at all times. And again, Chadaev, I suppose, 190 years ago said, our memories do not go further than yesterday. We do not belong to ourselves. We travel in time in such a surprising manner that what we have lived through is lost altogether for us. How could it be that this dogmatization and sacralization and amnesia go hand in hand in one phenomenon? And why is it that in this is where the paradox lies? And this paradox, as I see, is quite understandable, because either our memory will create and recreate this sophisticated pictures of the past, or will try to simplify this picture, and then what we need would be, we would have to forget something. And it seems to me that this paradox, it opens up this point where historic knowledge and government meet. And the formula of this combination was probably better described by George Orwell in his novel 1984. This formula is like this. Those who manage the past, they govern the past, they manage the future, and those who manage today, them are governing yesterday, actually. And Orwell gives an answer. It turns out that it's pretty simple. It turns out what you need is only uninterrupted chain of victories of your own memory. This is the first argument I wish to raise about. This is where the paradox lies. The second argument, the second point, has to do with how we correlate history and myth. During the First World War, Nikolai Berdyaev, in one of his books, proved an argument that history is a myth. That he proved that this is basic. This is the same. Oh, what would be your attitude on this? That history does not oppose mythological myth for long. This may be the case, because we see that today our bookshelves in our bookstores are filled with books such as, for example, by today's Minister of Culture, Mr. Medinsky, who calls his series of books Myths About Russia, where the author unveils some myths about Russia which are considered harmful, which he thinks are detrimental, and he immediately construes the myths that he thinks are useful to his opinion. One of his books is called, as I say it, Self-Revealing Book, and it's a beautiful name. Special Features of National PR, True History of Russia from Rurik to Peter I. The word pravdive are just like Russian PR, English PR. Well, what truth is that if it's PR? Well, he quite openly speaks about historical fact. He says that in modern discussions, historical facts don't matter. What matters are mythological constructions which are built in where these historic facts go into, and modern discussion is a clash between these mythological constructions where facts fit into. On the one hand, so we can see these examples of mixing up historic memory and philological memory. If you are mythologically strict, there are two different kinds of mentality. Time of myth is cyclical, Myth is external, is forever returning back to your source, whereas time of history is linear. History flows from the past into the future. Describe to me this difference between history and myth. It was known from the times of Apostle Peter. Peter was in the first encyclica said that Christ, in order to bring us to God, once suffered from our sins. What does it mean, once? In his epistle, it means that death and resurrection of Christ happened only once. It's not like spring coming back after winter, not like resurrection of Osiris. Only once. This is what Peter writes in his epistle. And it's so important that it is in our credo. Nevertheless, we mix up myth and history. Why is that so? Because in our culture, what is more sustainable is the cyclical perception of time. As one Soviet time joke says, each Congress of every new Congress of CPSU was a turning point. That's why we are really turned around ourselves that we nearly, our head spinned. So again, it's the turn of the time, the spindle image. Maybe there is economic sense about it, because producing economy, manufacturing economy that seeks to multiply potential, this is the economy that fully fits into reproducing it into semantics of time, which is linear, time of progress. Whereas raw materials based, it reproduces itself in semantics of cyclical time, because the main point about this mono-resource economy, it's not about people, it's not about capital, which can come and go, but the main point of this economy is land with its subsoils, and you cannot multiply them. You can only save them, or quite the opposite. You may pilfer them or waste them. So that is why this kind of economy, it reproduces itself in the semantics of time, which looks back, wasting resources. But in a cyclical chronotope, this is where the end and the beginning opens up, very like remarkably well says in the song by Shevchuk. When we run out of gas, then the cyclical time will come back. Then all the banks will get ruined, we will stop stealing and telling lies, we will finally begin love, and we will fly without fire behind our back. So this remarkable time will come back. This is the beginning and the end of culture, and back in the 1990s, Boris Nikolaevich Yeltsin, the then president, he spoke about things that the main important thing for him is to make changes irreversible. That was the key. Reversibility is the key. He wanted it to be irreversible. Actually, history is one-way traffic. It only goes one way, but there is no other way. But we want to. So there's another point that I wish to make, is that we are making the wheel come full circle and again and again. Thirdly, our special attitude towards chronology. Remember how the Three Musketeers in a famous novel by Alexandre Dumas opens up? First Monday of April, 1695, all the population of Carentan, and so on. So imaginary events, or maybe not imaginary, but actual events, they fit into this rigid chronology. And it's not that we don't have examples like this. Quite the opposite. judging by the first lines of War and Peace, we can understand this rigid chronology structure where the novel fits in. But what we have is other examples that are quite opposite. Especially in the 20th century, they are quite opposite. This breaking down of chronology. For example, Mikhail Bulgakov, in his Fatal Eggs, he had this. There was a sunny August day, and in 2 pages we suddenly feel that July twilight was about to set in. How can it be in August that a day in August ends in a twilight in July? But men of genius can have a mistake. Maybe Bulgakov surely made no mistake, because what he meant, it's not a mistake. It's a deliberate breakdown of chronology and timeline, where he says that the time as it unwinds, it doesn't set the logic of events. Events follow some different logic, not the logic of time. And that is why I'd like to say that our image of history, it looks more not like this timeline that is drawn in history textbooks, where they, like on a kebab, put a string of historic events. Our image of history rather looks like a paste, like picture, like puzzle. If you have like a kebab, try to change pieces, then you have to disassemble a whole picture. But if you have a puzzle, that is all right. You can change their names, their places, you can throw something away, and then the picture will be very different, in a very different manner. To understand how it works, again, like in the nasty 1990s, that is perceived now like a trauma time, very trauma time. And if it is the case, then we have 2 options. Must work with this time that threw trauma upon us. We can somehow, in some way, rethink this time. We can learn lessons. At school, they published an excellent book like History Teaches. Does it teach us any lessons? Then we must learn these lessons and must rethink, reinvent ourselves in the time, and maybe make conclusions which have to do with the changing our lives and society and so on. This is hard. Or you can do it in a simpler way. You can call this time just something accidental and throw away, just like a puzzle where you don't need, which doesn't belong here. Then our remarkable time, Putin will directly follow from Brezhnev's stagnation after 15 years of God knows what. And at that they will claim that we see link of times which was interrupted. Please try to, this is the way to move away to learn lessons of history. And what is most interesting is that indeed there is nothing new about it. Exactly in the same manner, this is what each Russian Soviet leader did. Almost each of them designated the time of his predecessor as some accidental deviation from other time, and he had to pursue this line not from his predecessor but from the very start. And the start in the Soviet culture, that was when they created a myth of October 1917, and under Brezhnev the situation perceived in such a way.
The Soviet leaders and the Soviet people had no leaders, because Stalin, Khrushchev, who were between Vladimir Ilyich and Leonid Ilyich, so it was kind of misunderstanding historic. Because we need to remember that under Brezhnev, these names were not even verbalized publicly and pronounced, because Stalin And at the end of the Brezhnev epoch, so he appears in the movies, but in Khrushchev, no one wanted to talk about Khrushchev. He was not even in the movies after Khrushchev era had ended. And so this style of thinking, it was justified only in case our history is not evolving in time, but is evolving in space. Only then it can be justified. So a kind of spatial view on history. So in this sense, Bulgakov, so then he is absolutely right. When the August day ends up with the July twilight. The fourth point, so the connection between history and the public ideal. So I will start with Berdyaev was saying the following. Let me quote him. Very difficult to understand this text. In order to address the issue of history, Berdyaev is writing, I quote him as saying, so is connected to the history of space and time. All the prospects of history should be imploded in an attempt to understand it and move over to go outside history through the breakthrough, the history outside history in the close circle of assumptions about historic background. So the first point is about that the author suggests that in order to vanquish the time, so we have some spatial manipulations. So they support this to stretch the time of history, to go outside, and etc., etc. And so this can be understood. So this is the victory of space over time. But there is another point. Another meaning, so they suggest that we go outside history. Why should we go outside history? Where? What do you mean outside history, outside the boundaries of history? What does it mean? So we need just to understand it better, because if we get to the bottom of the matter, so we need just to talk to Berdyaev. And this is very typical, because there are people who suggest that history should be sped up or slowed down, or just so there are many people like that, and so who support that they need to push history forward faster. And so a few words. So how the history is designed, how it's invented. So history, in the modern sense of the word, is a product of culture, modern culture. And in the epoch of modern culture, so there are national states that appear, and the history becomes the form and shape of self-perception of the nations. And during the modernity epoch, so then the nations start to understand itself through itself. So the nations start to comprehend themselves. And here, so there is a very difficult challenge, because to think about yourself on the basis of yourself is quite difficult. So psychiatrists probably know that man gets conscience only because he can think back, think forward, and he can look helicopter away and look at yourself from outside. So for the society to understand itself, it needs to helicopter away and look at itself from outside, to go outside its own boundaries. And how to do that? And just look at itself from outside. How is it possible? And this is the culture of modernity culture suggests this kind of social ideal. So this is a kind of an imaginary space from whose position we look at our society from outside, and this is why it's how the self-conscious is acquired. So the history is very important here, because it's something that, to put it better, it addresses the issue of this connection, of this disconnection of reality and ideal. So the sense of history in the modernity culture is determined by the stress between what there is and what there should be. And so since the Voltaire times, so they interpret it as progress. And meaning that history is the movement towards ideal. And in this sense, so the ideal is embedded into the historic evolution. And in this case, we can regard history in the modernity culture is something that we can even move, that helps us to move, because it's kind of it's a way of distancing the society from itself. It's a mental system. So when you distance yourself from your own society. So our ideals is a product of modernity as well, and our feelings, sense of history is a product of modernity as well, but a different modernity. And so modernity can manifest itself in different forms and shapes. We have a special modernity, and this peculiarity of our the modernization in our society was initiated from above. And usually it actually pursued two goals, two main goals, is the fiscal and military goals. And that is why, so our economy is getting modernized, but the society was very archaic, starting from Peter the Great, who actually opens factories, but they have serfs working at those factories. And now culture finds itself in a situation like a skier, and the skis go in different ways. So the economics goes one way, and politics and society goes different way. And so what should the skier do whose skis go to in different directions? He needs to block this movement, and that's exactly what culture does. It blocks the movement of the skier, so whose legs are getting wider and wider separated. And that's why it's very difficult to construct a long-term of process of movement towards an ideal, or the ideal. So because it's embedded into the process, personal process. So it will embed it into the internal body of the historic process. It's okay, but as this famous example, also Gogol Manilov, the Dead Souls. So Manilov, this character, so he knew exactly how everything was organized, what kind of bridge should be built, who should trade what, who should sell what, and everyone will live very well. But those Manilov projects, so they fizzed out, so because they knew that it will not happen during this lifetime, not in this dear man's lifetime. And so from this life to get into that reality of the next life is impossible to jump from one to the other, because it's a different realm and the different ambience. And so if the history does not lead to the ideal, then we need to jump out of this history to ditch this history. So we learn two ways how to get out of this history, how to abandon history. Conservative way, to get out of the history, to jump out of the history, to leave it behind. And so we're talking about that our ideal, so it's been already done. We had it, so like in that joke about the golden fish. So I want everything. I want to have everything. So, but you had everything. But if everything is in the past, then what about the future? So because if we move from the golden age to the apocalypse, then the further we go, the worse it becomes. And so it's better to go back and turn around. And that's then we need. So because all changes are for the worse, what we see. And for example, so one of the founders of Russian conservative version, Konstantin Leontiev, is the contemporary of Alexander II, and contemporary of Alexander II. So he is writing, let me quote him. So he is writing, yes, in Russia, so there are many people who are not civilized, and so in Russia there is a lot of barbarian, and this is that we should be happy, and it's not negative, it's positive, it's great, because I want to say that our illiterate nation so is much better then because it keeps its own physiognomy, it keeps its own identity, and he is much more Russian in its identity and its depth than we, the intellectuals, because we think that all our misfortunes happens because we are either too slow to develop or too fast to develop. So to stop the history is one way. And our backwardness is not a curse; it's our boon. And so then the Bolsheviks invented another way. So the Engels' words about the leap from the kingdom of necessity to the kingdom of happiness. So then it's not the kingdom of necessity into a different reality. That's what Bolsheviks. So communism is kind of paradise on earth. And so that happens after the end of history, because the program of CPSU before perestroika is saying that the communism is society where all historic contradictions will be resolved and we're happy, and it will be the end of history. But usually history ends after the apocalypse. It was the second coming, the end. And so we'll just we'll kill all the bourgeoisie, and then we'll become happy. So one way or the other. So it works out that the ideal is disjointed from the historical evolution. It's separated, it's segregated, and we have a desire to deceive the history, either to stop it or to turn it around and bring it back, or just to ride it until the horse, falls down and cannot run anymore and dies. So then. So then the feeling of history. So we need just to oppose Russia to the rest of the world. That's a logical consequence of all these mental constructions. So to oppose Russia to everything else. So if our history is evolving in this secluded, isolated space, then this space certainly contradicts and opposes to the rest of the world. So this space can expand, like during the years of communist utopia. It can shrink, but it always opposes it opposes the rest of the world. So this is your own space, and it's rationalized, and it's logical. But then all irrational things, all fears, so they exist in the space of the enemies. This is the archaic picture of the world and the archaic way of thinking, but it's very sustainable, very stable. This is a panacea of all freedoms. And if that is true, and if this is the way we feel our history, then our feeling of history will be like a pendulum between the two extremes. On one pole, so this feeling of predominant of uniqueness of Russia, so that will become a happy haven. So among the waves of the crisis, so become the magnet of all the nations, so that attract it. So that's the kind of centripetal point. And the second pole, the Chayadaev feeling of just falling out of history, Chayadaev's feeling. And so when we feel ourselves kind of culture that fell out of other cultures, and which is among other cultures is alien, and so this is the logical implication that we can derive from this mental construction. Then the sixth, I would like to posit the following. So what we added to this construction the last year, today, we eventually are in the consumer society. We live in this society, and the modern feeling of history is evolving along the laws of this post-modernity culture of consumption. So then, the big events, big historic books. So we get to this fragmented components, events that can exist in different spaces, in different realities. And in the common understanding, so this picture of history it's not only propaganda, it's not only ideology that generates all these pictures, mental pictures, but this is the logic. It's all guided by the consumerism, consumer logics, and so then historic subjects and events, so they become the products of consumption, and all these fairy tales, and so the kind of they dragged into the real time and in the ambience and into environment of consumerist society. So if you remember, just a few years ago, so there was a project, The Name of Russia. And the slogan was amazing. So we selected our future. We selected our future, meaning that we elected our president. We select our future. Now it's time to select our past. Can you imagine that? So the main candidates for president that were participated in the debates, and we had this non-stop, the debates between Peter the Great and Alexander Nevsky and Stan Alexander Nevsky. What can they talk about? Because the different epochs, different times, but they talked to each other, and so they debated certain issues, they argued, and they had sustainable, long discussions. So people of different, so that is through this consumerist logic, so they are just dragging the history into the modern times. But if the history does not differ from modernity, if it coincides with modernity, then it actually gets disintegrated. It collapses. So you cannot just map it on the mental picture. If it is dragged from the past into the present. And so this is why, so this approach, so this is the specifics because when we present ourselves, project ourselves, it actually it echoes our anti-modernity, and eventually, so they ally their forces against the modernization of society. And I'd like to posit one last thing. One last thesis that I would like to come up. Maybe just owing to this, I've been talking about all these 6 theses, but now just this is the most important. It's about the alternative feeling of history. What kind of alternative to the picture that I have drawn for you? The thing is that any type of thinking and always is under certain logic, under the strict rules of logic, and the rules of logic are very strict. So if you follow a certain road, go along a certain road, but you've been going along this road like in the hike, or so the road to slavery. On this road, you are at the time when you make the first step. And then certainly you can jump over to another road and start moving it, but it's quite challenging to do. And that's why we need to be very careful about the bifurcations. And the bifurcations in this, from the viewpoint of this feeling of history, sense of history, are guided by the law of thinking, by the law of intellect. And so the laws of thinking, you can create a logically non-contradictory picture of the world, simple and understandable, but it will definitely be open, and it will not be finite. Or you can make a hermetic, isolated picture of the world, but definitely it will be internally contradictory, and you will have to do something with those contradictions. So mathematicians do that so they have the Gödel theorem, because mathematics is not contradictory, but there is a whole which is covered by axioms, and the axiom is something that you don't have to prove. And Richardson was saying the same thing, but concerning the mystic thinking, the mysticist explains everything with one secret mystery that explains everything. So then the first way, so we create a non-contradictory, logical, simple picture of history. It could be rationalized, it could be explained, it will be simple and straightforward, but it will definitely, so there will be some inner contradictions that are covered by some mystical mystery. So the special way, unique development, the dialectics, laws that actually move us somewhere, take us somewhere in spite of our will, or this mysticism of a certain anti-Russian conspiracy that explains everything, why we have it all so badly, and etc. And then all our internal contradictions are just pushed outside, and so we find explanations to everything. Or the other way, the second way, so when we make history ourselves, and so this is kind of our responsibility, and this responsibility cannot be shifted onto any mystical, so even you cannot shift it onto the shoulders of God. As you cannot shift responsibility, because history is the space between points in the is a space between 2 points where so the earthly and the godly connect. So which is apocalypse and falling from God and falling angels. And so then the culture of modernity, so they interpret it in the terms of time, but still it's the time of human freedom and human responsibility. If this is so, then any human being is contradictory, and history is very contradictory as well. And you can discuss anything because all subject matters are very difficult and convoluted, and the whole picture of history is very convoluted. And this is our responsibility. And these are the 2 ways, and I was talking about the first one because we select the first way for some reason rather than the second way, and but we select it, we choose it, not because our mentality or our culture, so always shift or all blame mentality for that intellect always. So this is secondary. So they always so put the blame on the intellect. So what's secondary and what's primary? So what's primary? Primary is our ability to recognize that we're free. We are inherently, so if we judge ourselves inherently free, then there are no right answers and no finite answers. And then these answers should be looked for during the whole life of a person. And or if the picture is so straightforward and obvious, then we're not free. That's it. That's all there is to it. There is no third way. Thank you. Okay, such difficult sessions also will be guided by Andrei Alexandrovich. So let me invite you all for a discussion. Okay. So I shall give the floor to the conservative wave. Okay. Thank you, Dmitry. My question, correct me if I'm wrong, that all the specifics, all the challenges of our historic perception, and then non-readiness for freedom, contradictory concepts to take responsibility for your own life and future and past, is because we're catching up. Because the society always was modernized from the top to bottom, and so because we have always been catching up with Europe. So I'm afraid to say that all specifics, but that's a very important factor. You were right. And it's not even because we're catching up, because we're always going after someone. We're just behind or we're catching up, but our modernization, so to say, economic modernization and the societal modernization, 2 different things. Because we learn how to modernize economy, but we are making the society more archaic. So we're talking about 2 concepts of 2 interpretations of history. But how this concept is inscribed? How can inscribe? Circumscribed. So from the viewpoint of Nikolai Ustryalov, please explain. Nikolai Ustryalov, I don't know who's there. Who's the guy? Because you quoted Leontiev. So as the justification of our backwardness, that there's no need to develop. And so you ask this dichotomy system of coordinates. I'm just trying to figure out so one of the ways to try to understand history. I was saying something else. I was saying that there is a certain construction of time, so then perception of time, so which actually gives you the feeling of history. When empathy, commiseration, because we're talking about history as a form of thinking, as a form of self-conscious, and then this is where, in this sense, so I quoted him. So let's go on. Here, so then please, introduce yourself. Gavrikov, Astrakhan. Thank you for the wonderful lecture. But still, I want just to clarify certain things, and so one question concerning to making history sacred, ennobling history, and so the noble future and the noble and the noble past, and so then the apostle Paul was saying that the happy future will arrive eventually. And this, so the impact of Christianity and how it treats the sacred nature of the past history. So probably there is no present, or we're afraid to take responsibility for the present, because we're always looking for certain justifications in the past for what we can do today. And even if you look at the general. So, for example, Crimea. So we're not trying to understand what's happening there, and we start to find historic facts. So how it happened, and when we owned it, and it was our territory. So always just look back for historical facts and figures showing that we have no position concerning the present. Thank you. Good question. Very important point you've made, because it is true that history, as historic self-conscience, is kind of the play of the past, future, and the present, and so this interplay, and I would even I feel that in my biography, so when I was a child, so everyone was talking about the future, and now they're talking about the beautiful, wonderful, bright past, and so no one is talking about the present. And it is true that so then designing the present is very complicated, because we have the big gaps between those public discussions and ideological discussions in our everyday life. And I say our everyday life, our private life, biographical life, it can be kind of ontological foundation of the present time.
And because there is this gap, and it's difficult for us to relate to these eras, the present falls out of our discourse. The consumer society involves history, and here one would have thought that the kingdom of the present should come. However, that does not take place because the culture is different. The consumer society is different, and so there is this idea of extended time, the time of purchase. Like in a reality show, it's not the present, it is this other construct. And again, the present falls out. And I think that this is a special problem that we should all be conscious of. because it seems to me that we would have been able to solve many of our problems if we could understand the point, the historical point where we are, and if we could relate this point in present with the past and the future. Thank you. Yes, please. Please introduce yourself. Igor Stropovich from the Altai Republic. May I ask you a question followed by a joke, or preceded by a joke? A historian and a lawyer meet, and a historian is being asked, who of the great emperors or rulers of the past have contributed most into our history of our nation? Historian says that we, the historians, make the greatest contribution to history. And my question is, do you believe, Dmitry, that for a more or less objective perception of history, what model can be construed? What effective model can be construed? I understand that you're talking about who should be creating such a model, be it the historians or the lawyers. Here, I think that our historical consciousness must be a product of dialogue or of discussions. And in these discussions, the intellectuals of different professions take part alongside with the government, with the general public, the witnesses. The media figures, the newsmakers, the artists who reproduce history in different arts and literature. And when this product of collective mind is born, when such history is a projection of a public mind, we may be better secured against failures. We can understand history better, and we shall have more chances that this history is not reverted. So we have to learn to hold meaningful discussions. Daria. Daria Patrin from St. Petersburg. Is it enough to believe that we are free? Is this circle really broken, or does it become a kind of a spiral? When we speak about cyclic models, I did not specifically mean there are rational cyclic models which have a good explanatory potential, but I talked about the cycles in terms of mythology, the permanent return, and what does it mean to recognize or to acknowledge one's freedom? I think that we're talking about Kant's concept of daring to think. The mythological constructs come from the authorities where we seem to be hiding from freedom, from ourselves. And once we acknowledge this freedom, I think that our life will be more meaningful. but we can't predict what will be the velocity of how these contracts are. Do you believe that you can be free within the cycle, the cyclic construction? Well, a cyclic construction takes us, leads us, as the fates do. There is this existential understanding of freedom, like in Monsieur's soliloquy, when he says that he's free in front of, in the face of a truth that he can't do anything about. But while he understands this truth and verity, he understands himself or herself to be freer than others. Mercier Meursault was in prison, and he was awaiting penalty, and this soliloquy is uttered before. Well, talking about the empirical dimension, I think that our work here at school may say that one can indeed be free within a cycle. Ms. Svintsova, I would like to ask a question coming from literature. When Pyotr Chadaev asks himself, how come that one and the same process, specifically the Christianization, led the West to freedom from slavery and led Russia into slavery? Oh, that's a difficult question. I think that this is a question that needs a lot of deliberation, but the whole process is and this is something that we spoke about yesterday. We as Christians, we perceived Christianity distinct from the historical context, distinct from the tradition of law. And this is the kind of separate from the concept of law, and it happened so that the church, the Russian church, found itself too close to the authorities, too close to the power, because when in the West the situation was different. When Constantine went to Constantinople, and the bishop of the Roman Church stayed in Rome, and we know, of course, many different stories about the rivalry, all the way to the Three Musketeers, when you have this division of influence between the church and the secular authorities. Unfortunately, in Russia, these two spheres were coming too close together, and I think this was one of the cause of our troubles. Dmitry Linter from Estonia. I agree with your end conclusion. I've heard a lot from Sartre and a lot from Toynbee, but what about the values and the meaning? In 2007, the statue of the Soviet liberating soldier was being demolished in 2007 in Tallinn. And this is sacred sovereignty. Was the notion that we introduced, and the functional of changing the consciousness. This was something that caused the State Duma and the Council of Federations and other reactions to change the conditions. And in this relation, there's a question. Do you believe that we should accept the concept of let us remember that 38% of all resources come from and my experience of living in Estonia and talking to the European parliaments attests to that. Either our system of coordinates is closed and then we act in terms of defense and security, which is also quite systemic because we do have the challenges in front of us. Do you believe what kind of instrument should be more efficient for it to be introduced into the legislation? Well, I'm not sure if I understood your question correctly, but what I was trying to say was that we have to learn to use the instruments in the public space. And we have to learn to consider the topics of history in all their complexity. And the topic of war is one of the most difficult topics. Even in the Soviet historiography, this was quite a difficult issue because the history of a war, which was written by those who fought, is different from the history that was written later, and it is also different from the history which is being delivered today. In the Soviet literature, there was this trench truth concept, the truth of the trenches, and this truth of the trenches left or was lost with the generation of those who actually fought in the war. And today, yet again, we see this mythologizing of the war in terms of the or concept. So this clash of the good and the evil. Is of special importance because one has to understand that our history, the Soviet history or historiography of war, is a very complex subject, and one should understand how important it is or how complex it is for the nations which were wedged between the major warring powers, for the Western Ukraine and so on and so forth. So I think that we do not have other way but to try and learn to understand each other. Thanks. Please introduce yourselves. Denis Greko from the Altai region. To describe process of perception of history, you're using the theorem of formal systems, which, according to Hödel's theorem, are not complete. The incompleteness of such a formal system is not something particular, because any formal system is incomplete, and that usually leads to the recursion and there is this new formal system which is relying on the previous system and explains the same things in a little more complete way, but still incomplete, which seems to be a spiral. And the reaction to this incompleteness, the quality of such a reaction to the incompleteness can be healthy or unhealthy, which is what you have been describing in what reminds to me the diagnosis of a neurotic person, when in neurosis this formal system, the formal logic is perceived as incomplete, but is not accepted, and this is done not as a recursion, but as trying to plug the holes with the mythological thinking. But in the basis of such reaction is are pragmatic considerations. Even though this is not quite well understood, how do you deal with this pragmatic approach? Well, thank you for your comment. Indeed, I agree entirely with your thesis about the formal system, and it does remind us of neurosis. What I have, because if in mathematics the reaction to this incompleteness is logical, but then when we create the ideological or ideologemes, then the reaction is far from healthy, and the pragmatics can also be different. In our case, we are being led towards this or into this state of neurosis that you so aptly called as such. But I think it is always better, while it is understood that every person is perceiving reality on the basis of some models or homemade theories that he or she have as a preconception. And this is how we all operate. This is the structure of our mind, but it is always better when such preconceptions, when such cognitive maps, when these cognitive maps are more detailed, if they're not primitive. If such maps are primitive, then we miss too much. We miss too much geographic detail. Thank you. Nastya Gontareva. Dmitry, thank you so very much for turning to the philosophy of history. I'm truly enjoying this day when we've been speaking about history, and now particularly turning our attention to the philosophy of history. I have recently heard Boris Mezhuev's opinion that Russia is not a modern state because a modern, the name modern can only be applied to a state with the perspective of the future, whereas Russia is making attempts of modernization, but they always fail, and there is no this perspective of future. So this historical perspective is not there, and it may even be the society may well degenerate. You have quoted Hayek, and I remembered, I think, the words of a Japanese author who said that we wanted to build a new world, but there is nothing more to demolish. What is it that we have to demolish? Hopefully through the Enlightenment, for Russia to have a perspective of the future, for us to become a modern state. Well, if there is anything to be demolished, then the stereotypes would be my answer. to see the complexity of life. And in this, do I see the sense of enlightenment in modern times and this perspective of the future? I dare say that he talks about the modernity, and the European path is related to three events in the European history: the Renaissance, Reformation, and the Enlightenment, including the German variation of Enlightenment through Kant. I think that we have to go through these stages. If we go there, then of course this path should lead us through Reformation, Renaissance, Reformation, and the Enlightenment. Denis Grach from Moscow. You have said about some debatable aspects of war. Did I understand you right? That for the people who inhabited in Estonia and the Western Ukraine at that time, the Nazi regime brought about some positive aspects. No, I did not mean that. I did not mean it, but I talked about the complexity of the situation of these peoples, of these nations, and I do not see any positive role of Nazism. There's nothing to be said about that. There was no positive role of Nazism for these nations. But on the other hand, we have to understand that the actual blow to these people was also dealt from the other side, and it was a double tragedy and a true tragedy. So when we understand this, then I think we would then we would really forget about this Nazi theme. And I think that this evaluation must be given. No discussions on that particular subject. Oh yes, your question. Thank you for your Alexander Chukov from the Tula region. Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned the historical feature films, movies. Do you believe that objective perception of history is possible through historical feature films, movies? I did not speak about the objectivity or the subjectivity. I do not know what is objective knowledge, because every piece of knowledge is in our mind, so it is subjective. And in this sense, it is understood that the scientific picture of history is one thing, and the image of history is something else. Architectural images is yet the third thing, and the literature is yet a fourth thing. So how objective or subjective these can be, I'm not ready to answer. But what I tried to say is to show how these things may develop in history. So I think that we are considering the world in different topics, in different dimensions. One final question. Yuri Sergeyev from the Yamal-Nenets region. You said that this tendency is such that every new ruler and the Bolsheviks defied the Tsarism. Khrushchev was defying Stalin. Do you believe that this tendency will continue? Do you believe... Now, this is already being done by the present regime when the 1990s are being cursed as the evil years. So every change of leaders leads to the defamation of the previous history. Well, the answer is clear. Mr. Medvedev did not say a single bad word about his predecessor. Colleagues, we are just about to conclude, and I would like to say a couple of words with respect to... I will make a comment in two parts. The first part is addressed to those who understood what Dmitry meant to say. I want to say to you that Dmitry Gorin is a true philosopher. What he gives us and that he allows you to raise yourselves above the reality, or indeed to go deeper into this reality. I think that this is of fundamental importance. I think that Dmitry does it in a virtuoso way, and I am myself, I graduated from the philosophy department myself, and I do not know many people of Dmitry's generation to be able to philosophize and to live in that, to live that life. If you try to multiply this into the absolute intelligent and the suave manners of that person, I would like to express my admiration for him as a person and as a professional at a time which is not marked with particular spirituality. My second part is addressed to those who would like to understand from what Dmitry said, but will probably do it later. Not at this session, but will reflect on this session. It is very important for us to invite experts who may be one or two heads above those who are listening to him, because a European person is made in such a way that he or she has to go beyond this. So, indeed, this is how we should perceive history. And if Dmitry stimulates us to read Sartre or Camus, Toynbee, Berdyaev, Leontiev, that's not too bad at all. I think that this is a very good and in the magazine that I have an article, Pinocchio as the mirror, Pinocchio and Buratino as the mirror of the Russian history. And Dmitry takes the two fairy tales, that by Kolodzy and that by that by Alexei Tolstoy, and he tries to show how the particular nation feels itself in that culture, and he shows this as a difference of the two outlooks. And I think Lena wanted to add something. Well, what can I say? What can I say about such, to conclude, I've always been a friend of philosophers. I've always had philosophers as friends. Thank you. Stalin was the greatest friend of Soviet writers. I even married a philosopher. And this is what I like most, because this transcendence, so when we talk about consumer society and the incompatibility between the modernity and consumer society, Václav Havel wrote in one of his diaries that it would true be a nightmare when the consumer person meets the ideological person, and that's what we're seeing today. What I would like to say with respect to the threshold and in his objections to Dmitry Linter, who cannot come to his senses from this interaction or even the hostility between the Russian population and the Estonian state. I think that thought generates a thought. If this thought, then it cannot be borrowed. It is self-sufficient as a thought, as a product of mind, and the thought is indeed self-sufficient and precious. If it's just an eclectic borrowing, then there is nothing about it. So, an intellectual reproach was not quite pertinent. We have listened to this presentation. Our reality, where we live, which is, I think, one of the attempts. And Dmitry said more than once that we have to live in a difficult, a complex life, that we have to perceive history as a complexity. And what Dmitry tried to do during this session, it was a very intelligent discourse, and it was also had a great literary merit. So, I think that we attended like a literary work being born, and I think that Dmitry's debut, this opening that we would like to continue, does not mean that we have understood everything that Dmitry wanted to say, but he allowed us to philosophize, just as I said. I was in that dimension where my mind was at work. And the fact that Dmitry allowed us to do that with such great intelligence wit and kindness. We certainly ask him to continue these intellectual discourse. Thank you, colleagues. You can get back to me on Fairy Tale. We'll get back in 1 hour.
Ребята, садитесь, пожалуйста, по местам. У нас рывок.
Сейчас только... А зачем Андрюша? Не нужен, у нас Маринка есть. Пожалуйста, еще раз внимание.
Please, could I have your attention? Marina speaks about those who are still not here with us. She says it took them long to get to go by elevator. I suppose I was the last one who took the elevator with the ladies who went out. So I believe Marina. They must be joining us very soon. So indeed, it is with some inner joy that I'm opening this session today for a number of reasons. Well, the thing we are doing all together with Marina, together with, amongst others, who is here with us, who is else here, members of our staff, Nasti is somewhere here. You must really deserve, as an organization or as a small just cause might be, so that intellectuals such as Boris Grozovsky decided not just to deliver a lecture here, which he does brilliantly in my view, but so that they should try to speak here as maybe it's something that is proper, that is typical of him, but which I can have a very vague idea how they can speak like an intermediate. What would be the right word to use? I don't know. A round table, that is what you call it, okay. This is this sort of like a provoked discussion which leads to one topic. I'd like to introduce Boris Grozovsky to all, and may I give you a piece of advice? Read his texts. They're all about economy. But it's not about economy alone. It's all perceived in a context where real economy lives and works in. And today some event is being opened. Some event we opened today because Boris speaks for us in this capacity for the first time. And for us it is very important because we want to expand our forms and we want to make them deeper and make them more accessible for the audience. And the idea is at the end of the day to involve you into the main topic we have been discussing all day today. So, if need to, he will be added by Marina Skorik, who came to the school in 2009, came here as a co-moderator from Yaroslavl. Then again, she was a TV anchor. She went back. Then she abandoned television and joined us in the school to work for the school. So this experiment, which we begin, and I want to once again tell you, to Borja, I'm so grateful to you, Boris, that an expert like Borja agreed to speak in a very unusual genre for him. Is that right? Thank you very much for your kind words. Well, indeed, there is a certain number of people here who have attended previous seminars of the school and who know how there's evening round tables, how they are run by Comrade Sagamonov. I'd like to say that maybe today we'll probably do it in a very different manner, and tomorrow I will be joined by my colleague Andrei Babitsky. I don't know if anybody has paid any attention. The organizers did wisely in their timetable designated the time for the beginning of round table. They put it just, but they never gave the time when it will end. So I'm sort of, get ready. Be ready to work long. I don't know for how long will last. Well, today, the day was dedicated to history. To be quite honest, my deep conviction is that non-professionals should not argue or even debate with one another on historic topics. They should instead read good books instead. That's why several times they urged us to do so. Because even now, if we decide, let's say, to discuss that we should discuss, say, Norman theory of who was Rurik, who is more right in the interpretation of the so-called Mongol-Tartar yoke, traditional Russian historiography, or say Lev Nikolaevich Gumilev and Georgy Vernadsky. I don't suppose we will reach any conclusion. We'd instead just quarrel with one another, and I don't suppose it will be any use at all. The same, I suppose, applies to other acute and burning historical issues. And any debate and dispute on this issue, and people who are not professionals, again, as I see, arise because of some ideological prejudice and bias, because of poor knowledge, lack of knowledge. It's really, you should not dispute it and argue, you should rather read books. So we would rather talk not at once, not so much about historic questions, but about the storylines which, to a certain extent, determine the way these historic processes unrolls here. But we won't do it all at once. I first wanted to try, during several weeks, minutes, to bring together and link several topics which we discussed at the lectures yesterday and tomorrow. And today. It seems topics that are not so much related at first sight, such as, say, history, weaknesses and strong traits of civil society, civic initiative. Oleg Kharkhordin spoke about it to a great extent, and a topic which was really the thrust of most of presenters, that is the topic of institutions, where they arise from, how they grow, how they change. The question for today's lecture tonight, what should happen to us so that should change? This is a question about institutions and where they arise, where they come from. And there is a certain term, and in historic liberal arts and more something that I have that is closer to me, that is economics. It's what it's called path-dependent. Path-dependent, depending on some solutions taken a while ago. And in many liberal arts, there are very interesting studies about this issue. For example, quite recently, some 3 or 4 months ago, Yekaterina Zhuravskaya, one of the best Russian economists, wife of Sergei Guriev, most of those present here have heard about or have read his papers. She published this very interesting study. Today's territory of what is now Poland once was divided between the three empires. The territory which is now Poland at different times may have belonged in historic past, was part and parcel of three empires, so Russia, Prussia and Austro-Hungarian Empire. Żurawska did not look at the past. She's an economist that looks very much into the present. She looked at how the territories that have been parts of these empires quite a while ago, how they vote today for different parties of modern political spectrum. And she obtained quite remarkable findings. It was 2 centuries ago. After these empires are long gone, Poland, several dozen years, was with a Soviet camp, socialist camp, then it has been an independent state. It was supposed to have been dissolved in the experience of great-great-great-grandfathers, but we don't expect it to hardly be transmitted so genetically, but nevertheless, the territories that used to belong to Prussia give greater support to anti-communist parties and Solidarność, one of the main democratic movements in Poland. This is what used to belong to Prussia. The former Austrian part is much stronger than the other two in supporting religious conservatives and, strange as it may seem, liberals too. What can be the explanation for that? Żurawska built some hypotheses. You might argue whether they're convincing or not, but the most surprising here is, in per se, this very long memory that people have. And certainly this study was done in a proper, correct manner. She controlled so that no other confounding factors could come into play here. And she just looked strictly at which voyevodstva belonged to which empire. So there is a hypothesis that explains it all. In the Prussian part, infrastructure is much better developed. To a certain extent, this explains a weak support for socialist and communist parties there. There is weak demand there for state distribution of good. What the state was supposed to have done first start, that is to build the infrastructure, that had been done well before, back in times of Prussia. And what is the difference, say, between how the Austrian and Russian parts vote? This may be explained in a way that these two empires behaved differently about religion. And Austria is more closer to, since it was a Catholic country, and the combination of this religiousness with a democratic aspiration. So this astounding example how the past, which seems to be so far away, is certainly influencing the present. Or, for example, look at how Greece behaved in the time of acute economic crisis of the 2007-2008. Practically in every modern, so much pride, so much reluctance to subordinate to any external force. No other country that was hit by the severe situation of debt, say Iceland or Ireland or even Cyprus or many others, did not behave like Greeks did. It's quite obvious that the blood in modern Greeks, certainly that ancient Greeks somehow, pattern of behavior is inherited, sort of. That's why. Another very strange example about that history matters, certainly matters. There is a well-studied phenomenon, QWERTY effect. QWERTY is, in the Latin keyboard, the first 6 letters that are to your top left. And it's just this random effect that these 6 letters were picked. Somebody may have read how it happened, maybe 1870 or 1872, when Remington invited this typing machines. They were designed in this way. After that, 1 million studies were run that proved that it would have been much more convenient for people who use Latin alphabet It would have been much more convenient if the letters were positioned in a different manner. It's clear that since 1870, 1872, statistical linguistics has made great strides since then. And you could have, changed the position of the letters on keyboard in computers and in typing machines and have put them in a more rational way. A whole bunch of experimental studies come forward with more effective solutions. Nevertheless, nothing like this has happened. And this is what they call QWERTY effect, which is about that if once a community of people has agreed on something, has come to some agreement, has adopted a certain strategy, then it's very hard to renounce it. It means the costs, again I'm speaking using my economic language, the costs related to renouncing this decision and adopting a new decision are much higher than the benefits you might get by you go back to this new model. So, and this transition is not good, it's not convenient, it's not profitable for any. They say living is more complicated than staying. Living is indeed more complicated than staying. The same QWERTY effect, which is quite random position for Remington, 140 years ago. This order in which he placed the letters, it was certainly in many ways determined by just random effect. But now this random effect later on determines many events, such as, for example, a good example about linguistic studies that show that since people use their right hand much more actively than they use their left hand, so it's convenient for them that they use mostly the right hand. And the words which are made up of letters, where most of them will be typed by the right hand, they're used much more frequently than other words which you would need to type using your left hand mostly. So an absolutely random decision begins to predetermine many other defects, findings and consequences. So much for history, certainly, which matters. It's seemingly what follows, you might think that what follows that things never change, and right? A well-known proverb, people do not change in the same way as many people speak about countries that do not change. Big communities of people are changing and undergo change with great difficulty, but it's not quite the case. Another example from economic history. There is a book published in Russian last year, which I strongly recommend you. These are notes on medieval economic history, about how the medieval trade in Italy, merchant trade in 15th, 17th, 16th century, the republics of Genoa and Venice, how they worked, and Maghreb, that is to the west of Egypt, Algeria, Libya, Morocco. This is one paradox, and then we move forward to an experiment. The paradox is about the following, that medieval trade was organized in a very complicated manner. And seemingly it would be strange to expect that at that time it could be organized in such a sophisticated manner. People did not travel on their own with their own, say, lot of goods where this would go, say, from India and Egypt into one of European countries. Instead, there was a system in place of agents. of agents. They could accompany these merchandise, they could introduce payments for them. I say a merchant in Morocco could write to his agent, please pay for me in London a certain amount, and this amount would be paid. For agents, it means the division of labor was that merchants are those who have capital to buy merchandise, sell it, and goods, and agents are the ones who are making money out of it but don't own any capital. In other words, they would be called managers and shareholders and managers. So for agents, despite there was no court, there was no enforcement, there was no way to achieve that they should perform, execute the contract, nevertheless, agents in 99% of the case behaved in such a way they should have behaved as per agreement. And this happened for one simple reason, because the merchants came forward as a guild that is interrelated to another. And if you have violated a promise which you gave to one of them, you will never be hired by anybody else. Well, but this, in point of fact, that then merchants were what we call now what is the word you use it? Self-regulating organization, SRO. Self-regulating organization. And in this sense, they were very efficient. But the most recent thought here would be that once they've learnt very well to do one thing, this community of people find it very hard to move forward to a new model. Well, modern accounting was invented in Venice. Double entry system, that's why it was originally called Venetian entry system. This happened because it was then and there, unlike, say, what was happened with the competitors, other Greek, as the author says, republics and these. They had no reason to put down who sold what to whom, who transported everything everywhere. It was all built on trust. This trust was so strong, not one single member of the community could go beyond this, that they absolutely had no need to have written rules to put it down in contract, enshrine it in contract, and so on. In Venice, it worked in another manner, because they, as trade developed, they began to a great extent, to transfer agent functions to those whom they did not know. That's why they simply had to invent this double entry system, accounting system. This produced a colossal effect. The merchant communities who did not even need it before, who used to win, they did not face the need to take this new step forward. Thus, in history, say, of this it happens all the time. Those who achieved a great result in one area, they cannot, for this reason, take the next step. They don't have the need to refuse, say, to refuse this effective way and move forward to take a further step. But those who didn't, where it doesn't work, it's not that that the last would become the first. No, it's the matter is that those who used to be the first would find out they are the last at the next stage, because they have too few stimuli for further development. So we now move forward to the question. The question is, since we don't want to discuss Estonia, we would much rather discuss the things that are beyond that stand behind this historic evolution. Now I would request that you should undergo, it would be wrong to call it a micro test or whatever. It's not really a test. It's just, I think it's rather a fragments of several sociological public opinion polls. An idea came to my mind quite strangely. First I thought about something else. The thing is, just like today behind the curtains, today there's several times heard this sort of judgment that okay, we are now in some liberal nest. Well, here we have people who are of such and such opinions, who hold such and such opinions, and we, people from, say, a town of N, we don't find that they are customary, that they're strange, we're suspicious about this, and so on and so forth. So that is why, yes, I've heard several people say so. In reply to them, I wish to ask a question, or at least I would like to understand. I apologize for this rough. Are you like this? I mean, personally, but then I will suggest several questions that, and then we'll compare. What is the difference between how those present in this audience answer these questions and how they would be answered by average Russians? We have data on these public opinion polls all across Russia, and well as how the questions are answered by people living in other countries. It's actually a very, very informative thing, and then we'll discuss why is it that some people take this answer or other. Please, you will certainly need a pen and your notepads if they're not ready, if not, otherwise it won't work.
Сдавать не надо, нет. Да, можно компьютеры, разумеется. Все готовы?
Are you all set?
Yeah, we're all set. Позвоним тогда.
Да, ну и собственно,